An Unreasonable Man. Stream starting soon. An Unreasonable Man. Stream starting soon.
Target acquired.
Eagle 1, first strike. You have permission to engage the target.
Warning: the following video contains explicit language which may be offensive to some viewers or inappropriate for children. The content within this video is intended for mature audiences only.
What's up, everybody? Good to see everybody in the chat tonight. Good to see you. Going to be a good time for all. So yeah, let's check it out. Got some stuff going on. I'm going to go ahead and bring up the. We're over in the. We're over in it. So.
Yeah, hope you fellas are doing well. We're only waiting for 2 others.
I wanted to ask Hunter something. Since he's here,
what's up?
So I guess I didn't even know that this lore about the Charlie Kirk thing with you recently. You said it, I guess, a couple weeks ago, right? I wanted to ask you since then. I mean, you
want to ask him a question? That's dangerous.
Yeah, okay, we're wilding out now, but whatever. I'm just saying. Watch, wouldn't that be crazy if I got swatted right when I asked him something? No, anyway, sorry. I wouldn't even be mad. Wouldn't even be mad. Anyway, so sorry. We got sidetracked. But I wanted to ask, has it really, have you noticed the difference? Do you feel like free now that you don't have to go by the avatar, or do you get to like because my name, you look it up, like it pulls up all my fucking personal info, right? So I've never really had like, went from like one to the other. So I guess like with you, like, has it been like a bad visceral reaction? Has it been like free? What has been your experience so far?
By going by my name.
What's
now
up,
is that
Blair?
what
Yeah,
How are
because
you?
like, you already know.
How are you, sir?
Yeah, I mean, it was for sure jarring the
see
first
you.
time I saw it because like there wasn't really a way to stop it. I don't even know how my
Everybody comes
information
on in.
first got out
We're
there.
just getting,
But like
this
the
is
next
bullshit
day,
section of this.
there was a
and
New
we'll
York
just
Times
be,
reporter who was knocking on my door, and I was like,
don't
"How the
really
fuck did you get
participate in a lot
this
of this stuff, so
address?"
I'll start
And
listening
he was
here
like,
in a
"Yeah,
minute.
you're Hunter Kozak. You're the guy who asked the question." And so I was willing to do an interview because I knew my information was getting out there already because I had like made videos about Charlie. I do debates, pretty
Right.
open. So I knew that was coming out. So I'm like, I should do an interview, but like, so, my name was on the New York Times, on a New York Times article, like almost
Yeah, so you
immediately.
can't hide
So I
it.
just, it was just like,
But has it like affected you? Have you got like problems? Like I've had a few issues, right? But like since mine were always out there. But, like, no,
I've only gotten, I've gotten one person at my door, and that really freaked me the fuck out for sure. But
Did you
I think
2A?
I don't even know who he was. I had so many reporters at my door that I don't know I don't know for sure he wasn't a reporter, but he was shifty enough that like he just sort of like fucked off after I was like, "Who are you? Like, what do you do?" And he was just like, "I'm just bye." It was very weird.
Do reporters have? I'm ignorant, but do reporters have like credentials, or like does a New York Times reporter have like a New York Times card?
They never actually showed it. I'm sure. Maybe it was stupid of me not to ask, but yeah, they don't.
I don't actually know if they have credentials. You just got to take their
New York
word.
Times reporter.
He looked official, so I was like, "All right, coming to my house."
No. When I show up at your house,
You have the New York
I'll
Times
also be
T-shirt
a
on and New York Times hat.
Yeah,
New York Times hat. Yeah, I'll have a shoe with little gum on the bottom, right? And I'm like, yeah,
You're a gumshoe.
Welcome in, everybody. We're going to be debating tonight. The subject matter is.
But
I'll give you the
I
exact
also wouldn't.
prompt.
Also, though, I wouldn't know. Like, so you're saying
Once
like
again,
credentials.
I covered this
I also
earlier in
wouldn't
the
know like
earlier show,
what the
but
credentials look like.
This is the
it looked just
right.
like look official to me.
Yeah.
Like I'm,
Yeah, true. I don't know what a police badge actually like legit looks like.
It made
either.
a ton of sense. Like there
so
was.
I'll read this to you guys. On Wednesday, the FBI
news
conducted
agency
a
was. There were
raid
like
against
20
the Fulton
reporters
County
that,
Elections
like,
Office in Atlanta, Georgia,
following like 2 or 3 days. But like
this
there was a couple times that there was just like a car in the middle of my
probe
street that just like had
Trump's FBI
CNBC on the side of it. I was like,
into
all right,
a-
this is definitely
yeah.
that's probably
or they really want you.
Critics
They
have
really try to come
yeah.
for
I'm
you,
like
right?
at this point, if you've gone through that much work, I'll let you. Yeah,
high value
deserve-
target hunter.
You deserve to get your mark.
You can adjust that window.
Yeah.
It's really distracting trying to read this.
But yeah,
At
I'm
any
sorry
rate,
that like that,
basically
like,
the questions
whole
are.
circus, it was just like a matter of
Remains
like
part of the
coincidence, a matter of like
investigation,
dumb
the
timing.
government be using
that
such
happened to you,
tactics?
so
I think it
Absolutely.
just proves the world is
Are
smaller
there
than you
fears
think,
of
too,
local
'cause it's
election?
like you know,
fears of
I don't know, like we're
local
doing the
election
debate brother thing. Like you're
officials
not
ballot?
thinking
I
of
have
but
no
then it's
idea
like,
because they are
how
not
big really is
opening
the
up.
debate?
Well, no,
You know,
he's
it's
politically
happened.
active, and
Is this
he would be the
an
type to
example
ask a
of being
question.
sore loser? I don't
Right,
think so.
like
Right.
Do you
because
think that there was 20
because even at the event there were a few people that I knew. Right, there were
Can you hear me?
there was
You should be able to hear me pretty clearly. It
one of the
looks like
TikTok
I'm
debaters
coming through pretty well.
Shit, I forgot his
And
name.
when
There
I
was a big TikTok debater that I
like Dean or Parker or
It's Parker. Parker was at the UVU thing. So
go over here.
like I didn't talk to him at the event, but like there were, it
you-
attracts those kinds of people who are interested in debate. I would say the big coincidence is that it was my university. Like I go there. I would say the big coincidence is that it was my university. Like I go there. I would say the big coincidence is that it was my university.
he loiters there.
Go there.
I would say
He loiters there.
He's a town. He's a town.
But it is
more prime.
it's fucking weird because I like I was
You're right,
just
Muller.
there
Maybe I
3
should in
hours
fact
ago,
get hazard
and,
pay for being around these guys.
I stopped by
That's accurate.
that
That's a very
courtyard
accurate statement.
every day.
Well, two things. I mean, like,
That's surreal.
because it sounds like you're older, or maybe I'm incorrect about.
I dropped out of college for like 5 years and then decided to go back. So
Okay.
It's good though.
I'm getting a dual degree, but yeah, just 2 bachelors. So
Sure.
Just 2 bachelors, as opposed to those losers with 3 or 4.
Yeah, well, they were like, "You're getting your PhD." I'm like, "Don't."
I'm talking to you guys.
I
right
am
now.
graduating. At the end
I can
of
turn
this
my mic volume up.
semester, but I'm for my first degree, and then I'm
Shout
going
out
to
to you,
stick
man.
around for another year.
Yeah.
But yeah.
So then the second
I am
question
talking
kind of
low right
something
now.
that like I went over with
I'm having to
Lactoid,
talk over them.
as soon as the
We're the same volume
assassination
as
happened.
me.
What about the quad or courtyard or whatever the fuck it's called, right?
Mhm.
Like my
The Jewish
understanding is
menorah.
I wouldn't put
Have
it
you guys
that
seen
way,
that?
but, no, I've not.
I
What's
get
up,
tagged
Gibbs?
in
I
too
see
many
you in the
fucking
chat.
conspiracies, but like there's
Oh.
like the conspiracies who are like, dude, this is they like do like an aerial view and it kind of looks like a menorah apparently
Oh
to them.
God,
So it's like
I know.
more
That's
proof
what
that
I was-
Israel's behind it.
Sorry,
No,
man.
no.
Just wait till they find out I'm Jewish, dude. It's all gonna come tumbling
Oh
down.
my God. Oh God. No.
Half Jewish.
We can't hear you, Lactoid, if you're saying something else. But Hunter.
I asked if he was Jewish. I just need to know from my files.
Yes, I'm
We
half
got another
Jewish,
spreadsheet from Lactoid.
but it's from my dad, so it probably doesn't count to most people. I know you're gonna take extensive notes, so make sure to file that in correctly.
No, but my understanding is that like the courtyard was like completely like redone. Like as soon as like in a few days, they had like renovated the entire courtyard and like basically destroyed the crime scene.
I would be very. Look, I'm so anti-conspiracy. Like I'm. All I'll say is,
Well,
yeah, there was
you because you're a part of one.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, they
for
did
real.
do that. I mean, like there was.
I imagine
So here's what I'll say. Here's what I'll say.
Yeah.
The concrete where he died was I did see some construction workers there, and they were like, but it wasn't like completely renovated. It was only that like concrete right there. I don't know what they were trying to do.
Right,
I would
is
be
my mic
very
better now, guys?
surprised if
I did have actually
they
my mic turned
fucking
down, which is
started
weird. I never do
reconstructing
that.
it during an active crime scene without the FBI.
I mean,
knowing about it.
Mic check.
Well, the crime scene was dismantled almost immediately. Like almost immediately afterwards, it was gone. But yeah, I don't mean to put this on you. I'm just.
I mean, I went there. The campus was closed for 5 days. It happened on a Wednesday, and on Monday it was back up. And I visited the campus on Monday and Tuesday, and
you can see the video though. Like they did, change that place up.
I really don't see that many different. The only thing is the concrete. There's nothing else changed for sure, but most of it was blockaded up until very recently.
It's like when John F. Kennedy got assassinated. I mean, like they didn't like replace the street. But I don't know.
I don't know what's normal, what's usual, and what the FBI allowed. And
this is not. I can assure you that's not normal. That part I can assure you.
I don't think you can assure me that. I don't.
I can absolutely do that.
You're familiar with FBI crime scenes?
Yes, I'm familiar with basic police investigations, and no, we don't destroy the crime scene immediately.
Check,
right? Like what? So is this a special investigation?
Whatever. I don't
special
care about
investigation
this.
to destroy the crime scenes. Like that's what they did. I don't have to tell you. That's what happened.
Right. I guess so.
But
I've been pretty. I don't want to fucking talk about the conspiracies.
That's fair.
I'm
that's
not
like
talking
for sure
about a conspiracy. I'm not talking about a conspiracy.
Well, you are saying
I didn't say anything about a conspiracy. I'm just saying a fact. The fact is the crime scene was destroyed, right? The fact is they dismantled the tent almost immediately. The fact is like there was a camera that was pointing behind Charlie Kirk's head, right? And we've never, as far as I know, we've never seen that camera angle, and it was taken immediately. Someone like went and like grabbed that immediately.
Mic check to everybody out
I'm
there.
just like saying a bunch of facts. That's it.
I mean, no offense.
I want to point out
conspiracy theorists do.
Every conspiracy theorist does just that. Just so
I know.
like I'm not alleging anything happened, but like, isn't it interesting that like nobody came and checked out the grassy knoll? I mean, it's like a little bit odd, right? I mean,
I'm just asking questions here.
I didn't.
Right.
I didn't.
I'm just pointing out facts.
I mean, did we have the technology at the time?
I didn't
to get
say
to the
it was
moon.
interesting. I'm just listing facts, right?
Yeah, I
no,
okay,
exactly.
hold on.
And
Another
I'm
fact,
just listing
right?
facts that
The
Stanley
sky is
Kubrick
blue,
happened.
right? And there's also blue on the Israeli flag.
Sure.
Coincidence?
No,
I don't
look,
know. I don't know.
some more facts here. Biden won the election with a incredible amount of votes, more votes than anybody had ever gotten before in an election marred by changes and differences. I mean, it's a little bit. I'm just saying facts now. I don't.
Interesting.
I'm not saying anything happened.
For the debate.
It's a fact. It's a fact. Hey, Biden got a lot of votes. and beat Trump's ass, right? That's a fact. We should list
Sure,
that
yeah.
fact again and again.
$10
Trump
comes
got
in
his
from the
ass beat,
Department of
right?
Numismatics.
By Biden.
After Monday
Right? Yeah,
night
let's-
debate,
I will
Grid
list that
always
fact,
washes
too.
with
Any other facts
tactical
you want
soap
me to
from
list?
Klondike Soap
I'll do
Company.
it.
Wait,
No,
one
I
more
want
fact.
you to
Wait, one
Grid
more
me
fact.
up.
Fucking
The
stop with the
only
facts.
soap
I've got one more
district
fact you got to
cut
list.
through
And then he came
liberal
back
funk.
and won the next
So try
election.
tactical soap
And
today.
now he is ruling like the
Very much.
Emperor from Star Wars.
Belay. Thank
That's.
you, thank
I
you.
want you to say that fact as well.
I will say that fact.
Say
Yes,
it. Yeah,
Trump
say
came
it.
back. I'll do it right
And
now.
won the
Trump
popular
came-
vote.
And Trump came back and he spanked.
For once in his life.
And won the popular vote
And won the
Didn't even go to the
popular vote.
Republican
He
with
won
a
in
popular
Wait.
mandate from the people of
7
America.
Didn't even go to the
all
Republican
swing
debates.
states
Which he's
crushed,
lost
right,
already since.
by Donald Trump in
And the
last
popular
election.
vote. And the
Absolutely.
popular vote.
I
Yep.
said the popular vote. I said the
Okay, just
popular
making
vote.
sure.
Can we look at his-
The fact is crystal clear. The
And
fact
he's
is crystal
ruling,
clear.
And
Can
I
we look
will
at his approval
absolutely
rating right now?
and
I'm
let's
just
do it.
curious.
I will absolutely agree. Yes, he's ruling like the fascist Emperor Palpatine.
Oh,
I
here we go.
agree with that. A bunch of facts that are being listed. Thank you.
You're just mad that you can't shoot electricity from your fingertips. That's why you're mad right now.
I actually
Also-
am. I'm
Also, they
100%
duly
You're mad about that.
Palpatine that position.
I know you're mad
Palpatine
about
did
that.
nothing wrong, for the record.
Hunter,
Of
you don't have
course
to
you
answer
don't
if you don't
think-
want
Okay,
to.
really quick
you like
mic check, guys.
are
You guys hear me
Are you
okay?
infamous on your?
Yeah, we
campus?
can hear you.
It's good. All right, thanks.
Corey, what was that?
Down.
Are you
Sorry,
like
Corey?
are you like infamous on your campus? As in, like, do you have like the reputation now of like people know you for this thing?
Yeah, I get stopped frequently, but it's a weird thing because like when it's busy, it's like I know that people are looking, but they don't like it's busy enough that like they don't stop me. It's a very weird feeling
That's
to know
unfortunate.
there's eyes on
It's
me.
almost like you're
Well, that's a great
the
question,
hospital,
baby.
right?
That
Like
is an
all eyes are on
excellent,
you, and every so
excellent
often
question.
someone like
I think
Are you
we'll
saying
do
I'm
that.
not
Talk to you.
attractive enough for
I
people
feel-
to be looking
I
at
feel
me?
like
while
the
I'm watching
attention is
this
different
live?
in
Bro,
this scenario.
tell him.
Ladies and gentlemen, did you know that? By the way, today. Hold on, let me drop this out since.
Is there anything else?
Let me hide that for a second, guys. Let me tell you something. You may not realize this. I got an email today from one of the lenders that we used for business stuff to buy businesses through the SBA. Believe it or not, guys, as of today, or actually, I believe it was January something. Let me just double check the email. I've got it right here. Give me 1 second. So let me read this to you guys. We are writing to let you know that the SBA issued a policy notice today that has surprised many of us because it changes a very long-standing rule that has allowed legal permanent residents, aka green card holders, to be owners of businesses that obtain SBA loans. Starting March 1st, the SBA will no longer allow anything other than 100% ownership by U.S. citizens. Let me reread that to you. Starting March 1st, the SBA will no longer allow anything other than 100% ownership by U.S. citizens. Legal permanent residents will not be allowed to own any of the business for SBA loan purposes. That's right. You heard me correct. I got some interest. I had something interesting cross my desk today. You guys want to hear about it? It's really interesting. So I got it from one of the lenders we use when we go to buy a business. Sent me this email. I'm going to read this to you. It's going to be very interesting. It is. We are writing to let you know that the SBA issued a policy notice today that has surprised many of us because it changes a very long-standing rule that has allowed legal permanent residents, aka green card holders, to be owners of businesses that obtain SBA loans. Starting March 1st, the SBA will no longer allow anything other than 100% ownership by U.S. citizens. Legal permanent residents will not be allowed to own any of the business for SBA loan eligibility purposes.
Okay. So I have thoughts about that, but what are your thoughts?
Yeah. Go ahead. It goes into a bunch of like stuff that, who can apply and if you have a loan in process or anything like that. So
yeah. So I don't know. And so I'm just going to go off of course, what you just told me because I hadn't heard of this previously. But like that sucks. Like, we want to be in, at least I thought Republicans would agree with me on this one, but maybe I'm wrong. We'll find out in a second, right? That like we would want to be encouraging businesses to be creative, right? Like we want like Republicans talk about how like when these people come over, right? We want them to be productive, right? And what's more productive than forming a business and like creating economic activity? And so like supporting them with like SBA backed loans, which are great. Like they're backed by the Small Business Administration. So there's a government guarantee. So for other people who don't know, right? They're backed by that. That's so, and it helps because it makes the loans less risky because they're starting up or something like that. Like that would be great. Like we want more businesses to start up, right? Like, and if like the thought against it is like quote unquote fraud, but we already have like ways to take care of that. People commit fraud. One, we can call back the loans, right? And also we could put their asses in jail, right? That the answer shouldn't be that we take away loans from a sector of these immigrant populations that are trying to be productive. But yeah, your thoughts.
What are your thoughts, Gibbs? You're a business guy.
On this specifically?
Yeah. You're a business guy.
I need more information, but I mean, first hearing of it, right, is just now. I'm a little bit torn, and maybe you could add more like clarification. I don't think I've ever had to deal with the SBA loans myself, but on one hand, I said the meta. I'm happy that it's shrinking government. I don't like my tax dollars going to shit. That's not whatever. So maybe I'm happy about that. But then on the other hand, like
your tax dollars might not be going to that. It's just a back loan. So like private lenders are giving the loans, and then the SBA backs it in case there's a default.
Yeah, they're insured so the lenders don't lose.
But by backing it, that means that your tax dollars will pay off the loan.
Potentially.
Also like
but statistically, this will happen to some percentage.
So like at the meta, like there's a lot of like parts of this I like not a fan of. Oh, my camera's gonna do some shit, but so like I like at the highest level, I'm already kind of against it, right? Because I don't like to hand the government in the fucking economy all that much. Then when I come to
tariffs,
so like no, with the SBA loans.
No, yeah, the SBA.
But I'm also not like a pure libertarian. So when I'm looking at this, right, and I'm going through it. Like there's some like the tariffs I think is strategic, there's examples, etc. But like I think that there are examples where I want the government to enact. And so I'm listening to this and I'm kind of going, okay, well, imagine if I was in another country, because I have like a business sales thing, there's other countries. If another country was like, oh, you can't apply for any government assistance or you can't use this system, it just makes it more unfair to you. But at the same time, if I'm pro-American, I'm like, okay, well, it's going to be best for us to do that, like kind of like pro-American. Don't let these people do it. Give it to American back people first if we're going to spend the tax dollars. So that makes sense. I think that I mostly like this at a first feel, but like just because it's pro-American,
like taking away the loans or like the loans?
I think taking it away because it specifically goes to all American-owned businesses, which just fits as America First agenda. I think like the reasons I don't like it, or because I think it gives the same reasons I like it here are the same reasons I don't like it overseas, because I wouldn't be like, oh, well, they're going to get these advantages I wouldn't get, because they're like local. But like since I'm here, fuck them. I think that's best, and I'll openly admit that. And so I think that, so like it's the same reason. Like, so like, I mean, I'm just going to be open about that. So I think at a glance, pro-America, I think that I'm going to say mostly for, but there might be.
Have you done an SBA?
I have not had to do anything with that. So
I support getting rid of it, by the way.
This is why I'm saying at a first glance, I'm pretty,
so,
but like, I could be swayed.
I'm curious what Hunter says about this. But I just want to take a beat to understand like what a pure like amoral and like self-centered character my friend Gibbs is, right? He says literally it's all my position is about like either it gets me advantage or not. If I was in England and it did the same thing, right? As an immigrant, he'd be against that.
I'll tell you what I would be against it here, though.
Putting the Englanders first. The English first.
This is, I guess, where I would have a problem with it. here, and this is like maybe the only reason I'd have a problem with it here, and it's going to be the same thing. Say Papa Gibbs wanted to bring, like, I don't know, let's say I had that, like, one of my leather people, and I wanted to promote him to an owner, and then we wanted to apply for an SBA loan. Now, I've never had to do this, so I don't know why I would do this, but say I wanted to do that, I wouldn't be able to, because now he's a green card, I have a green card holder on it, and so even my one objection is like a low level thing off the top of my head. So I still, yeah, I think, yeah, exactly what Prime just said. But yeah.
So let's hear from Hunter, then we'll go to Lactoid.
Yeah, sure. I hate taking like a left or right approach to this specific topic because I don't like the moralistic framework. I think that if this makes sense, if this increases GDP, then I'm all about it. I don't think that I think it's fine to have certain privileges that only citizens have access to, but I would bet quite a bit that the Trump administration is simply doing this because they don't like non-citizens having privileges and they kind of want to strip them away from it. But if the data points in the other direction, I go, that's fine. If it,
Would you guess there's any data being involved in this decision at all?
No, but that's
like,
what I'm. Yeah. So unless you can throw the data to show this, then I'm against the policy. But show me one statistic that this is a good idea, and I'm immediately swayed. But I would bet quite a bit of money that the Trump administration did not do that.
So before
is this from the Trump administration? Sorry,
it must
who
be.
implemented this?
The SBA.
Okay.
Yeah.
I also like. I like. Can I just ask one thing? I would like maybe. My knowledge of SBA loans, other than that they exist, is literally almost, I think, zero. Right. So I just maybe y'all can explain the parameters other than what has already been explained for getting an SBA loan, and how it's, because I don't know.
My understanding, and if I'm incorrect, and so I'm not pretending to be an expert here. My understanding is that you approach a lender and they say no, you're gonna start a business, right? They say no, but then you can go to SBA, and if you're eligible for requirements, they can go back to the lender and say we'll back this loan. So that it decreases their
Is it sort of like a co-sign type of thing?
It's not quite
like
that. There's
you got more information.
Yeah, there's a process that you go through. You make a determination from the word go whether you're going to go for an SBA or not, because you don't want to muddy the waters. And typically, the reason that you would go for an SBA is the requirements are much lower than a typical business deal, right? Where if I go in and I want to buy Gibbs out, let's say his business is worth $100 million, right? There's no bank on the planet that would give me more than $40 million or whatever to buy it, right? I would have to come up with at least 60 to 70 million of my own money through investors or other financing to get that. A bank would only loan a very small part of it. Now, SBA's on the other side of that. SBA will, first of all, they'll only loan up to about 5 million, 6. I've heard 6, and even a little bit higher, but not by much. They only there's a cap on how much you can borrow. The business, pardon me, the business has to have a very specific proportion of income, for revenue every year. It has to have,
just like in any other loan,
3 years of positive cash revenue, so that it can't have lost money significantly within the last 3 years. And there's some other things too, but basically what it allows you to do, if I wanted to buy Gibbs business and it was a $5 million business, and I would only have to come up with, say, I could conceivably come up with about $150,000 to $200,000 and buy his business, right? And there would be some other deals, like there would be some. They also want an owner, whoever's selling the business, they want them to have a cash note on it as well, so the owner has an interest in the business continuing to succeed, because they don't get paid out until almost the end of the SBA loan. So let's say that the way the deal would be structured is, if his business was $5 million, right? I would have a loan from him for, say, $500,000. That would be that would be written into the contract, but he wouldn't get even started paying on that until year year 10 or year 6 or something like that. And he would get most of his money up. So he would get 4.5 million basically at close. And I would have to come up with say $100,000-$200,000, whatever the bank wanted, based on my risk, right? What they assessed that, how much assets I have, how much experience I have running the business, and some other things. There's a calculator for that. And so it allows people who otherwise normally would not be able to buy a successful, functioning, running business. It allows them to buy it. And so I actually haven't really thought too deeply into the motivation behind this. I just find it very interesting.
Is it only acquisitions or
no? It's for other things. Like I'm looking up now. It's for other things.
Yeah.
It's for all sorts of
but no,
stuff.
he just gave an. But I think he just gave an example of a deal.
Yeah, I'm just giving an example. I'm not saying that every deal.
Just to clarify, Grid, because I think you brought this up. Did you mention that it was specifically for property? I think, was that a thing that you mentioned?
No, I mean it can cover like vehicles, property.
I don't mean the loan itself. I meant that text you got.
Right. It's your business, right? I'm sorry?
No, I don't mean the loan itself. I know it can cover a variety of shit. I'm talking about, didn't the message you got say specifically property though?
No.
Like, was that, am I wrong about that?
No.
Because I think, I think that when we talk about if it is just property, I think that's like, a fight against the China because they're buying land or whatever. And I think that's maybe a good thing, maybe not having foreign nationals own land.
SBA.
But it's just SBA as a whole. Okay. Well, I mean, even then, I think the same logic goes behind it, right? It's like you're trying to benefit purely American interests, right? Like, because you could be a green card holder and be like citizen of China or something and working against it. And I guess in theory is like kind of what I guess is the logic that I'm coming.
But you're bringing business to America.
I mean, listen, I'm sympathetic.
Literally hiring people. And like,
well, you're bringing business, but hold on. What he said is the prerequisite is that you wouldn't be able to get this otherwise, right? So it's like if you're bringing business, then why do you need this? Like, get like help from the government? Like, I want foreign nationals that already have the assets that wouldn't need the loan. I guess is what I'm saying.
It might. Hold on. Sorry. That's crazy. Hold on. But before then, I just want to. But before, hold on, guys. Yeah. Before then, I just want to. So our friend Bam knows what we're talking about. Grid.
You want me to read the email again?
Oh yeah, go ahead. Yeah, read it.
Yeah. All right. So I just got this today. What time did I get it? 4:10 p.m. That's an interesting timing. We are writing to let you know that the SBA issued a policy notice today that has surprised many of us because it changes a very long-standing rule that has allowed legal permanent residents, aka green card holders, to be the owners of businesses that obtain SBA loans. Starting March 1st, the SBA will no longer allow anything other than 100% ownership by U.S. citizens. Legal permanent residents will not be allowed to own any of the business for SBA loan eligibility purposes. And then it goes into if this impacts you or your expected cap table, and the bank already has your SBA loan approval number, your loan will be able to close. So if you're in process, you can do it. If your loan is in process and you are an LPR or intend to have some people who are LPRs in your ownership structure and no SBA loan number has yet been obtained by the bank, there may be only a small window of time to obtain SBA approval remaining. If you have any questions or require additional support,
I got what you're saying.
Exchange, please let us know right away.
Okay. Yeah, I think I kind of picked up after a minute. I was like, what are we talking about? And then I picked up on it. I think I'm probably pretty close to where Hunter was speaking. I think they're like, I don't have an issue with there being things that are valuable, like benefits of being a citizen of the country, even if there's like some potential trade-off, because technically everything comes with a trade-off. There's always some aspect of, like, if you do want one thing, there's some aspect of some group that could benefit from it, and then there's always that, like, that always has to be something to come into account. I'm not strongly in favor of it, just because I don't know how wide of a net is it going to hit, how many people like this is going to impact, what it's going to do to how it's going to affect the economy. I don't know. Like, I could see data that showed me like, oh, this is way too negative an impact to do.
So
but
are you for the SBA backed loans, or are you for taking them away from permanent legal residences?
I'm about to say I'm doing backflips on that middle line and any piece of information.
I think the grace period
other.
helps.
Okay.
He didn't say that the first time, but the grace period helps, right? Like I think that there's a window that you can still use it, and then it's like, oh god, it's a bit.
Yeah.
And then if you're already got
like
one,
like others, I'm curious. I could
Oh.
imagine that you don't like taking things away from permanent residents.
Absolutely not, and I'll go into detail on that in a second. But I'm gonna let other people in. But I will like go back into it. So we'll go to Lacto and Corey.
I'm just speaking like, do you? I'm about to say. Well, I know you're moving around. I'm just curious if you have a like. Do you find value in the thing I'm saying, like the principle of like, oh, there's benefits to being a citizen outside of just voting in federal elections. Like, you think that there's
like all like the benefits that citizens get. Yeah, like I mean like the access to like
Medicare.
Yeah, Medicare, a whole bunch of other stuff. Maybe primary.
But
unless if you ask Gibbs, Gibbs is like the illegal immigrants are taking their health care.
I wanted to say you beat
yeah.
me to
So
it. I
wait a minute. Wait a minute. I don't think prime. Yeah, you wouldn't want that.
Yeah, hold on, sorry. Okay,
I imagine like
let me
health
be very clear. Sorry. Let me be more clear about that. You're correct. I don't want that. I want to actually erase most of those advantages. I want more people to be access services within our nation. Like I don't see why we would cripple a particular portion of the population, right? Especially again, for fucking Republicans who are constantly fucking telling us about how all these people have to be productive, and they're literally trying to do exactly that, right? This is literally the American dream as it's formulated, right? Like in the mythos of what the American dream is, right? As a person coming from a foreign land, having a good idea, starting a business, and employing and becoming successful, right? That's literally the American dream as it's laid out, right?
Relate to the business. I'm just speaking to the principle of some things that are like citizen benefits. I'm wondering because you said it and then you thought about it. Really, like, well, actually, in every example,
you'll have to list a benefit that, like, I specifically don't. Would be against handing over, and most of them probably not actually. And I'm actually more extreme on this.
Yeah, so I don't think he's. I think he's
no. Wait a minute. The argument isn't that like, oh, it would benefit someone else to have it. Everything would benefit someone else to have it. But I'm saying that there should be a value of being a citizen.
Yeah, I'm not a privileged guy. You think you should understand about me, right? I'm not into privileges.
But you don't. But do you not want people to? Do you not want people that come here to seek citizenship?
I do want them. I see.
I feel like the way you have to incentivize that.
I see what you're saying, right? Like you want to incentivize. Well, okay, no, well, okay. So if we are going to have this divide, right? I'm fine with that. Okay, I can change my position on this if the barrier to becoming a citizen is radically lowered. Right, like if it was easy for those immigrants to come here, right, and do it the quote unquote right way, which is a bullshit statement, but to come here the right way and then become citizens and then access those benefits, well then sure, okay, right. But if instead we have the system,
I think it just depends on what the benefit is.
Why is it a bullshit statement to say they're coming in the right way?
First of all,
I caught that too.
We are on no problem. I'll explain it. Yeah, because this is a country based on stolen, genocided land, right? And then they tell others, right? Oh, hey, you're here illegally,
there's
right?
no borders.
Literally hypocrisy baked into the South country, right? And then a country that didn't have these borders previously, right? Now all of a sudden, really enforcing the borders only on one side of the nation, right? The one where the brown people come from. Interesting. Right, so yeah, we were talking about hey, what's the right way to come here? Like, yeah, I like reject that idea from the beginning, from the absolute beginning. But like, let's not get distracted by that, because you guys don't get distracted by that.
I find that really unhelpful.
I don't care. Don't get distracted by that, because it's gonna take away from the conversation. I'll be in a whole nother thing.
There's your line.
That's a good.
But go ahead.
Yeah, me and Gibbs finally.
Okay.
Yeah. We're surprised why people are against it.
I'll do a couple. Yeah, So, first of all, there is blood does not own land. It's not stolen land. Firstly, secondly, I actually have I have a personal interest in making sure as many immigrants get small business loans as possible, because I am a huge fan and customer of taco trucks. which are significantly better
Hell yeah.
in many situations than other restaurants, because when they don't speak English and it's going to be good. This has like consistently been my
What if they speak
experience.
Chinese, that not English?
Now,
Does that make the tacos better?
Well, they're not making tacos then. They're making also good food. Okay,
So
they're making also
English,
good food.
They're speaking a specific language.
Well, it's any language that I can't understand. The food's probably going to be pretty good, just statistically on my own sample size over the years. So I get the anger. I understand from a personal level. I don't want to limit this, but
let's not pretend you do.
But because I'm principled, I stick to my ethics. No, we shouldn't be giving people government-backed loans. We really shouldn't have the SBA existing to begin with, honestly. We shouldn't be giving citizens
he said it out loud.
If you're suggesting, if you're suggesting, if you're suggesting that like, we're going to limit it further, okay, I'm on board, because we're limiting it instead of expanding it. But I also I'm sympathetic to this idea that citizens do have, I think, some priority if we're going to have some kind of government programs and free money, which in this
privileges.
We're converting.
Yeah. So some kind of loans.
Then you don't allow people to be members.
I think it's reasonable for that to be the case. No, I want to just get rid of it, just to be clear. But if we're going to have it, I think it does make sense to limit it to citizens. And I don't think that's. What's next, right? We're going to start giving SBA loans to. What about illegal immigrants? I mean, why not?
Actually, we should.
I knew you would agree to that. I knew you would agree to that. So I threw that out there.
I appreciate Lactoid's position on this.
Loan to someone that we do not know their identity of.
We absolutely do know their identity.
Oh, wait, one more point. I actually have one more quick point of this.
Most of them.
I forgot to add this on. One more quick point. If they're citizens are probably less likely to send the money that they're making off the small business overseas via remittances. So more of that money stays in America.
But otherwise, I do appreciate your position for like not give this position. It's like discussing and immoral and just like what we can really expect from them. But your position, at the very least, is simply that you're against like government subsidies in general, right? True. And so like you want to take away all of them, and it's not particularly targeted. And what you're saying here is like, okay, I just want to shrink this program in any way possible, and hopefully one day get rid of it altogether. And so I can at least respect that, even though I disagree with it. It's nonsense.
I am personally suffering too. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Lactoid is
not
a subsidy.
I want to be really clear.
Everyone, hold on. Lactoid's being oppressed right now. He just wants to.
No, real quick. A government-backed loan is. I think I'm pretty sure a government-backed loan is a subsidy of a kind. I understand it's not like it's not specific. It's not like expressly a subsidy, but it is. You are giving.
It's economic.
There's a reason why.
We can squint our eyes and call it a subsidy.
Well, sure, you get a better interest rate, but like again, that's the reason why you're getting a better interest rate is because that loan is backed by the taxpayers. And I also want to say one more thing that I forgot, and this is a criticism I think of Hunter's and Bam's position of just like, well, let's just go off of I don't think the Trump administration did like analysis here. I think the burden of proof, whenever you're going to try to spend government money, I think the burden of proof is on you to justify that government money being spent. I haven't seen any studies showing that it's a good thing to give SBA loans to non-citizens.
Grid, what was your opinion?
Sure, I haven't looked into this.
So, I didn't give my opinion.
Maybe there is. I don't know.
And I actually, so I've used SBA loans. I'll continue to use SBA loans when available.
You got subsidies.
I don't qualify for them just because you can't make X amount of money. You have to have X amount of personal wealth and all of this other stuff. So
I took the STEMI checks too. I get it.
So but
Amen.
I liked it, but I have two problems, and I understand why they're doing this. It doesn't make good sense business wise to issue a high risk, low cost loan to someone who has no skin in the game, who is simply a legal resident that at any point in time can return to their country where we may or may not be able to legally go after the money. Sure. And this is the strongest argument against it. I don't know why you're laughing.
Then
Brian.
that's good because it's the dumbest
9,000%
argument.
Sure that's
it's
why
the
it
dumbest
doesn't
argument that's been put forward here, right? That's the stupidest argument. That they have no skin in the
There are
game.
way
So
dumber
If
arguments.
you're
There are
on,
way
we're
dumber
talking about.
arguments.
Hold on. To be clear, the people that we're talking about are
If you're ever
permanent
looking for a stupid
legal
argument, just look at
residents,
Gibbs,
right?
right?
No, they're not permanent. If they're
green
permanent
card
legal
holders.
residents, they're called citizens.
No, hold on. They're literally called permanent legal residences. Hold on. Read the letter again.
Wasn't that in the email?
It's not a
Read
permanent.
the letter again.
Yeah,
Read the
a
letter
green
again.
card can be yanked at any time.
Read the letter again. Read the letter again.
I understand what they call it, but a green
Yeah,
card can be
okay,
yanked
so-
at any
so
point
they're
in
permanent
time. Your
legal residents.
citizenship
Okay.
can
It can be
Ignore
yanked
your
if you disagree with
nonsense.
Israel.
We can ignore your nonsense.
legal
Okay,
permanent
whatever.
resident.
Any which way.
Right, sir.
Permanent
Wait,
legal
wait,
residents.
wait,
I'm
no,
gonna
but
go
you-
by. I'm gonna
you
go
can-
by the legal
Oh,
gotta say
term
Rosie
of the
O'Donnell.
permanent legal residents.
Wait, can't you revoke your own citizenship also?
You can give it
Oh
up,
wait.
but it can't be revoked.
Crazy.
Yeah,
you
they can't come
Not
and get
yet.
it. Well, there's
Not
very
yet.
niche situations
Well, yeah,
which they can
denaturalize someone.
yeah, they can denaturalize somebody. It's
Yeah.
very niche situations. But generally, if
and
you're a
the
citizen,
Trump
they can't take
administration
it. Aware of
is
his
trying to
situation.
Just wait till
expand that.
Trump revokes
He
the 14th.
specifically is
lawyer.
Well,
investigating
again,
individuals
it's
to expand
only for
that.
people.
That's what he
okay,
said.
right, but it's only for people who
Okay.
committed fraud to get their citizenship.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. The ones that committed fraud.
No,
Trump
he also-
administration
no, he
determined
wants to take
who was
it from
doing
Rosie
that
O'Donnell,
fraud,
too.
right? The Gestapo right now. Yeah, we'll do that. Okay.
Maybe Rosie O'Donnell lied. I don't know.
Ooh, Lactoid, is that
Anyway,
Mott's?
no, yeah, bullshit, right? Whatever. I don't.
Rosie O'Donnell
literally
is a famed
literally
liar.
lying about fucking what's her face? I think her name was like Lisa Cook or something, right? The Fed, not chairman, but like on the Fed board, right? That woman, the black woman, not surprised.
What did she
And
do?
talking about like she had. Are you not aware of this? What I'm talking about?
No, I'm actually not.
So if you she's
Trump
on
tried
the
to charge her
Fed
with
board.
fraud.
Yeah, they're trying to charge her with fraud. Like
Did she commit fraud?
She didn't commit fraud though, of course. But
you
like
know
that's how
this?
they're going against. You know how sorry, Gibbs, you can hear a lot of background noise. You know how he's been going around against Jerome Powell, right? Because he wants to lower the interest rates.
He's
and all
on his
that.
way out though. He's going to
Same
replace
thing,
Kevin.
yeah. But in any case, the point is like he's also going on Lisa Cook. It's part of the same process. Just like he went after Trish James, right? And also nothing there, right? Complete nothing burger. Amazing. Another black woman. Who would have guessed? But anyway, sorry. Bam, you want to say something?
Oh, well,
Yeah.
and as far as Lisa Cook, she didn't actually commit fraud. She just like in one of the many documents of housing, like applying for a housing loan, on one of the documents, she had checked off the box for primary resident and it ended up being her secondary. But there's like several other documents, official documents, where she marked it as her secondary residence. So he tried to charge her, like he tried to get her kicked off the Fed board and fire her, but that no judge took it seriously. But he attempted to. But I was actually asking Lactoid, is that Mott's apple juice? That was.
I'll have to look into this. Sorry, I'll have to look into
He'll
this.
find some way
situation.
to justify.
What was the last question you asked, Bam? If there is some justification, I'll find it. Don't worry. Sorry, I totally missed what you said again. I'm very.
Is this a conspiracy? I need that.
Conspiracy?
I need to know if you're drinking Mott's apple juice. This is very important to me.
Oh, if I'm drinking what kind of apple juice?
There's no way.
Mott's.
My guy. Okay.
That's a callback right there.
It's delicious. But it's also like full of sugar. It's a drug.
Well, hold on. Apple juice is naturally full of sugar, though. They don't add sugar to it. Just apples naturally.
Therefore, your body
That is the best
metabolize
flavor.
differently
That's
than
not
other sugar.
And that matters because it's like it's different.
Yeah,
So.
absolutely.
And does that-
Thank you. The nutritionist agrees.
No, I don't.
Yeah.
No, he already agreed. It's too late. Stop the count.
I mean, it literally has fructose in it. It's a sugar. But in any case, yeah. So, yeah, like we're talking about permanent. Sorry, we got distracted here. Permanent legal residents, what we call them. Permanent legal residents. I believe that's. If I could be wrong about
Okay,
this,
so
but
the
I'm
permanent
pretty
legal
sure
residents give up
that's
their passport to their home country.
That's
Like-
nonsense. That's like,
No,
like
those are
why
green-
would
they're
that
green
make?
card holders.
Sorry, I'm ignoring that because no, that's not a thing. And that
To be fair, I'm a citizen and I have multiple passports. Just to be clear. So
yeah, like exactly.
You traitor.
Passport. But I guess he doesn't have skin in the game, right?
He's
Yeah,
suspicious.
he's of Swedish and Canadian ancestry, right?
No.
And so I guess he doesn't have skin in the game.
Actually, only
anymore. Yeah.
Canadian.
That's-
revision.
Yeah,
Only Canadian.
the same. Hold on. Yeah, but that's actually a good point, Lactoid, right?
Yeah.
There are
Exactly.
Americans.
look, Epstein had
born
like
in
3
America,
passports, so I don't see what's wrong
right?
with it.
born in America who
You're using
Great
that
argument.
one of all examples to use.
Uh,
Epstein's the first thing that comes to your mind. Okay.
There are Americans born in America, right, who have multiple citizenships, right?
That's
so
true.
Would that also mean they don't have skin in the game? They also have other passports, and they can also theoretically go to another country at any point in time. So should we not give them loans too? Great.
Possibly.
Like I'm personally biased on this question. I don't know if I can really give an answer.
Well,
I'm sorry. Are you asking me if someone has multiple passports, should they not get an SBA loan? I don't know how how the bank would determine that. As long as they're a U.S. citizen and have a U.S. passport, then they're good to go.
Okay, so hold on a second. But no, the statement
I'm
you
sorry.
made previously
is that hard to
is that
understand?
they don't have.
I can speak slower.
Don't worry. I know you're trying to get a dunk here, trying to condescend.
No, you like freaked out. I was like,
I didn't freak out. I didn't freak out. I asked you a simple question, but you seem to misunderstand the question. So don't ask me.
I'm gone for 30 seconds.
You can catch it. Don't worry, I'll do that for you. Right? Hey, it seems like the point that you were making previously is that, like, using your words, right? We shouldn't be giving loans to people who don't have skin in the game. And the way that you illustrated this is that they have a foreign passport, which would give them the ability.
I didn't say that.
Yes, you did. You did say that.
I said that since they are not a legal citizen, there is the risk of them returning to their home country and not being able to be extradited by the United States of America. And therefore, that money would be.
Isn't that true of U.S.
So how would they do that? They would do that through a passport?
That's what I said. That
No, I can get extradited. I could get extradited.
You absolutely could.
Really?
Well, if I went to Sweden, part of it's because I'm pretty sure Sweden has an extradition treaty with America.
Yes, that would be
the so if I were to go there, they could totally. And by the way, I don't know if the U.S. really needs an extradition treaty at this point. I mean, if they can get Maduro, they can get.
Right. Well, there's that.
But even worse.
If we ignore law,
that brings up another point. Even if you're an actual citizen who only has one passport, right? At any point in time, you can go to any non-extraditable country, right? You can take the money and then run.
But if I'm a U.S. citizen and I run with the money, and the federal government will come after me and take the money back if it's enough for them to do it. Am I wrong about that?
Oh my God!
Not if I'm in a non-extraditable country. Because you can murder somebody and go to the right country, and nobody will come get you.
Yes,
Russia's pretty much
you are the one who set up this scenario that we're discussing right this second, right? You talk about going to a non-extraditable country, meaning, right, a country where the U.S. can't come and get you, right? Where you can put your money in some bank and they can't get to it. That's the whole point of bringing up non-extraditable countries.
Fair enough.
So
fair enough.
If you are
I'll answer that. Fair enough.
Okay.
I'll answer that. So there's a difference between being a citizen of a country where that government may not allow the U.S. to remove one of their citizens. Okay. Are you understanding that? Did I say that clearly enough? So, for example, if I were, I don't know what country, but if I were some other nationality, like let's pick China. Let's say that I was Chinese, and I came over here and I took out and I have a LPR card because I've been.
What does that LPR stand for, by the way? What's LPR stand for again?
Yeah, we've already gone over that, Corey.
So can you remind? I'm stupid. So can you remind me what it's
called? A legal permanent resident. But
okay. But I thought you were against that.
It can be rescinded.
Now
it can be rescinded.
Now you can actually say the words.
Yeah, it's fine.
Because you said LPR.
If I have that LPR and I'm a Chinese citizen and I take a loan and I spend all the money and I then say, you know what? I'm out of here. I don't want to pay any of it back. So I go back to China. Do you think I can be? You think China is going to help the United States, which they might actually, depending on what it is.
Not. We don't have a treaty with them.
And so if I go back to China, then you know what happens? The taxpayers are stuck with the bill for my money.
Oh my God!
Would you be in favor of?
No, sorry. I'm sorry. Stop. Grid. No, I can't let people move away from this. Grid. What are you saying to me? I kept saying, hey, yes, I understand what a non-extraditable country is. I'm saying that risk is for anyone. Anyone can go to a non-extraditable country, right? And then not be extradited.
Well, no, but those countries are
an American citizen. It depends on the case.
Those countries, they're going to deport them.
If I go to China and the FBI comes over and says, we want that motherfucker over there, the Chinese are going to be like, here he is.
I don't want him anywhere. I don't want him
yes
either.
And no. Hold on. Yes. And
Yeah,
no.
China's going to kick him out. The
No.
exception to this are people with like intelligence assets, so like Snowden.
Yeah, what
for
happened to Edward
example.
Snowden?
The Snowden, the Russians aren't going to send him. But if you're just some guy who got an SBA loan, there is no way they're going to help you.
Hold on. There are plenty of countries.
Yeah.
There are plenty of countries where you can go. Right, people literally flee
killed a cop.
murder. Yeah, they flee. This happens all the time. People flee crimes and they go to other certain countries. It might be not in all countries, and that's fair, right? But they go to other countries, non-extraditable countries, and they don't get extradited. They hide there the entire time. Correct?
But you're both right.
I'm not aware of that. I'm seriously not.
No,
the only example I can think of is Edward Snowden, but that's because he's an intelligence asset. He had to go to Russia because he's an intelligence asset. That's why Russia let him stay.
Can you give an example?
No, look up the story of, I'm about to say, it's Black History Month. Look up the story of Asada Shakur. Like, she killed the cop, honestly, in self-defense, but she did kill a cop. She went to Cuba, and we knew exactly where she was. ASSA.
Wasn't she?
So wait, I can speak. There's a bunch of people who have like committed pharmaceutical fraud or whatever it may be from Dearborn who will leave to Lebanon. There's no extradition in Lebanon.
Hold on. Am I crazy? But she was in prison, wasn't she, Shakur?
I just want to add this, but you're both right.
Gibbs, you're using the wrong mic or something. We can't hear you. Maybe
my bad, Grid. I thought you guys were talking about like extradition from other countries.
Yeah, hold on. Yeah, Cuba. Hold on. So she went to Cuba,
Cuba didn't think that she fucking did it.
No, I'm reading right here that she specifically was granted political asylum in Cuba. This isn't just somebody who scammed the SBA loan system. This is somebody who was like supposedly
right. She did something worse. Yeah, she committed murder.
Yeah, but she's alleging
Cuba wanted them.
Yeah, she's asserting that it's due to like some kind of it was a political. I guess I can imagine a scenario in which
with you, she's like, they're like, yeah, fuck the American cops.
Right, but I can imagine some scenario. I can imagine some scenario in which somebody takes out an SBA loan, and then the government comes after them, and then the person says this is actually all political, and then they go to some political adversary of the United States, and they grant them some kind of political asylum. I can imagine that scenario. But what I think Grid is talking about is not those kind of scenarios. He's talking about what's likely the much more common scenario of giving somebody an SBA loan, them failing at a small business because most of them fail, being unable to pay it back, and then skipping town. That's probably what he's talking about.
You know, anyone can technically
we know that's what we're talking about. That's but
going back to their country of
saying that anyone can do that. They are still already there.
Yeah, well, hold on.
Sorry. Do you want to say something, Gibbs? All right.
Yeah, I think that you're like kind of both right. You're both wrong at the same time on this, right? So, like, I'm thinking like McAfee. Y'all remember him? That he like went crazy at the end. Yeah, right. And like the U.S. couldn't get to him. They couldn't extradite him because the country wouldn't extradite. Right? McAfee,
John McAfee, the guy who the antivirus thing.
But they were able to go after his money, right? The IRS went like aggressively sought his money, and he ended up being almost destitute towards the end, right? They were like going after even these countries through like cyber shit, all sorts of stuff, right? I remember that being a big thing, and he was like, "They're coming for me," right? And so like there are ways they can go after him. They might not be able to get the person, but I think that like Grid and them are making a good point here in the aspect. Okay, if I go back to Belize, I think that's where he was, right? And I'm over there, and I'm a citizen of Belize, they're not going to extradite me to the U.S. for like a white collar financial like run out on pay. They're just not going to do that. Like it's just not worth it. It's not a big enough international incident, and then we're stuck on the hook. I mean, I think that is a problem, but like I think it's more of the like kind of thing that Hunter. Yeah, I agree with that. I think it's a problem
that you pointed out.
But I think that I'm more along the lines of the benefits of America.
Yeah, and then I said it was nonsense, and then you fought me on this entire time. That's what we've been trying to work out.
You don't think that's a problem at all? Like even if it's like 1%.
No.
It's not a big
I don't say that. I didn't say that. No. I didn't say that. Like that's not a possibility. Of course, anyone can commit fraud, right, or break a contract, or however you want to say it, right. That could be happen to anyone. In fact, that was my point. I said, hey, a U.S. citizen could do the exact same thing.
But they're less likely, probably, right?
They can't. Is it less likely? Because permanent legal residents are here to live. Right? Like they've gone through the entire process, the legal process to become permanent legal residents. It's a years-long process they went through, right? And so now the what's put forth as a reason not to give them laws is because these people are their connection to the U.S. is so tenuous that they might run away. These people
They need more
who probably
loyalty.
who almost certainly all the loyalty now.
Not
Yes,
enough.
now we have to worry about
Yeah,
those
more
loyalty.
loyalty.
Yeah, we don't. Yeah, we do
Aren't you less
loyalty
loyal,
checks for
Octoy?
citizens,
You're
right?
loyal
Because we assume
Absolutely.
citizens are loyal too.
I was
This
born
is
here.
nonsense. This is nonsense.
I
right?
swore an
This is-
oath
We
to the
should make them join
Constitution.
Canada.
Yeah, yeah, and they
Charter of
and,
Rights
and
of-
they'll do it too.
You
if
swore an oath
give
and
them,
you were born here.
Yeah,
Yeah, okay.
I know.
well,
I'm like extra
from his
patriotic.
Oh, because
when
you're a
he-
lawyer. Sorry.
Right.
when
He's
he
a
got,
lawyer.
What the fuck
when
are
he
you
got-
talking about?
when he got his citizenship,
The Pledge
right?
of
like,
Allegiance. You remember that?
from being Canadian to American, yes, he had to swear
yeah.
the oath, but agreed. Sorry, Hunter was wanting to say something. Want to get Hunter, and then I think Bam. Was
I don't know if I want to say it.
I did
All
have
I'll
my
say
hand
is
up
that
at
it's
some point.
fuck,
probably
I'm sorry,
it's
man.
It's okay. It's okay.
I'll go real quick. There's probably a likelihood that legal permanent residents are more likely to dip than citizens. I don't know. I'd have to see the data, but these fucking accusations and wild assertions are not doing anyone any good. And Prime is making me side with the conservatives, which I never really like to do. So
You do that.
Come join us.
I think he's
over to
a
the dark
liberal,
side.
so we can't expect anything better from him. But,
Cut a
let's
liberal
go-
You know
and
what?
a
We need to
fascist,
listen to a
please.
non-American. Corey, what do you think?
liberal, he's not. What I didn't
got
call
me.
him a fascist, but liberals are handmaids of fascism, but they're not fascist.
Oh,
They're
okay.
handmaids of fascism.
So what am I?
They're fucking collaborators, is what they are.
Really?
you're a
I'm
bitch,
collaborating
is what
with
I'm
Trump and shit?
They're
That's crazy.
Like,
I didn't know that.
I didn't say you were collaborating with Trump. I said
Wait,
they were
which
collaborators
fascist?
with fascism.
Look at Hunter playing dumb, pretending
Well,
like he wasn't doing it the whole
we'll
time.
go into it in a second. Hold on, I'm gonna go to Corey. No, I'll defend. Yeah, liberals are collaborators, right?
How?
Like, fucking Bam is a collaborator, right? And we've
What did
gone over
I
that
do?
before.
Collaborate.
Hold on
What the
one
fuck
second,
did I do?
Calm
Jesus
down,
Christ, Brian.
calm down. Don't worry, I'll indict your character later.
You support the system.
Get Corey in.
So maybe a quick question. So Gibbs, is like your primary objection to this is like, was it like essentially they don't have skin in the game also of like pretty much they're not there's no loyalty to the United States and therefore they don't have the
My objection?
yeah your objection like
I like, well, honestly, like, no, this is kind of where I'm like stuck. Like I said at the meta, I'm like, hey, less government interference. I like that. But and then like when I get down locally, if it would actually benefit us, I could be sold. Like if I thought the numbers were coming up together, hey, it would be better to let the green card holders have it. There's all the benefits and like the percentage of people that run off is X amount and it's so small that we actually make X amount. If I could be sold that, I could probably get on board. But like at the surface level, I think it's like America first. I can see the logic in it, like from that.
Okay, America.
I think it's a bit like I think that's where it is. I think it does give a benefit if we're going to spend this money to give it to like American citizens.
I just want to add on. Would it change? Would it change your position if you learn? I'm not saying this is the case, but let's say hypothetically, if you learned that all green card holders, 100% of them over the lifetime become United States citizens.
No, because I'm not caring about is the bottom dollar. Like it wouldn't matter.
Well, okay,
0% of them became citizens as long as it made America's the most money. I don't give a shit.
Sure,
like,
yeah, but but you also brought up this aspect of America first, as in like this should be for America.
Right.
So it's like
Yeah, so
I'm asking you. So assuming I understand there's an implicit assumption of like this is overall good. So assuming this is overall results in GDP increase, okay, and then also that green card holders, and I'm pretty sure based off of like just cursory stats. It's not 100%, but the vast majority of green card holders, I do believe, become full United States citizens. But let's say it was the case of like all green card holders become citizens, and then it's demonstrable that it leads to GDP growth. Would that make you in favor of it?
If that was the case, then I would probably not be in favor of this. If that was like demonstratable, like 100%. I mean,
not in favor of the revision. As in, you'd be in favor then of having
the
small business loans to green
yeah.
card holders.
Yeah, I would be more partial to it then. Yeah, because like I said, it's whatever the bottom line is best. Like for me, I don't really care about the citizenship aspect so much. I care about like the people that are citizens, like making the most money. Like the taxpayers getting ROI would be kind of my thing, my bigger issue with it overall.
Okay, all right, fair enough.
I'm sorry, quick question, and I'm like, do we all not hate the story like of people who have issues with with immigration and how it works in the United States? Do you all not personally hate the story of Melania Trump, just her rise to being the
I don't
first
really know her
lady.
story.
Walk me through it.
I haven't seen the movie yet, so I
No, I mean, this is
You won't find out.
I have a couple tickets to see it tomorrow. I'm excited.
Let me know. Let me know. Hey, let me know if it's
Why
good.
the fuck would I? Well, I'm a collaborator, so of course
I knew you were a collaborator.
Exactly.
I knew it.
It's amazing. Can we just observe the lighting that Ali has evolved to? Gone is the purple.
It looks good.
It banished the purple, and he looks
straight.
human. You look good, dude.
He always looked human, just to be clear. At least to my eyes.
Well, only when Connor's there.
You're muted, Ali.
You're muted, Ali.
Still
Fix
muted.
the camera and he fucked up the mic.
Oh no.
There you
Yeah,
go.
just spend the money somewhere.
This is sweet, baby.
Hell yeah, man. Thank you, Grid. I appreciate that. Respect recognizes respect, baby. You looking good too, man.
Oh, well, thank you. Yeah.
I gotta work on my backlighting. I gotta get together.
What happened to the? Why did you change from the purple to the orange? It's a great change.
I got this like handmade fucking Peruvian lamp thing, and it's orange. Yeah,
Nice.
so.
Yeah,
Nice.
that's
It
good.
looks great, man. Whoever did that for you, you owe whoever got that.
Shout
for you.
out to the wifey. Shout out to the wifey.
Shout out to the wife. That's right.
Women making our lives better all the time. Go ahead, Bam.
But yeah, just the concept of I believe she came to the country initially on a work visa. And it was actually an incorrect work visa.
Sorry, who came to the? I missed
Melania.
the first part. I do
Melania
Melania Trump. Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, she came to the country originally on a work visa, which was actually an incorrect categorization of visa for the type of work she was doing as a model.
Sounds like fraud.
I believe that that visa expired, and there was like a couple-year period where she was actually an illegal immigrant, overstated. Yeah,
undocumented immigrant. Excuse me. Undocumented immigrant.
She hung out. She's like because I think she did eventually get the right category of visa after a couple years for modeling. I don't remember.
Has there been any other first lady that I've seen naked? I don't think so.
Yeah, there's also I was about to say, but she did some.
Don't care about Nicki Minaj, so why would they care about a little bit of
software porn? She gets introduced to some, higher upper class
people, who allegedly said she's a fine piece of ass. I've heard. I don't know if that's actually true.
Were you there?
I mean,
she made nice thing to say about your future wife.
You have to corroborate the statement of if she's a fine piece of ass. Lactoids on it. Go ahead.
She looks pretty good for her age now. She was very attractive back then, for sure.
Very attractive.
Yeah. Right.
He said with a gleam in his eye. Yeah, very attractive.
Yeah, I have absolutely looked up the photos. Of course I have. Yes.
Yeah, 100% I have. Yeah, I've seen it.
Yeah. What am I gonna do? Not look at that?
It's not even about attraction. I just think it's crazy.
You could do that.
First lady naked. Or at least
why should that be crazy? Why should that be crazy?
Hold on.
I don't care how pro.
Why is it?
What
why
the fuck are we talking about? How crazy is it that we've seen the first lady naked? That's a weird thing.
It is.
Why is that crazy?
It's a little weird. It's a little weird.
It's no harm.
It's unusual.
No. It's unusual, but why is it crazy?
Because normally you would.
It would be like if we saw Trump naked. That would also be weird, right? It's just like you don't expect these people.
Crime against humanity.
I'm
not saying it's like a defining
There's different positions or different
disqualification. I'm just saying.
Yeah, it's a different position. Exactly.
No, it should be disqualifying. Like there's.
I don't know if it should be disqualified.
No, I'm saying even like this is as somebody who's as pro, pro love, pro sex work, pro all of these things as you can be. There's a reality of different positions should require a different state. If you want to be the president of the United States, you probably shouldn't have 34 felonies.
So do you think that sex workers?
Those are bullshit felonies. Come on.
But no.
And they say
intern
that
in the office in the Oval Office.
we're elitist.
That cool?
That's crazy.
No, it wasn't. He got impeached for it.
Wait, hold on. What does he have to do? Does he have to divorce her? What's the protocol here?
Where are we at on this?
Does she not get to be the first lady? What?
Degeneracy?
No, I'm not speaking to
you are disqualified.
The sex working, I'm not speaking to legally. I'm just saying that the position.
But hold on, what's more American than Marilyn Monroe? Everybody saw her naked. Would you tell me Marilyn Monroe would have been not the good first lady at some point? You're like, come on,
no,
yeah,
I don't.
JFK.
Cam says boobs are un-American.
Well, hold on. I just want
Bam,
to. Bam. Let me cut through this and let me ask a very direct question. You said that you think that the naked photo is disqualifying of the position of first lady. Did I hear that correctly?
Thing, but I'm just saying we should hold that. The president of the United States should be held to a higher standard.
So okay, you're saying that if the president of the United States is married to somebody where there's naked photos of her in the past, you think that like we should vote for somebody else?
Yeah, your president is married to an OnlyFans girl, is what he's trying to say. Your president is your conservative president is married to an OnlyFans girl, is what he's trying to say.
Hold on, I know, but I'm just asking, like, what's the actual protocol here? Like, if you're married to somebody, where they, like, we're not even talking about the president. What if married to somebody?
We could call them hypocrites without establishing that as our principle.
That's what you do.
That's crazy.
That's a weird principle.
We can call them hypocrites without establishing that as our principle.
No, but what if Johnny Sins like wins office?
Yeah.
Should he be like disqualified?
Johnny Sins? I don't know what that is.
Famed pornographic actor.
Famous porn star.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Literally like
can we like? Are we saying that's
it'd be weird?
But is that the best we can do?
Maybe he's got great policy. You don't know.
You are not as pro-sex worker as you think you are.
I haven't heard what Johnny Sins' position is in the economy yet.
And Bam, hold on.
What have you heard from him? I want to know what you.
I haven't heard anything about Johnny Sins' political platform. Maybe he's got a really good platform. I don't know.
What in general, aside from his policy?
I don't like watching that kind of.
Donald Trump is in office right now.
Clearly,
he shouldn't be
doing the best that we can do, right, has never been a criteria, right? We elected George W. Bush, right? Doing the best we could do.
I understood George W. Bush. Or George W.
Okay, the one who like lied us into multiple wars.
Absolutely fit.
We didn't know that before fucking electing him.
Well, we did know the second time.
No, George W. Bush fit the pedigree.
I don't think
I would
the
pick for a president.
report was out that he had lied yet.
Where did he go to?
I see what you're saying. Okay,
people at the time, people at the time were questioning that data, right?
Oh, they were
at
questioning
the time
it.
they were doing this. People were
bad.
dumb. Like, oh my god, Hunter.
I wish you'd just been honest.
You're like you're even poor for a liberal.
Wait, hold on. I fucking hate I hate George W. Bush more than you can fucking imagine. But your points are dog shit, and so I'm gonna criticize that.
I know. Oh yeah, you hate.
I fucking hate George W. Bush.
Good work.
I think he's maybe worse than Trump.
I didn't say you didn't. Yeah, arguments are shit.
George Bush
far
is
worse than
fucking
Trump.
Hilarious. Okay,
Bush has been vindicated in the last 20 years.
I yearn for the days of Bush.
He's been vindicated. Iran's the weakest civilian in the
George
I rewatched that video of him getting the shoe thrown at him, and what he said after was so
awesome.
diplomatic. And he said, "You know what? This is a sign of democracy. This is America right here." After the shoe, you know what?
He got him released.
I fucking miss him now. I love George Bush. Okay,
he got the guy released.
He had some charisma. He had more charisma than people remember.
I'm saying that like George W. Bush.
That's an interesting purity test going on.
Yes, we should purity test the president of the United States. Why can't we purity test
JFK had a secret tunnel to go bang chicks in, like, and then and LBJ was literally getting BJs in the Oval Office, just like
as a president. You don't want your president getting blowies in the Oval Office.
Why be president if you can't have a secret tunnel to go fuck bitches? Like, honestly, like, what's the point of being president? Like,
I was gonna say that. I was gonna say that.
I'm a family man.
Hey Bam, if we found out that a U.S. president cheated on their wife, right? Like, should
it would be more odd if they hadn't.
I would agree on that. But yeah, so Bam, like, if they have infidelity, should we not vote for them later on, just no matter what the politics may be?
I think it would be a massive blow. I wouldn't say like it's completely like you're. I think you're at the position of it doesn't matter. Like you're like oh, it doesn't matter what they do. But
I'm encouraged. If the president doesn't cheat on his wife, is he a real man?
I don't know. I think the president of the United States should be held to a like you're talking about, like, why are we purity testing? It could be anybody. No, we should have a standard. It's like,
but there's
I agree with you, Bam. I agree with you. I agree with you. However, the fact is that powerful men attract women and they fuck them. That's what happens. And I mean, look, I hate it too.
Thank you for explaining that.
I bet you hate it a lot.
Degeneracy, but that's what happens.
Less for me.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on. There are definitely presidents that haven't cheated on their wives, though.
Who?
Like George Washington, maybe?
I think it's
maybe FDR.
Obama for sure cheated.
Wait, I'm
on
about to
his
say no.
Maybe.
I'm talking.
I don't. You know,
Wait a
actually,
minute.
I don't know why I'm making this.
I believe that rumor about
no,
Obama and Jennifer Aniston. 1,000,000%.
This isn't even about partisanship. Like I hate his politics. Mike Pence has the pedigree of someone that to be respectable as
that guy has never cheated on his wife for
He's
sure.
That's true.
That's true.
Mike Pence is a
He wasn't
freak, and you
president.
say
He
you say that
president.
that freak Christian nationalist. That's
he won't even be in a room alone with a woman.
Okay.
No, I know. He's a psycho.
This is
Yeah.
like
That's a bad sign.
But he's never cheated.
Right?
I don't believe it.
The positive
like he has
man.
a moral compass.
You're not going to find him on the Epstein flight log.
He calls.
You're also
his
not going
wife
to find him as
mother.
president.
He calls
Yeah.
his wife mother. Right?
Well,
That's what he does.
No.
In public.
Okay.
He calls her
But-
mother.
I think
that-
Look it
but
up.
hold on,
Look it up.
hold on.
It's an old
Look
school
it up.
thing.
I don't
Spend
want
your
to just
time
like
doing that.
hold on.
Go ahead.
What is
I,
it,
not
Floyd?
an old school
I want to
thing.
just hold on. I think this is important though. Like there's like maybe a certain like identity to being an American, right? And I think that's somewhat important. And it might
Like,
sound
well,
dumb,
you
like the basis, but like when you that's fine. You can say that, but I think there's a value in like having a persona as like a people, right? And I think like part of this is you like America is known for kind of being a little bit wild. A little bit having like aggressive, a little bit unpredictable. And like I know that like people that don't like Trump don't like this, but like he's not the first one. Bush was like this. Obama was like a kind of dominant personality. All these people have this like personality type where it's like, oh, they might be, a little bit edgy, might not know what they're gonna do. And I think part of that is the like attraction. You don't want some like person like Pence up there. Could you imagine Pence's interactions with other world leaders? Awful. That's not gonna represent what America is. But like someone that's like, oh yeah, well I have anything under the sun.
What the fuck are you talking
I'm trying to
about?
imagine
Can I
turning down pussy.
There are plenty of presidents that have operated in that way.
Trying to see any of you
Can I say one thing?
turning down pussy. Any of you.
I mean, I will because
I get we're doing the
Yeah,
jokes, but I'm like, all seriousness, like I don't know what, like, why do we don't have a standard for the president of the United States?
There's no evidence that Mike Pence calls his wife mother, by the way, according to my quick search.
Article that allegation.
Cites an anonymous source that is denied, and there's no hard evidence.
That's not no evidence. What are you talking about? Like most of the sources we when we're talking about government,
He denies it. He said it's not true.
What's wrong with
Would Mike Pence lie? This guy. Hold on, Prime. This guy held our democracy together. Despite the fact that his life was on the line, and you're going to call him a liar? Are you going to call him a liar? Prime.
What did he hold the democracy together against?
Nancy Pelosi.
Now,
Fuck off. Oh God,
Sorry,
that really pissed me off.
I asked him the question because Lockdoid said that Mike Pence held the democracy together, and I asked him, well, like, what did Mike Pence hold the democracy together against? As in, what was he opposing? And typical Lockdoid, he weaseled out because he has no backbone whatsoever.
That's true. Let's go to our friend Gibbs.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm gonna tell everyone to show up at your house and start harassing them. And
Like,
go in.
but like, have y'all seen the movie?
Because I guess that's cool now, right?
Like what we're heading towards.
No one's illegal on stolen land, I
Like,
guess.
oh man, he's so cool, bro.
This is why that fucking slogan
Why is the
sucks.
president a dude, bro? Why is that okay with us?
But why do you not want it to be?
I don't know why.
What is?
I want the
But
president.
hold on, what is
I want
the
the president to be the best.
I want to be.
agree
I want
with
to be the
the
American.
presidential.
I want to be the American the Japanese think we are.
Right? Like I want to be Bandit Keith, bro. I want to be fucking El Jefe, a cowboy, bro.
You want to be Joey from Yu-Gi-Oh?
Yeah, Doc Holliday. I don't want fucking like I don't know.
Fucking
the
Wayne.
Even the Cowboys we respect.
And Doc Holliday died pretty young.
Even the Cowboys that respect are like
Neither
the
here nor there.
upstanding.
No, Gibbs,
Like,
all you
really
want
is
is
with
this
the
power
code.
fantasy. It's like you
No, I
just
don't want
want
a
the
power
president to look cool, and you're like, hell
I mean, that
yeah,
matters.
I'm
It matters.
American.
Gibbs,
You can say
president
that.
was
It
Dwayne
matters
The
how
Rock
that-
Johnson.
Why is Putin popular? Like in other countries?
Is he popular?
Because he
Yeah,
fucking
places.
forces the
Because he's-
elections to go his
because
way.
he's got
I
charismatic.
think
He's like,
Putin- I
oh,
think
he
Putin is a man
represents
of
like a
standard and
Russia,
rules.
like what, like value system. Like he like embodies this, right?
This is
Like,
the most
he-
un-American bullshit I've ever fucking heard.
I don't like Putin. I think he's a bad guy.
No, Gibbs
I
is
hate
spitting.
Russia.
Let him talk.
But I think that when he sits there and he goes, well, what do you think of Russia? The Great Bear. Putin's a good representation of that in a
Putin's not
presidential
off the
form.
cuff
Like,
wild guy.
okay. Wait, look at why don't we go to
That's
the
why I
Middle
love
East?
Trump.
Let's go to the
You
Middle
gotta
East. We can look at the
understand.
Saudis. Why do the Saudis make die? Well, cool. They live this lavish, larger in life lifestyle, bro. King Abdul or whatever his name is having a good time, right? Like it's like these guys have this persona. Like I mean, no, I'm not saying no, but I'm saying they represent what their country is, right? And they're like an embodiment of values. But if we put some pussy up here that's afraid to be in a woman or a room with a woman, I'm sorry, that's not America. Nobody gonna take us seriously.
I mean,
just like
JFK
Biden.
Marilyn
That's
Monroe.
I think that's what Biden was so bad
pretty
foreign policy wise, in my opinion, because he was dementia-ridden. Nobody wants the dementia-ridden guy. Maybe Biden in his prime would have been fine, but now bad. But we need somebody like a John Wayne. Y'all mentioned this earlier.
Like a Donald Trump,
a Ronald Reagan, a Donald Trump. We need. I don't know. I mean,
I don't even understand your perspective that you think that.
I think he's fine. Like I think he had that dangerous.
Wait, I'm about to say Ronald Reagan.
I endorse everything Gibbs just said.
Yeah, you need some like embodiment of America.
Ronald Reagan's pedigree was pretty traditional, upstanding, like man.
Yeah.
Like I don't even know who you think Ronald Reagan was.
Yeah, Reagan.
Again, this is somebody who hates his politics.
Yeah, but listen, I understand that.
Ronald,
but you had the
Ronald
movie
Reagan
star
was,
persona,
quote,
like
the best of us with horrible.
but listen, you can pick leftists in there. Like I mean, even left-leaning leaders. Like I mean, like I'll say Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton's about as American as it gets. I got a blowjob in the office, and I handed people ass.
Rhyme, how do you feel about
that's that's pretty American.
Leftist?
I mean, he was a moderate then at the time. Like
I do agree with you, Bam. I mean, I agree with you. On principle, I agree with you. But I just also accept the reality that powerful men fuck women. I just accept that.
Well, no, that's not what he's saying. He's saying as conservatives. I think he's saying as conservatives, right? Like, what is Donald Trump? How is Donald Trump anything representative of like the conservative party, right? If the conservatives are like the religious Christians, right, the American, right, the traditional value, like people, Donald Trump doesn't represent any of that. If anything, he's represented throughout his entire life, like left-leaning values and like degeneracy. Right, and then like on top of that, the guy that you voted for while your ilk is kind of arguing for traditional values and America going back to traditional values is married to a model only like who posed nude. Right, he himself has like a slew of shit, and if he's not really acting in a conservative manner. Yeah, and so like you guys keep defending
the George W. Bush, George W.
Defending
Ollie, was Bush Jr. like George W. Was that a personification of like living the value system that you're arguing that Trump doesn't? Because
I think George W.
I think Bush Jr. at the time. I think
that's good because Bush Jr. did cocaine and ran a car through a strip club.
Yeah. When he was in college, but while he was president, going through one of the most a lot of turmoil. But the guy, a lot of turmoil, huh? He got New York hit and still managed to be presidential and diplomatic, still managed to get up there and say, no, the Muslims aren't our enemies, blah, blah, blah. We got a shoe thrown at him while he was trying to do, I don't know what the fuck.
I like Bush too. He's one of my favorites.
Whatever the fuck it is. I'm saying as he was president, held decorum, right? Like in the same way that like people look to like Obama, right? Obama, you can say like the deporter in chief. He was droning all this, but like the persona that he had, the presentation that he was like of a diplomatic, classy guy, and that's kind of what Bam is. At least that's what I think he's saying.
Yeah, y'all are being elitist.
That's
even
exactly
Bush is elitist. You're being elitist, is what y'all are saying. Y'all just hate Americans. Y'all just hate like
people
that.
For sure, 100%.
Maybe I do.
That's like actually all I ever do.
Yeah, this guy is. I agree with you. Trump's a train wreck on a lot of things. I mean, he's not the ideal Republican candidate. Nobody's ever said that. Like I have a lot of problems with his personal life. I have a lot of problems, but he was the best we could get.
See,
we couldn't get anything.
No, Grid.
Biden up there has had a blowjob since Dutch was invented.
Grid. The problem is he said he's the best we could get, but everyone else was holding him up. Wait, but everyone else. But everyone's holding him up as the best of all time.
No, nobody. Okay, who's doing?
Not everybody. Some people are.
Who's doing that?
I think if you go down, hold on.
Ratio. Give me a ratio of MAGA who thinks that Trump is the greatest of all time versus people who really don't like Trump. What's the ratio there?
Probably a poll on
that. No. If you just look at the customer list of the Trump shoe, you're probably going to get like a pretty close list of people who think Trump is the best of all time.
Gibbs, is he the best of all time?
No, but that shoe was pretty fly.
That shoe. That's why I said pretty close. There are some that shoe is fly as fuck. That's true.
Yeah. It's an ugly shoe. No.
Trump is not an ugly shoe at all.
It's a good shoe.
I'm not a fan of
gorgeous
shiny
shoe.
things. So it's like,
You're just not don't have style.
Gaudy, bro. I'm not gaudy. Trump is gaudy as
better style
fuck,
than you.
bro.
No.
Trump is gaudy as fuck,
I'm
bro.
trying to answer the Grit's question.
Sorry, Bam.
What
Home Depot gold everywhere.
I can't hear you,
Republican
man. I'm
has
sorry.
ever had
Yeah, Bam,
higher-
go ahead, please. Try it again,
Yeah,
Bam.
Grit. What Republican has ever had a higher approval rating within the Republican Party than Donald Trump?
Oh,
Like
I have
it's
no
not
idea.
just like we deal with him.
Ronald Reagan.
He's the highest ever.
Well, yeah, Reagan.
I think
think so.
Reagan probably had. Yeah, I think so.
I don't within the Republican Party.
Let me look it up. Let me look it up.
I don't know if Donald Trump fell below.
I will
don't honestly
consult
care
the
much
mighty
about
dork.
people
Give me 1
ratings.
second.
I don't know. I honestly don't know.
And that's doing a January 6th. That's being all over the Epstein file. That's
Yeah, you got to say the way, like it's the way that it's the way that when Lactor talks about anyone in the Democratic Party, they're like the worst person ever. But then when it gets to Trump, it's like, yeah, I don't really agree with everything that Trump does. When it gets to Trump, the blows
I
get
didn't
softened.
like how he raped that woman.
Those blows get softened when we're talking about Trump, but when we're talking about everyone else, it's these motherfuckers need to burn under the jail in hell. Like,
I don't say
man,
that.
I disagree with some of the
Stop.
policies,
I wish
man.
you
I
would
didn't
say
vote for
that.
everything, man.
Floyd just tiptoes around.
Adds more
things.
salt to boot.
He tiptoes
Yeah.
around. things.
Bro, whoa. When have I said that a Democrat should burn under the jail? Come on.
I'm saying that's the general tone you speak of, like the Democratic Party in the left.
Yeah, because they're worse. What are we going to say? Like they
Yeah, but,
support
like,
a
I
power
mean, like,
structure
listen, bro.
that is worse.
The two devils are in front of you, and you're like, yeah, but this one's on my side.
And one is worse. Yes, I'm looking at two devils, and
because
one is
they're on
worse,
your
and I'm going to be a
side.
little more critical of that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, 100%, 1,000,000%.
Okay, why don't we move on since we're deep in Trump talk? Why don't we move on to the actual topic? Okay.
Why not?
But this has been a fun, like as usual. This panel provides, and thank you, Grid, for bringing up that letter. It was good content there, so thank you so much for that. But as usual, this panel provides. All right, I'm looking for content. You guys don't miss. Hey everyone at home, thanks for being here.
Reagan had higher, by the way. Just to be clear. Go ahead. Sorry.
Per capita?
Yeah, amongst Republicans, he had a higher percentage.
You're really stretching sociology.
Well, per capita matters because there's less people.
Per capita for
actually I don't care.
For percentage support.
I
was just throwing out per capita because it's funny.
It's a
to
meme.
say.
It's okay, Ollie. It's okay, man. It's okay. We got you, bro.
And Prime just ran with it. He's like, yeah, it matters.
No, it can matter.
Space King.
Hold on.
Wait,
Of course it can matter.
What
Of course it can matter. Hold on. If at some point
The level of approval per person
was 10 people, right? And then you said, well, someone got 100% approval, and it was 10 people. Then you're like, oh yes, this person got 100% approval from 10 people. Of course it matters. There's a massive population growth.
How
right?
do you do
You
per
can
capita in
population
terms of approval
adjustments.
rating?
Because what I just said.
Love when my comment stirs.
If they're let's take an example. Hold on.
What the fuck are we talking about?
Hold on.
I think
I know you
Ollie's
can
drunk.
understand this. Hunter, I know you can understand this.
I'm stoned.
Hunter, don't worry. I'll break
He's
it down.
Muslim. He
I
doesn't
know you
drink.
can understand that, right? 100, right, per capita, per 100, right? No, there's 1,000. Excuse me, 1,000, right? Per 1,000. If the Republican Party, right, at some point, let's pretend, is 1,000 people, right, and those 1,000 people support one individual, right? 100% approval, right? And then we're comparing that with another statistic, right? In which a person got 100
out there tonight. I'm trying not to piss you off.
80%
Sorry
approval,
about that,
right?
tonight. I
But
was just
that
joking
sample
around.
size or the demographic being measured, right, is 1 billion people.
Anyway,
Well, then
this
yes,
has been
there's
fun.
more
I just
support,
kept
right?
throwing
Like
grenades and they kept going off, and they kept having. I kept having
more
fun with it.
meaningful that you got like
real debate's
80%
about
of
to
a
start,
billion,
so go
right?
find
Rather
people,
than
tell them to get over
100% of
here.
1,000.
Tell a buddy, bring a friend.
But
Let's get over
per
here.
capita would be 100% and 80%.
Let's get the numbers up. And
because if you wait, hold on. What would the percentage be then? 100% of 1,000 people. That's 100% of people. You divide one
I
by
understand how
4,000,
percentages
and that
work.
comes out as 100%.
I understand that.
So
I'm
how do
saying,
you
hon,
even do
it's
it per
more
capita of
significant
approval rating?
Because it's more significant when you have more people behind you. If there's a
That's
significant
fine.
difference
How
in
do you gauge that?
population.
How do you even gauge that?
You
can't
by
just
comparing
divide that
by
kid
comparing
that,
the population, the numbers in the population. That's how you
guys
would
know
do
that kid that
I
failed
divide
per
second grade
capita.
math.
I don't even understand how you
That's
could
him
divide
right
it.
there.
This is a
That's
good
him
topic.
right there.
It's
Second
okay.
grade math.
Blackjoy, can you tell us about per capita?
Prime, I love you. I do think you are misunderstanding
second grade
a little bit here. In this
per
discussion.
capita is per thousand.
That's what's going on right now.
It could be per 100 per. It's about like for like.
Yes.
Per person, what is the So when you're looking at like an approval rating per what's the approval rating per capita doesn't really make sense.
No, not approval rating per capita. I'm saying that like what
how many people approved of
but that's not necessarily
total number of
Reagan
people
then
relative
versus
to
how many people
population.
approve of Trump now? Is there more people if you compare the numbers that approve of Trump comparative to the people?
But that's
who
what a
approved
percentage
of,
is.
That's what a percentage already is.
I was just throwing it out there.
What a percentage
Okay, that's
fine.
fine.
Right, that's
that is no. Hunter's right. That is what a percentage is because it's a
Oh,
percent
it's
of the
phone
number.
trolling. It's okay. He
No,
was stoned and he was
hold
trolling.
on. But you can have different like a percentage of what number, right? If it's a percentage of 1,000
Republicans.
Talking about
compared,
sample size.
I know 1,000 Republicans or 1 billion Republicans, right? That would be different.
It would be.
But how would you measure that difference?
It wouldn't be.
Wait.
But it doesn't
He's
matter.
saying it's harder to gain the approval of 80% of 1 billion people than it is 100% of 1,000 people.
Yes, that's
right?
fine.
And
how do
so
you measure that?
That's still not understanding per capita.
If there, well, sure. But he's saying so. Like, if back then, let's just say there were only like 10 million Republicans at the time, versus now there's like 100 million Republicans at the time. Does Trump still have less numbers?
I totally understand the question, but what you're saying is do it per capita. That's what the percentage is.
It's also. I just want.
It's dividing by the amount of people that exist.
I hate let me address Ali's question. So firstly, it's about we're asking the percentage of Republicans. Your point that there's might be more Republicans now because of like population growth compared to before. That's not really helpful here because you could make the argument that like Trump could have a 40% approval rating, and as long as there's enough more people, then he could have more Republicans that back him. But that's not really like an accurate snapshot of the country, right? We're looking at a percentage of Republicans that exist. What percentage of them support the president that they live under? And what it seems to be is that a higher percentage of Republicans supported Reagan, who had astronomically high. He was in the high 80s, 90s. He had astronomically high approval ratings amongst Republicans. Trump has decent approval ratings amongst Republicans,
sure he's 80s
but
and 90s.
not. I think he's 70s and low 80s compared to Reagan's
right
high
now.
80s, 90s.
Like at currently, he may be, but I think his average is going to be way higher than that.
Gork says no.
Gork.
Sounds made up.
Well, shit. All right.
The Oracle has spoken.
The Oracle of Gork.
The conch.
Thank you,
Gork,
Elon.
magic conch.
Thank you, everybody.
That's good for
but
you,
anyway, so let's go back to it. Support the channel. we didn't even get that far. Support the channel. Follow the channel. Whether you're on Twitch, YouTube, or Kick. Super chats are welcome. We will put your super chats up on screen. I will have a conversation, right? Maybe I can explain demographic differences to our our guests again, and statistical anomalies. But it's okay. But thank you, everyone, so much for being here and supporting us so far. We'll jump right into the topic. And you guys can do your opening statements and intros at the same time. Okay. The topic is, which I don't even have it up. Topic. Last Wednesday, the FBI conducted a raid against the Fulton County Elections Office in Atlanta, Georgia. This was part of Trump's ongoing probe into alleged irregularities in the 2020 U.S. presidential election. Critics have said this is an attempt to intimidate voters for the upcoming midterms. Some say that this may even be a part of a plan to wrest control of strategic counties from local authorities and hand it to either federal or friendly Republican state leaders. And are you in support of this investigation? Should the government be using such tactics? Are the fears of local election officials valid? Is this an example of Trump being a sore loser? Do you think that there was 2020 election interference that changed the outcome of the race to begin with? I imagine most people who are watching this are aware of this happening last week. But the FBI came down, right, in force on this election office, and this video of them taking a bunch of boxes outside of this office / warehouse, and many people believe this is a big problem. For one, they feel like this is a continuation of one of Trump's many grievances. They feel that this is a distraction. They feel like this is an overstep of federal government's power, and they feel that this is a step to undermining our elections, especially with the midterms coming up, as an act of intimidation. So I really want to hear what you all think about this. I think that this topic touches on a lot of different things, and in terms of election integrity, in terms of where we should, what should the limits be of an FBI investigation, which has come up many times before, right? Like how far can the DOJ go to run an allegation down? There's been debate on both sides of the aisle on that. Does this make you trust or distrust the president more or less? Let's go to our friend Lactoid.
So one of the things that during the 2024 election, or really leading up to the 2024 election, one of the things that I was challenged on a lot was whether or not Trump actually believed that the election was stolen. Because one of the arguments was Trump doesn't actually believe this. He didn't actually believe it in 2020. This was just him trying to bold-faced steal the election, right? He didn't actually believe anything about it being stolen. That was simply a pretense to do what he actually believed, which was that, he doesn't believe in democracy. He wants to usurp the government, all that stuff. I didn't believe it at the time. I said all the evidence appears to demonstrate that Trump actually does believe that the election was stolen from him. All of his private phone calls, the actions that he took, indicate that he genuinely believes it. And it seems as though the actions after he's even been elected are continuing to demonstrate that fact. If he didn't believe it, it'd be super easy for him to just simply drop it, or even something would have come out potentially indicating that he doesn't actually believe it. But this guy, here he is, still looking into Georgia, and here we are 6 years later. So I think he believes it. I think he genuinely believes that the 2020 election was stolen from him, and he does have a bit of a vendetta complex, and he wants to look into it. I'm not opposed to just looking into shit, as long as that's what we're doing, just looking into shit, no harm, no foul. If they look into shit and there is nothing there, I think that should also be stated. And then perhaps that'd be good reason for perhaps him to drop it. But if there is something there, then that's going to be pretty crazy. And that's going to just sort of change the overall dynamic of everything. So I'm sitting and waiting to see what is discovered, if anything. But not necessarily opposed to, taking a look. But I think the main takeaway here is, you can say that Trump is vindictive and that he's, obsessive about a point that doesn't really matter anymore, which is true. But the dude genuinely feels like the election was stolen from him.
Okay. Let's go to our friend Hunter.
Hello. I'll say a few things. The first is that Trump simply could have waited for the copies to be accessible to him. He accessed the FBI to take these documents to ensure that he could have the originals. To me, that screams, I don't know why he would do this, but the only thing that I could come to the conclusion is either one of two options, which is the first is that he's going to edit these original documents, or the second is that he is going to be a little bit vindictive about who didn't vote for him. To me, the second seems a little implausible because going after individuals seems highly unlikely. But he is reticent to attack states who didn't vote for him, We can look at Minnesota. We can look at Georgia, the way he's sort of strong-armed them as states. I think that we should be concerned about this for a number of different reasons, but I also think that anyone who claims that the 2020 election was stolen is dumb, is a stupid person who doesn't like evidence when it doesn't go their way. Donald Trump specifically had to fire, Barr and Chris Krebs and a number of different individuals who told him that this was not an issue. I definitely want to bring up the Georgia call that he got nearly impeached over, or he did get impeached over, and there was a lawsuit over. But yeah, I think that's about it. I think Donald Trump's a fascist who wants to control the election. Oh, one more thing. Sorry. I think that he's worried about the midterms coming up because I think he knows it's going to be a bloodbath for the Republican Party. His approval rating is very low. And I think he knows that the Democrats are going to swing really heavily. There's been a number of different moments in the Texas primary where something that was, I think, 17 points went to Trump, just swung for a Democratic senator. And I think he feels the writing on the wall. So he's trying to strong arm different counties right now. And I find it pretty abhorrent.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to our friend Corey.
Well, I'll keep it short to get to the open. So pretty much just stick to the prompts. Am I in support of this investigation? Sort of like, well, somewhat similar to Lactoid in terms of like, on paper, I'm not opposed to it in terms of looking into it. But then what I expect is like, well, I think Trump has already said, although correct me if I'm wrong, of like he expects prosecutions to be coming down the pipeline. So I expect that to happen then. But then if that doesn't happen and it's looked into and nothing is found, well, then I expect him now to no longer say that the 2020 election was rigged, right? Because like it's pretty much like, directed by him, right? That they're looking into it. So like in the next 1 or 2 years, assuming the investigation doesn't take forever, but I assume it is probably going to take forever, okay? And it's probably just going to be swept away. Nothing going to come out. He's still going to continue that same talking point. But I have a little bit of an expectation then. You're looking into it. You're doing the investigating. I think you've explicitly said there's going to be prosecutions. So then if that doesn't happen, then his position should change, presumably. Now, should the government be using, but at the end of the day, I am highly suspicious of the tactics being used here. Should the government be using such tactics? Like, again, on paper, I'm not opposed to it. Let's just say, I would not necessarily be against, let's say now when Democrats are in power, them doing the same thing. I'd be curious to see how Republicans react. And do I think the fears of local election officials are valid? My answer is yes. And do I think Trump is a sore loser? Obviously, the answer is yes. And I don't think there's anything that to indicate significantly that happened, that resulted, that any interference happened significantly that resulted in the 2020 election being rigged or that changed the outcome of the election. And I'll leave it there for now.
Thank you so much. Let's go to our friend Grid.
Yeah. So I don't need to echo Lactoid too much there, but I will say I'll just answer the questions as they're asked. Are you in support of this investigation? Yeah, absolutely, I am. I think that transparency. Pardon me, I can't speak tonight. I think that's a key piece, and I'm actually really shocked that the Georgia officials have put up as much of a fight as they have. But it's interesting. Should the government be using such tactics? Unfortunately, I think they're necessary in this case. I wish they weren't, but it seems like they're necessary. I'm open to arguments to the contrary. Are the fears of local election officials valid? I don't know. Did they do something wrong? I don't know. Is this an example of Trump being a sore loser? I think it's an example of Trump being dogged in pursuit of what he wants. And he's had a history of doing that his entire life. And you know what you're going to get. Like, he's just not going to stop until he figures it out. But no, I don't think he's a sore loser. Do you think that there was 2020 election interference that changed the outcome of the race to begin with? Well, I have no fucking idea because we haven't had actual investigations, and there's a lot of things that need to be answered, such as this, and then we'll know. So I don't know. Maybe, but I have no idea. So, and that's basically it. You can find me at Unreasonable Man and at Gun Prattle.
Thank you so much. Let's go to our friend Gibbs. Gibbs, you're muted, friend.
Sorry about that. Yeah, thank you for having me as always. Good to see everybody. Also, Ollie, I agree with the statements earlier. I like the red. Yeah, so first I want to say I was earlier on a panel today, and for the last about hour and a half of this 4-hour panel, of course, we got to talk about January 6th and all this good stuff and et cetera, as we do it every time we talk to the Democrats. And so, of course, we're going to talk about the election and all this kind of thing, right? And so I think Lactoid really brought this up well in his opener with the talk about the intent. I basically said, someone asked, it was Dead, he asked me, he goes, hey, well, if all that was presented to your standard, would you say that he's guilty of fraud or guilty of something at this point? And I go, well, then you have to figure out his intent. I think the fact that he's still looking for it does speak to that. I think the way you put it was very eloquently put. And I think it shows that, he does believe this. And I think it would prove that since he had the intent to find it, it wouldn't be fraud. Now, let's talk about this issue. I want to also welcome Mr. Hunter up here to the party of Texan, the group of people here. I'm glad to welcome you to the Government is Fucking Sus Club, and we shouldn't trust Big Government Club. I'm glad you're here. Now we'll just teach you some more things. I don't trust the government either. And so whenever you say, hey, maybe they're going to go in there and steal these originals and they're going to tamper with them, you know what? You might be goddamn right. You might be right. Government's fucking sus. You know what else is goddamn sus? I've been told for the last fucking 6 years, 4 years, 5 years, how many years? A while now. It all blurs together with the CTE that there was no chance of fraud. It was not. What's the word? It's not going to be enough to matter. Not going to be enough to matter. It's not going to be a just tip on the scale. Beyond a shadow of doubt. Well, it's just not a large percentage. There's no discern. What's the exact term I'm missing here? It'll come to me later. There's not enough fraud to be significant. That is like a determinative amount of fraud. Right. Well, guess what? Here we are in 2025 in the good year of our Lord. And guess what we find here? We find 315,026. I can't even tell you the date, but we're finding out that there's 315,000 votes that went in there and they weren't done properly. Right. 123 boxes and they weren't done good. It was something fishy about it. We're told, hey, all they had to do was redo this. And then we're told this after we've been told there was nothing going on here. And then we see, now Fulton County's dropping their current case against Trump. Oh, man, Lord of the facts and the chickens are coming home to roost. And you know what? I think maybe we should take some look at because guess what? You know what? Biden won the presidency by in Georgia, 1,770 something votes, right? That's not much. Right? That's 11,000, basically 12,000. And we have 315,000 votes in question. I'm not even saying all of them are fraudulent. If you just slipped a couple boxes in, he wins Georgia. And so I'm also not one of these people saying this happened. But I think that there is a right to have some questions. Now we're seeing before the congressional hearings about the Dominion systems. And I think this is a good thing. I think it's always good to investigate the government because fuck the government. I don't trust them. However, I do think Staxi was right. What if he has the originals and he tampers with them? Yeah, well, he is the most socialist president of all time because that's all that ever happens. Each president takes more power, and that's kind of where I'm
at. Thank you so much. Let's go to Bam.
Yeah. It's like time goes by and we get to pretend that like no one was alive then and no one can remember what actually happened and none of the facts actually matter to this. They're saying that like, yeah, we should see what's going on. We should just see what's going on, because nobody did any investigation in the state of Georgia involving the action. We just didn't do it. We just said, you know what, it's fine. Even though Donald Trump had 60 court cases, I think almost half of which were in the state of Georgia. I think like a quarter of which involving specifically Fulton County related to question of election fraud. And they did thorough investigations and found nothing to be at fault. The issue, the like 315,000 votes weren't done right. Oh my God, this is the craziest thing in the world. What actually happened is poll workers are volunteers. None of these people are professionals. This isn't something they do all year long. All that happened is I think a couple of poll workers in Fulton County didn't mark their signature at the end of the initial tabulated count of ballots. They didn't put a signature in on one of the documents. They had like 6 or 7 other places that they signed, but they found one signature that was missing in the initial count. But because the election was actually so close in the state of Georgia, it triggered an automatic runoff election and an automatic recount. Though the initial recount through the tabulators was properly signed and didn't match and verify the initial results. Trump then said, no, I don't trust the tabulators. I want them hand counted. So they did a third official count of the votes, at Donald Trump's request, of the physical ballots, one by one at a time. And these votes were also officially signed off at the exact same count of the first two. So the first initial ballot with the one time, those don't even count. Those weren't even the part of the official consequence of the game. So they did every court case all over the country. They lost them all. They did multiple counts on the election related to these votes. Trump lost them all. They were confirmed properly, and yet still, Donald Trump is he's not questioning. Donald Trump is taking the ballots, not because he's going to actually, not because he believes any of this, not because he can prove any of this. He's doing it because he wants to shift the narrative. He says things daily. Everyone in here would admit, even the biggest Trump lovers would admit that Trump says things that are verifiably untrue every day. And this is all he wants to do. He wants to create a narrative like, wow, they're getting the ballots. There must be something going on. And that's good enough for him. He just wants to be able to say, like, yeah, they did FBI investigation. Everything was going so poorly. But no, nothing is going to come from this. They did do plenty of investigations. And no, Trump doesn't believe this because everyone on his side, every lawyer, outside of Rudy Giuliani, everyone who the voters in Fulton County, who the person over Georgia leadership who said that, like, Trump, I voted for you. I want you to win. You did not win this election. And he said, just find me 11,700 whatever votes. Like, just make it happen. He doesn't believe any of this. That's it.
Thank you so much. I do appreciate you. Let's go to our friend Ali.
Yeah, so a little bit of a rebrand because I'm gonna go back to my TikTok live streams and such. It will be under my cousin Ali, so we just go by Ali, and we'll just move on forward from that.
It's called you want me to call you my cousin Ali?
No, you just call me Ali. That works. I'm
okay.
My cousin Ali. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, just the tag the handle was my cousin Ali because it was good for like it being shared, right? Have you seen my cousin Ali's page? Boom, it worked out really well.
Okay,
I like it.
No, thank you. But
makes you human.
Yeah, no. So and I second everything Bam said. But also in the way that, like, does Trump believe that he was robbed? I do. I think he does. I think he does. I think in the face of, like, everything, the guy doesn't believe that he could ever lose an election. He's super relentless. I remember when that movie about him was coming out for a while, I kept seeing this scene over and over about, like, you never admit the loss, you keep denying, you no matter what happens, ruthless, so on and so forth. So I think that's kind of what's happening now, is that, like, maybe everyone around him is telling him he lost, but he doesn't care, right? He doesn't believe it. He's going to keep investigating it. And the Gibbs, I mean, like, we can keep saying big government this, big government that. I don't trust the guy who's the president if he's going to sit here and him be the one that is going to try to investigate the government. When he was doing it when he wasn't president, that makes more sense. When he's just some guy. I think he's on his he won the second time, right? He's on his revenge tour. He's kind of doing whatever the fuck he wants because he knows, like, well, I mean, this is what are they going to do? Right? They tried to jail me before, they couldn't do it. I'm just going to do whatever I want to the extent of however I can, and to the extent that his supporters will continue to support him. Right? MAGA will just continue to support. This is like a huge claim. You guys are claiming that, like, an election was stolen, right? And this is I'm worried that the retribution when this claim comes out, like, just wrong, that the retribution isn't going to be as high. Claiming that the election was stolen is like, when I hear that, I hear like there was a coup, that there is no government anymore. You can't trust anyone. There's just going to be complete civil unrest, right? So if it's true, then yeah, you guys get to go crazy, and then, like, everyone goes not fair. But if it's not, then, like, I've asked this so many times before, because, like, I think the guy is going to falsify documents. I think the guy is going to attempt to, if he's healthy enough, run for a third term just to say that he could win it. Right? No. This all matters because you guys are saying from the other side that they stole the presidency from him, but then gave it back to him again. And I think that's I think it's a big claim. I think it's when your apology needs to be as loud as your claim is, and when you're wrong, that apology needs to be fucking loud. All right, that's all I'm saying. That's
I also
all
don't like that you guys like say you don't know, but like you say it's possible, but you like you have. It doesn't seem like anyone's done any research into the facts of it, because I think even you guys know it's not true, and you don't want to like deal with that. But if this is a massive thing, if you believe it's even possible, you should probably look into it.
Okay, do you think it's possible? Sorry,
I wanna,
go ahead, Corey.
So, it relates to it's a springboard off of BAM. Okay, so if I remember correctly, I think, and I could be mistaken, but I think Grid more or less like explicitly said like no investigations happens into the election. So I'm curious. So Lactoid, you like Grok, right? If I remember correctly. What do you think?
I'm a big Gork proponent. Yes.
Yeah.
Gork,
Are you willing to read out if you ask Grok of like whether the 2020 presidential election was thoroughly investigated? Are you willing to read out the output of that? And what do you think it'll say?
It would probably say that it wasn't, but
okay.
How do we know
are you
that's
willing
real?
now to ask? Are you willing to ask the question?
I don't believe it was stolen. Just to be clear.
I know, but I'm just asking you,
times.
what do you think is going to be the outcome if you ask it? Whether
I think Gork is going to say it's not stolen. Am I right?
So you don't believe it was stolen?
See, this is it. He doesn't want to. He doesn't want to answer my question. What do you think? We can go two ways. Of like, I'm willing, as in, I'm willing to wait for you to ask it the question and read out the output. Or what do you think? What do you think Grok will say when you ask it whether the 2020 presidential election was thoroughly investigated?
I just answered
that. Not thoroughly.
I just answered that. I think Gork is going to say that there has been multiple investigations. It didn't find any fraud.
Okay, so Grid was wrong then in him saying that there's never been any investigations.
I would not agree with Grid if he said there's no investigations.
Cool.
Wait, Lacton, wait. You don't believe that it was stolen?
No.
Okay, so then like, doesn't it make it worse that you as a citizen don't believe that it's stolen, but the guy that's your president that you voted for believes that it's stolen to this extent, so far as to like continue investigations years later, and he's going to come up wrong, right? So like that tells you nothing.
I'm expecting him to come up wrong. Yeah.
Okay, and if it comes up wrong, you expect the apology to be as loud as the embarrassment that comes. No, you don't. Should you expect that?
I mean,
because the claim this isn't like a small claim, right? This isn't a small claim, right?
What word do we use for someone that continues to believe something despite all evidence and even the evidence that they are actively like prompting?
Yeah, but hold on.
Delusional. Letter D. Yeah. Okay. So delusional, right?
On this topic, I think he is delusional.
See, but why? What is with that? What is with this
stuff? Like, on this specific topic.
On this topic.
Yes. On this topic.
Oh my God! The claim is that the government stole the election from him. This is not a small claim. On this topic, he's delusional of being robbed of the presidency.
But, hold on.
Correct.
So on this, and this is a small thing to you on the list of like where you judge someone as a president. Like this is like a small thing that a president does. It's like okay for you that he's continuing. Okay,
it's obviously not. It's obviously not dispositive.
And if a Democrat did this, you'd be like, yeah, it's on this thing he's delusional, but on everything else,
it wouldn't be dispositive, assuming that his other policies were superior to his opposition. But then at that point, he wouldn't be a Democrat.
Okay. I don't know. I just want to see how many policies you criticize. I just want to know, like, like how many times you can criticize the policy or this thing or that thing before it's like it's just criticism and there really isn't much to like boast up about.
Hold on.
At a certain point, you're very critical, it seems, but then never really like there's no judgment.
Here, I'm gonna.
I do a varied analysis. Like I don't look at. For me, when I'm looking at like different candidates, I'm like calculating different policy positions they have, different personality quirks they have, and yeah, like the fact that Donald Trump, his wife, is naked and everyone can go see it. It's a little bit of a that's kind of weird. The fact that he was cheating on his wife with Stormy Daniels, most likely, that's also pretty bad. And the fact that
he says that the government stole the election.
I'm getting to that. I'm literally was just about to say that.
Oopsie daisy.
The fact that I believe that he, I think this is his ego talking. I think that he can't imagine a world in which he loses an election.
Yes.
Because he has such a high self-regard. And so in 2020, when I believe he lost the election, he just brain broke him on this topic.
Who went on the brain broken person is the person that you then voted for in 2020.
It's not even he just says it though. He also attempted to like kill politicians and overthrow the government.
Whoa. He attempted to kill politicians. Come on.
He didn't want them to stop.
No,
like they literally said.
This is the problem. Let me explain. This is the problem.
Pretty upset.
Oh God, no! This is the problem. For like, I just let me just emphasize this. So, in a showing of good faith, I am giving a concession as to something I don't like about Donald Trump, and you guys take this and you do two things simultaneously. One, you say, well, this is this one criticism. Obviously, this should be dispositive as to your entire political view, Lactoid. And two, you exaggerate it to make it far worse than it actually was. Donald Trump was trying to kill politicians. Come on.
He was open to it. But
no, he was not.
We're moving on. I'm not saying he done it because I don't think he did it all. But listen,
but can you show that he wanted to?
Two would be too far. But
hold on, I could.
You could,
and you would be.
Wait, hold on. I'll make a softer claim a little bit. I would say that his supporters, a sizable minority of them, came to the Capitol with the explicit purpose to stop Mike Pence and brought weapons to do so, and that Donald Trump had the chance to stop them and was reported to have not done so. So those are the facts, and I think that it's whatever. I'm not going to make a claim like he tried to kill Mike Pence, but I do think that those facts are pretty indisputable.
Let's get Lennon Gibbs.
Yeah, I mean, so it's kind of where I'm at. Right? Like, I don't trust any of these big government people. Right? I think it's, I don't know if I go so far as he's throwing a coup or all this other bullshit. Like I'm trying to say. Hold on. But when we're sitting here going, okay, this is maybe where I'm at. Like I sit here and I go, I listen to all this. But like it's because I keep getting lied to, and like I've known I've been getting lied to, and then I've been just told I'm an idiot because I'm like I think I'm getting lied to, and y'all like, yeah, you're an idiot. And like I'm gonna just give some examples, okay? And like I was told, and not by anybody on this panel specifically.
You could say me.
No, I've
called you an idiot.
That's what you were told.
No. I'm not talking. No, that's fine. I would just say you call me an idiot. I think people on this panel, many people called me an idiot on this panel, but nobody on this panel specifically.
I haven't called you an idiot.
You need to GDP in the first quarter.
Shut up.
But many people like on like other panels and on TV have told me with a straight face for several years now, the illegals don't get Medicaid. I'm going to tell you how this relates back in a second. And I go, well, now we know they do get Medicaid. I was told, hey, that's not happening. 100% it is. Then I was told, oh, all this other shit, fraud, all these things. There's no NGOs where the money's coming back to deep water and like PACs and coming back over here. Oh, and then all that ended up being true. And then I'm coming over here going, oh, well, there's never election fraud. Then we had the case of Connecticut with the mayor. Okay, if it can happen at a local level, then that means it can happen at a small, like at any level, really, because it's just like a matter of scale, right? And so when we come to Georgia, I was told, oh, Fulton County, they got Trump, they got him. Giuliani, they had this like lawsuits. Oh, Lordy, they're guilty of sin for coming after him. It was bad. But now, oh shit, the most recent Trump lawsuit, Fulton County,
everything we said
gets dropped. Hold on, I'm getting to it. Listen, y'all been talking for 20 minutes. I gotta go through it.
You can pretend you don't know the details though. You're gonna just
I'm going through the details. We got this case dropped. And then, it's amazing how that got dropped. And then all of a sudden we do this investigation and we find out there was an irregularity. You can say there wasn't, but we were told there was no irregularity. Hold on. There was an irregularity.
We got to let our friend Gibbs. He has been waiting.
Listen, there was an irregularity, and I was told there was no irregularity by many years, by many analysts, by people on the mainstream, by people on panels. I was told I was crazy, right? And I go, they're going to go down here and look. Listen, when an election is determined by 12,000 or less votes, that's a close election. That's 0.27%, I think was what the number was for this election difference, right? Then I was told another lie. Oh, we now have people testifying in Congress that Dominion, y'all remember Dominion? Oh, Fox News, they had a big settlement about this. They were told they were defaming them. There was no access outside of here. Now we have people coming forward at congressional hearings saying, hey, not only do they have some on servers, we had people come in and access this. So, okay, I'm not saying I'm convinced there was a steal.
I am convinced that I want some more shit being dug into at multiple levels. I think maybe I would like these questions answered. And I don't think it's unreasonable for me to go, hey, I don't think there's evidence to say there's a steal yet. But you motherfuckers have been doing some such shit and lying to our face. And I think it's about time we go in there and we take a closer look at shit. And y'all going, oh, Lord, that's bad. When did you start trusting government? Because I never have.
Why can Trump lie to you? Why is that okay?
Like you don't trust government, but you trust the president.
No, it's not about trust. You know when Trump lies to you, but it's
why are we taking this avenue?
He tells it as it is.
Because this is the avenue I want to take. I want to know why. Like, why are we talking about like government's lying to you? Trump promised you $2,000 tariff checks. Why are you okay with them lying to you? Why didn't you bring that up as like, hey, maybe you shouldn't do that? Why is it okay for him to lie to you?
Because it's called, sell high, buy
does he get a pass? What, like, that's what I'm saying. Like, why does he get a pass to lie to you? And like everything else is like, I heard there's a irregularity, even though we know exactly what the irregularity is.
Y'all told me there was no irregularity. Y'all told me it didn't happen.
No, wait, we said it wasn't fucking stolen. We didn't say that there wasn't. It's not possible that someone missed a fucking signature somewhere.
There was no
the votes
discernible
this fucking Zoom Gibbs
like a key amount that came in here. It was not a definitive difference.
Thing wrong with the votes.
It was
the
a
votes that were
amount.
counted were
It wasn't a discernible difference.
And that's true. There wasn't a discernible difference.
Hold on. All right. This is all I'm asking. Let's just to dumb it down real quick, and I'll be done. There's 315,000 that are in this that were just discrepancy.
Use the right words.
Irregularity.
They missed the signature at the bottom, and they verified 2 times later.
So an irregularity. No
one says there's no irregularity, bro. No one's saying that.
It's a problem. Okay, cool. But I was told it was not a discernible difference. Right?
It's not.
Okay, hold on. Is there 11? If there's 12,000 votes decided an election, and there's 315 in question, I think it's worth maybe the Fed coming in and taking a gander.
Okay, wait, hold on. Two things. First off, you just described a non-discernible difference. But the second thing, 300 is less than 12,000. That is correct.
315K.
We need a fact check on that.
Wait.
So the amount of votes in question.
Let me whip that Gork real quick.
It's 350.
Oh, now you're willing to look
it's
up
11,770
right?
votes that determine the election. It's 0.276. And I even said maybe most of those votes were fine, but if a difference is only 12,000 votes, then you can slip a couple of boxes.
So every single vote is now a question because there's just one missing signature.
Those 315, yeah, I think all
315K though, right? You're saying 315K.
I think so. Yeah,
every single vote in Fulton County.
We need to take another. It's not
hold on. I'm okay with taking another look. That's what
only at those 315,000, not all Fulton County. Just
we
123 boxes.
3 times. We recounted them.
I don't trust those. I think we need another one.
Okay, why not look at the copies then? Why are we taking the original?
You didn't sell me.
Donald Trump requested one of them by hand, and then the
judge was handing it over in 2 fucking weeks. And the FBI
I need to know their names.
This is a good final go. If it's good, it's good. If it's bad, it's bad.
Agency.
Wait, who picked up the votes? Tell me every single officer that went in to pick up the votes and why you trust
that's a good question. I want a nice chain.
Well, they're under the authority of the DOJ, though, right? So it is technically different.
Names?
Yeah, I want a chain of authority or whatever the fucking legal term is.
I know Tulsi Gabbard was there. I can give you one name, but I don't know who else.
She was there.
And why was she there? This ain't even her department.
To make sure shit was going good.
Wait, hold on. But the Trump administration did lie about that, right? They said it was a coincidence, and then later it was clarified that she was asked to be there.
Hold on, just to be clear, what I've heard is that the initial statement was she happened to be close by, and so then she went, and then they clarified later that she was asked to go. Both could be true. She could have been close by, and then Trump asked her to go, and that would be consistent with both statements.
Okay, I heard that it was like a coincidence that she was in
redneck word of the day. So
what
that would be a hell. That would be a hell of a coincidence.
Yeah, no, okay. I could be wrong about the quote. I could be wrong about.
I could be wrong too. So if I am wrong on that, then
for sure. But wait, hold on, Lactoid. I do want to say, like, I don't understand your approach, like, because I get that you're saying, look, I voted for Trump.
I did.
I totally understand your perspective as a conservative who cares about small government, who cares about, conservative Supreme Court justices. What I don't understand is being on this panel and recognizing that psychos like Gibbs are going to necessarily make you lose the midterms, and you don't want to say anything against them. Like
we're gonna lose
because
we're gonna lose the midterms regardless of whatever Gibbs says.
hold on. But people like Gibbs. The
Lactwood has no hope
maggots.
whatsoever. He's
no, hold on. Like what is it? Since like the 1930s, like there's only been like what 6 or 7 times in which like the party, or less than that, maybe 3. I don't remember the exact number.
I think Gibbs still probably believes that he's going to win the midterms.
It's like a vanishingly small like percentage of the time that like the party that wins the election wins the midterms. It's very low.
No. Okay, that's
you did make a
why don't you want to rest
I wanted to wait
from
closer.
No,
why don't you want to go back to the conservative?
No, you didn't.
Hunter. I am, but
sorry, we can't have 2 different conversations. Go ahead. Okay. No, you guys Lactwood. Yeah.
Okay, I am but one man. Okay,
That's the fallacy of the comment.
Remember, I voted for I voted for
one person.
Yeah, I voted for president 3 times, and I only voted for Trump once. The other 2 times I voted for the Libertarian Party candidate, and that is a more ideal candidate to me. But they can't win. They get their ass kicked every time. It's very unfortunate.
I hear you.
And so, do I have problems with the Republican base right now, especially like especially on this particular claim? I do have problems with it. But to me, that's not going to be dispositive on comparing them to the Democrats. And by the way, I'm sure you believe this too, because I'm sure you don't agree with the Democrats on everything either. But you say, look, yeah, they're bad on XYZ issue, but look at Trump is so much worse, right?
I'm totally with picking and choosing issues and recognizing that Trump is largely better than the Democrat. I mean, I obviously fundamentally disagree with that, even though I'm obviously well, what's the term I'm working with you guys? Collaborating.
A collaborator.
Yeah, collaborator.
Hand washer.
To be clear, I didn't say you're a collaborator.
You hand wash fascism.
Wait, hold on. Do you believe that Trump is a fascist?
Yeah, that's right.
Sorry, what?
I'm gonna say hand wash forever.
I'm a liberal, and you think Trump is a fascist, and you say liberals can collaborate with fascists. So I'm collaborating with Trump.
Collaborating with that fascist, though, did I?
Other fascists.
Which fascist?
Other fascist.
Joe
Franco.
Wait, I'm just curious. Like even
Mussolini.
When you vote on deep state, it's going to be a massive distraction. Did you vote for Joe Biden?
Me? Absolutely.
Yeah,
of course he did.
Defend Joe Biden.
It's because he's Mossad, bro.
Do I defend Joe Biden?
Yeah,
death I will.
I would say largely for the majority, yes, absolutely.
Yeah, see, exactly, right.
Joe Biden is a fascist.
Yep.
No, I didn't say Joe Biden was a fascist, right? I say Joe Biden being a liberal is a handmaiden to fascists as well.
No, but wait, what am I doing? What am I doing?
You are supporting.
No, I can draw the link for you. I know that you're about to say it.
It's just Gaza. That's all it links.
Yes, Biden supported Netanyahu, and you say Netanyahu is a fascist. Therefore,
I think Trump was a transit problem.
Yeah, hold on. Sorry, hold on. This is because you're a disgusting fucking liberal. And you say, oh, it just goes back to Gaza.
Hold on. What's your fucking solution? You just vote for a fucking third party and don't do shit.
No, it's have standards as always.
If we get the Saudis to build an Israeli island in the Mediterranean,
like I said, you're a fucking collaborator.
Wait. Can I? Prime. Let me explain something to Hunter.
This is the energy I want with you towards Gibbs.
No. Hear me out.
This type of inner fucking fighting. It's like, I don't see this between you and Gibbs.
Yeah, like even on this one issue, just push back.
No, hold on.
We fight all the time.
So what you're seeing, and there's some background. There's some background here on Hunter that maybe you're not aware of. So, both Prime and Ollie have a fundamentally different understanding of how politics should be approached than you or I or Gibbs or really I think anybody else in this panel. Yeah, where. For me and I'm guessing there are like kind of utilitarian calculuses that we make when it comes to politicians, but they have a different view of this. What their worldview is, there are certain policies that are disqualifying for a presidential candidate, and
regardless,
it doesn't matter who they're up against, they can't vote for somebody who's done XYZ. And in this case, it was their actions in Gaza.
Which, just to be clear, I would probably call that collaborating with a fascist. Just to be clear, not voting against Donald Trump's main opposition.
I know. Yeah, hey,
that's the biggest fucking fight against fascism that you guys can do, and you guys failed.
That's such a boring argument from you guys.
Whatever, that's fine. We can move on.
Yeah, no, you're a fucking collaborator, right? So like, you wanted the answer, I gave you your fucking answer.
That's fair.
You're a fucking collaborator.
That's fine.
Fucking hand wash.
On this issue in particular,
no, don't go. Let's not go on that issue. Let's.
I'm not talking about the Biden. I'm going back to the topic. Okay, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. On this issue in particular, why can't you? I'm about to say, like, why can't you stir up the fight here? Even like say, even if like,
because it's just
yeah,
bad.
I like Trump, I support Trump, but just be like, oh, you know, like let's not do this election stuff. This is.
I called it delusional, Bam. What more do you want from me?
I want you to fight hard. I want
you want me to get angry?
Be angry that the guy you voted for is
well, no, because
a little bit.
Because
if I say this is about
this isn't a topic that I get that
at a certain point,
it's not enough. Okay, hold on. It's not enough for me to be logically consistent now. Now you just want me to emote a certain level when it comes to
No,
I'm just not that passionate about this particular issue.
It is weird. It is weird.
I am passionate about that one.
It is weird when that like you come on this panel every Monday, right? And I feel like you fight. You have to defend your Trump vote quite often, not just here.
Correct.
I know, right? At a certain point, it's like, God, bro, the guy gives you so much to fucking defend. It's like your friend keeps embarrassing you. Your friend keeps fucking you over, right? This is the person you voted for. At a certain point, it's like you got to be mad at your friend, and you got to hold your friend to some account, not just what can you fucking do? That's all you get. What can you fucking do? That's all
after, I say, what do you want me to do after I'm critical of a particular position?
What's critical?
By the way, I am
criticize.
Hold up. I am affirmatively critical.
Criticism is everything.
It's not that. It's not that I. Okay, stop. Well, true.
No.
That's actually a good point.
I'm saying like when people say they're critical, that doesn't mean anything. That just means,
of course, it
does. When you say something is bad, that's not you being critical.
But that's all we do here, right? It's just
I'm putting my name behind. Yeah, look. So I'm not only critical of this because first of all, I agreed to come on a panel where this was the topic. I knew this was going to be talked about, and I gave my position. But I will be affirmatively critical. I will make unprompted posts, and I will bring up unprompted criticisms of Donald Trump. Like I'm not just like, hiding in the background, and then like whenever anybody like really presses me on something, I'm like, oh yeah, I guess it's bad. That's not what I'm doing.
I think it's not great that we're holding laptoids feet to the fire instead of fucking Gibbs and
Grid and Gibbs.
They're searching for allies.
Yeah, fuck it. We agree with Trump. We don't.
I hear that. That's true.
They come and they say with their chest. That's like an issue.
I hear you.
Stop. We got a super chat. Okay, so I'm just gonna put this out. We're gonna go to Gibbs because Gibbs is up next. Anyway, Gibbs just said this in the debate on WIC TV. I think he's talking about like not or making a prediction. So he made a prediction just, I guess, 2 hours ago. He doesn't care what you say. He will ignore everyone's statements to continue BS. Thank you, my listening library. Much appreciated. $5 super chat. Right. You can respond to that, Gibbs.
Yeah, frankly, that's fake news. I stand by all my statements. I bite all the bullets. Nobody does any more of that than me. And awesome. All right,
he actually does. No one does.
Good.
Eat more bullets than fucking.
I appreciate it. But here, so when I'm sitting here, I'm listening to this, right? I'm just going, this is crazy work. This is crazy work, right? We've just been lied to about what kind of fraud's going down. Right. I'm seeing all this, and this is actually kind of where I'm going to break away from Grid a little bit. I think that the Somalis are showing that they have extremely high IQ because they went from low level piracy to high level white collar crime. God, I think it's impressive. The level of fucking crime they were able to commit. It's goddamn very impressive. I think that we should give them credit where credit is due. And that's why I think we need, that's why we need to stop arguing about IQ shit. Because if they're that stupid and they did this to us, how dumb are we? So, hey, I don't know. I'm just saying maybe that's not the argument we should take. But I will say this shit is it's crazy when I was told there's no fraud and then we see billions and billions. And then I was told, there's no feedback loop with NGOs and it's coming back here to go into Democratic platforms. Then we're seeing this. I think maybe it's worth going and seeing how deep the rot goes, because now it seems like Walls and Omar and other key leadership was implicit based off New Testament, right? Maybe they knew the whole time this shit was going out. And so now I want to see, did it actually influence the national election? Because I don't trust y'all's fucking previous fucking inquiries. It didn't seem like y'all found shit. And now I think we're finding stuff. And it doesn't even seem like it was that hard to find. Citizen journalists, maybe they weren't accurate 100% of the time, but they at least stumbled on a little bit of it. And where there's a little, there's usually a lot. And so I'm just going to
be a single arrest.
So there's already been
about fucking Nick Shirley.
I mean, just Dr. Oz just put some shit out too. You think Dr. Oz is more credible? He's a media personality for many years. I mean,
Dr. Oz.
There were arrests under the Biden
Dr. Oz is probably right. Hold on, Dr. Oz is probably right, by the way, about some of the things that he's saying.
Of course he is, because he's a credible news personality that's been around for years.
I mean,
I just
Superman
know
joined ICE.
Dr. Oz? Dr. Oz? He's literally been trying to be a fraud.
So Prime.
Do you guys think ICE was more credible?
So you think a fraudster would know how to find fraud? Yes or no?
Agent?
Hold on, a fraudster would know how to find fraud, right?
Dude, let's apply that to Trump too. Then, yeah,
that's psychotic.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Prime. So the meme is that Dr. Oz, because he's Turkish, and he's like spending all this time going after their like Armenian fraudsters in LA. There's like a kind of geopolitical, like broader point to be made there. It's kind of funny. But some of the data they're pulling out of that is like actually pretty hilarious.
Well,
that,
he's
like,
also American.
If a Lebanese guy started investigating Williamsburg, listen, the credibility kind of goes down a little, just a little.
No, hold on. What I'm saying is that the actual numbers they're pulling out is like these Armenian areas are like vastly disproportionately represented in terms of government money for like at-home healthcare, like stunningly overrepresented.
It's like 18% nationwide.
Yeah,
Wow,
despite being like
crazy
some,
number.
it's fucking lunacy.
You
Yeah.
can point out a number, but you think there's going to be a single arrest.
Yeah, I think there's going to be arrests.
Like Trump does this all the time. He opens investigations like biggest thing ever, and then it just
There's been a couple investigations into like Armenian power and stuff regarding these specific kinds of frauds.
Yeah,
in fact, there was just recently.
like,
There was there was like over 100 people that were recently convicted.
Well,
I think it's called Operation like Lights Out or like Power Outage or something. Where
But my question here is with this lactoid is like, what is y'all's objection to? Let's see how deep the rot goes. Like, I mean, clearly there's some rot going on here. It's time to go and look deeper. Like,
I can give you an objection. I can give you an objection. But I will do that. And hold me to it.
Are you about to argue states' rights? That's what I'm hoping.
Sorry, no. Actually, no. Actually, I'm about to. Actually, no. You got me. Yeah,
I knew it.
But before then, I do want to address one thing. Two things. One, just about like Trump's use like of intimidation within our corporate world, right? Like, in case you don't know, right? I've said this before in the Reverie, and I just reconfirmed this. I was going to ask it a question. I asked Gemini a question about Trump, right? And you know what? Gemini doesn't give you an answer. If you ask a question about President Trump, instead it just gives you a regular Google search. Like good or bad, doesn't matter what you're asking. It doesn't want to answer about Trump anymore. Go ahead, give it a try. But it does it for other presidents. It's fine. Interesting, right? Like, because of course they're all terrified of what Trump will do to them. Because he's a retaliatory individual. But what I was asking it about was to push back against an assertion that everyone's just kind of like agreed here that Trump believes that he won the election in 2020. He's actively said that he hasn't. Right. So this is from, I guess, 2020. I figured I'm trying to figure out what year this is. 2021. But anyway. Or sometime later, sometime it might be a different year. Hold on, I might get the year wrong. But anyway, the quote is, he's having a discussion in front of immigration officers, and it's a rant within this piece. But he goes on to say, this was the last week in office for me because of a terrible, horrible election where I got many millions more votes than I got the first time, but I didn't quite make it, just a little bit short. He admits he didn't actually make it. He didn't compete. And then in a podcast of Les Friedman, he says it again. He says he uses different words, but he says it again that he misses it by a whisker, right? I don't think he actually believes this. And I believe there's another time. I think this was on Air Force One, but I haven't found the transcript on that. So excuse me. Where he like also mentions this. He like says it. That, yeah, he didn't do it. It's rare that he does that, but he says that, yeah, I lost. And so I don't actually believe that he doesn't know. I think he's a liar. He's been a liar his entire fucking life, a fraudster. And I believe that he has a grudge. That I believe.
I would have a grudge too. If I was taken to court where the prosecutor had to be dismissed for withholding evidence, I'd be pretty pissed off.
How many of his prosecutors have been
by the way, I know the instances you're referring to, and each one of those, like, you could read that in a way that indicates that like he's admitting that he lost, even though every like
Because when he
literally
says
he's clarified both times that like he's not in office, so he's not the president, but that the reason why he was short on votes is because of fraud. He is consistently whenever questioned on those
he makes a mistake, and then afterwards he says, "Oh no, I didn't actually mean that."
Hot take. Why do we care?
Yeah, no, I know. I know that he's saying that right now. He's saying right now that there was election interference. Yeah, this is rare that he says this, right?
He even says it in
He
private.
does say it, and then later on he goes, "Oh yeah, I didn't actually mean." Yeah, he accidentally lets it slip.
No, even on private calls that have been recorded, like even on those calls, he is like indicating that he believes it was stolen. Like I just. And then when you bring up like specific statements that when you read them out, that is not like clearly saying that he acknowledges the election wasn't rigged. It's not what that at all means.
It says literally. Okay,
why does it matter if he believes it?
Why do we care?
Here's why it matters. Here's why it matters.
Hold on. I've been very quiet this whole time. I've been letting you guys just roll down this like weird path for fucking ever. What does it matter? He's now got the FBI involved. Because Georgia State wouldn't let anybody outside of Georgia State look at it. And you know what? That's to me, that smells like corruption.
Oh, that is. I was waiting for it.
I don't know. Does that smell like corruption to you? If I'm investigating myself, if I'm counting, I'm asked to authorize the votes that I counted and authorize them again. Well, gee, that's not contradictory.
Yeah, it would be corruption. For instance.
By the way, he was also taken to court where the cases were dismissed because the prosecutor purposefully withheld evidence. That's insane. You guys sitting here going around chasing your fucking tails about for nothing.
I'm glad you admitted that because it would also be corruption, then, right? It would also be corruption if DHS investigated DHS to see if DHS committed a illegal shooting, right? That would also be corruption, correct?
You're talking like internal affairs.
I don't understand what that has to do with the fact that.
Oh no, you're saying like if
they turn off their brains.
I'm doing consistency measures. Oh, I'm just doing a consistency check, right?
I have a consistency check after that.
If one organization says that like they are not guilty of doing something illegal, right? That would be wrong. Like if that's true across the board, then I agree.
That would hold on.
I would agree with you.
Point, Prime. That's a great fucking point because if DHS found their officers not guilty, you would say, well, let's have somebody else fucking look at it, and that's what Donald Trump is doing.
I would say that. Yeah, I agree with you.
Why do you have a problem with this? Why are you grinding right now? Why the 30 minutes of fucking cope that we just had?
Why are you freaking the fuck out? I don't know why. I don't know why you're freaking out. I'm just saying, hey,
I'm making fun of you.
I'm just
making fun of you.
Consistency check, and then okay, that's fine.
Because it was a massive amount of cope about why Donald Trump wants to recount again.
Cope here, right? Like I just asked you consistently, like, hey.
Could I ask
would it be okay?
I would let you answer that.
I'm talking right now. No, you can't ask right now because I'm talking right now. 1 second.
Okay, I'm gonna wait till you're done talking.
I asked. Okay, raise your hand. I asked, hey, like, is a consistency check. You're saying agencies investigating themselves is wrong. So I just asked, hey, would that be a problem in this other situation? Great. Okay. Now that we're on the same page.
Right. That if the DHS, if there's any scent of, hey, there's something wrong here, then absolutely an outside agency can look into it.
Yes,
for sure.
Then I agree. Then I agree with you. Then
also why the half hour
and for elections,
Donald Trump wanting the FBI to
for elections. 1 second, I'm literally trying to agree with you. 1 second, calm down. Stop freaking out. I'm saying also for elections, yes, we should have outside examiners. We can't just have an agency say that, like, hey, we did there was nothing wrong, right? We should always have outside auditors, right? For anyone, right? In any position. I agree. That's what I'm doing.
I'm almost positive that happened. Why are we pretending that Fulton County's own people or the own
Gibbs
people?
had his hand up first. We'll Lactoid, and then anyone else? Bam, you want to go or Hunter? Which one? Okay, Bam.
Yeah, I just hold on. Go to Lactoid first. I'm sorry.
Okay. A couple things. To answer the question directly, the reason why it matters if he thinks it or not is because if he doesn't think it, then that would, I think, make it fraud and kind of, I think, exponentially worse than somebody who is making a mistake. Right? There is a
also
huge
wasting
there,
resources and money.
Sure. Right. And also then that opens up a whole new can of worms as to all of his other actions as well. So there's that. That's why that's important. But I got a question, I guess, for the what was it? The
Collaborator.
The hand washers of fascism, the boot scrubbers, such as my friends Bam and Hunter here. My question for you is, let's say, for argument's sake, let's say that all of a sudden the DOJ starts dropping information that, holy shit, this wasn't released before, Georgia was stolen. And the DNC collaborated. There was DNC agents that made it happen. Are you guys ever voting for the Democratic Party again, or are you going to demand a complete overhaul before you continue to give it support?
It will be the people involved. I mean, if every single politician involved, democracy matters. I'm an institutionalist. We're nothing, regardless of the values of what you believe in. We're nothing without our institution.
Yeah, so, I don't know.
If something of that scale happened, that would be. I wouldn't vote for Republicans. But that
I'm not saying you have to vote Republicans, but I think that would because I'm not wrong on this. The 2024 election, so much of the opposition to Trump was based on this particular question. Right, the 2020 the election denial claims, and then January 6th, and all the things leading from that. I mean, if it turns out that the election was actually stolen, I mean, this would seemingly justify almost everything Trump has done.
Yeah, I was one of the first people to say that. Say that about January 6th. I was like, which is what makes it Trump's responsibility. I was like, you're telling people to believe that the elections were stolen. Like that is the response you should do. We should attempt to overtake the government if the election has actually been stolen from you. But the thing is that wasn't true because Trump.
I don't think it's likely. I'm just saying that if that what a strange timeline that would be.
It would. And I'm consistent on that. Again, I don't think that. I think that other people would give vague answers on that. Like, I don't know.
Just to be clear, if that happens, if it actually turns out that Trump was right the whole fucking time and I just didn't see it, I'm gonna have to just holy shit. I'm gonna have to eat crow. Yeah, I'm gonna have to say, Grid and Gibbs, you guys were right. I'm gonna totally.
I think it's fair.
I'm not even saying that's.
But we're not basing this on the investigation. Isn't nothing. I just want to say that it's not like we're just looking at it. We know what he's looking at them based off of. And
I'm extremely concerned, and I said this in my opening statement. I am extremely concerned of them grabbing the original copies or the originals rather than the copies, which they had access to under the judge, and they within 2 weeks, they would have been handed to. So I do think if the DOJ releases all this information about what the originals said and it counteracts what the copy said, I do think that it's possible that there is something fishy going on that the DOJ is doing. But to answer your question, if it is kind of without a reasonable doubt that the 2020 election was stolen and that the Democrats were at fault for that, I would say and I would never vote for them. And if the DNC doesn't immediately thrust them out, I don't know if I would vote for any.
Oh, you have principles, huh? Interesting.
What if it was rigged in Georgia, but it wasn't it was by several thousand votes, it wasn't dispositive, it wouldn't have changed the outcome, but it's clear that there was a significant amount of election rigging.
Is it
that's a hard question. I don't know.
That's why I'm asking it. Yeah,
I would have a real come to Jesus moment. I don't know what specifically I would do. I don't know if I would never. I think I would still vote for Democrats probably, but that would really shake my foundation.
But let's just clarify. I answer your question, but clarify that that's not what we're looking for right now. That's not what any of this is based off of. It's not based off of we don't know what's going on or we're just checking things out. None of that's what's actually happening right now. Where, like I said, Trump based this off of a clerical error on an initial vote count that wasn't even a finalized count. We know that for 100%.
Yeah, but hold on. But we don't know what all information the DOJ is taking.
Sure, now that they have them, they can say whatever. But I'm just saying that none of this is based off of that. We're not based off of we're just.
No, I don't think. I think what it's based on. I think ultimately what's happening is the DOJ is gathering information because Donald Trump believes that the Georgia election was stolen from him. That's what I think is happening. I don't think that
that specific place. If he had it his way, he would recount every election, every county, and every state in the union. But that's not what he's doing. He has to base it off of a reason, and he's basing it off of this clerical error in this county.
Okay,
related to the initial signatures that were recounted 2 more times. I was about to say, and then the to Grid's point about outside investigators looking at things. Yes, outsiders can look at things, but not at that still has to be within. It should still be within the state. It's the state of Georgia. States manage their own elections. I'm sorry, but conservatives used to be pro states' rights. I don't know.
I'm very.
That's
I'm going to get to that in a second. Go ahead.
But I'm saying that like states manage their own elections. Like Fulton County's local poll people handle the initial count. But then
the votes are public record. I mean, literally, the DOJ getting them is not an infringement of states' rights.
It is because the Secretary of State, the state of Georgia manages their election. They reaccount. They were entitled to the copies. Taking the original copies from the state of Georgia was absolutely infringing on states' rights. Because Georgia has a right to run their elections the way they choose, and Georgia, these are Georgia's ballots. The federal government.
That's interesting. Let's talk about that for a second. I think we need to go back and do a little history.
And they were again, but I'm saying they were just clarifying what you were saying. Like, oh, they should be recounted by outside sources. Well, they should, and they were, but those outside sources were the Georgia Secretary of State's office.
Well,
which is different from the Fulton County office. That is an outside source.
Here's what I think about that.
Pro-Trump source.
Well, here's what I think about that, man. And I think we need to go back into history and do a little history lesson. And let's just talk about states' rights, right? Let's look at the nullification crisis and what happened there back in the day. Well, first they came in, they said they were going to do, had all these powers and they can nullify law. And then what did Andrew Jackson say do? He passed the Force Act saying he's going to come shoot the shit out of them. And they're like, oh, you know what? Maybe we back off, right? Okay. So then we go a little further down in history. There was another thing that happened. The evil slave-owning Dems, you called it the, War of Northern Aggression, and the based, abolitionist Republicans called it the Civil War. And what happened is they came down and they shot the slavery and states' rights out of the evil Democrats. That's what happened, right? And then the Democrats fled and rebranded and turned into modern.
Oh, they fled. Right? Every Democrat went to the
So they got shot. They got shot out. They got shot out of them. And no more states' rights. And guess what? Federalism reigns supreme. We have a separation until they don't, and they got Big Daddy government come and drops his dick on it. Like that's what has happened in history.
Why do the Senate Republicans
now you're gonna sit here?
I wish you were my history teacher back when I was a kid. Like honestly, shout to you.
And then now what's happening? Real interesting thing. The Democrats are in where a southern former slave-owning state in Georgia, defending once again. Oh, separation of powers, defending states' rights. Wow, how history repeats itself. Lord, how times haven't changed at all. And then it's crazy how the Republicans are the ones saying, we got to go in there and we got to shoot this bullshit out of them. And, y'all are saying, oh, it's a switch. No. It's just the facts. And, so I'm not surprised that the Dems want to sit here and want to hide an election fraud. They weren't afraid of another look. And they're going to sit here and use states' rights and institutionalism as a crutch, because that's what they always do.
The irony is Gibbs.
That's what we always do.
That suit is not lost on me at all.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So I'm going to Hunter next. But first we got a super chat. It says Prime, read my super chats. I always do. I read the last one. Maybe you missed that, though. I did read it. It says, what if presidential electees attempt to overthrow, maybe nominees, to overthrow elections down the line due to the effectiveness of Trump's attempt, or maybe electors? I'm not sure.
You mean the
failed? I don't know what electee is.
The thing that allegedly failed? I mean,
overthrow elections.
If it turns out that Trump did win, and he was cheated out of the election, does he get his third term?
No.
But actually,
I think what he's saying.
I do want to know what that does imply. If we can have that conversation after.
So, I think what he's saying here, or they. Actually, I don't know your sex. But your gender. Excuse me. I don't know. I think what they're saying is that, hey, if we don't prosecute, right, a crime, as you look at it, being Jan 6, right, being this attempt to overthrow, if they don't prosecute that, then what if someone else tries to do the same thing again, right? Oh, okay, well, there's no consequence. Why don't I give it a try, right? Why don't I try to overthrow the election?
I mean, that's exactly what will happen if the Democrats do take back power and do some virtue signaling, but no one actually goes to jail. That's what it's telling you. It's telling you that okay, what Trump did worked, and we should the Republicans should absolutely continue to do so. Forget law, forget the Constitution, do what you want.
No, so
after that,
in the future. In the future, there's another person who is running for president and genuinely believes that the election was stolen from them. And so in response to this, They make a big hoopla using their First Amendment rights all over, the media and in their speeches, and then they consult with their attorney as to looking towards potentially legal ways to challenge the result.
I don't think that's the implication.
I have no problem. I'm retorting to it. What I'm saying is that nothing Trump did is something that I'd be afraid of another president doing.
Okay, all right. Hunter.
I don't remember putting my hand up.
Well, I thought you made a response to Gibbs. You asked. Okay, well that's fine.
No, we're
what
gonna
did
say that. There's another
Maybe.
secular.
Yeah, you said something, but it's
okay.
It's fine. It's okay.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Next in line.
No, don't worry. I mean, it's a betrayal, but it's fine.
You'll get used to that from me, buddy.
Yeah, exactly. Well, you're a collaborator.
No, exactly. Yeah.
No, wait. I just want to preface this because I know, and I want to go to my sweet baby Ali right after this because he has something important to say. But,
I'm sorry. Ali, yeah.
It was cousin.
No,
that's my baby. It's a different relationship over here.
Exactly. Yeah. But like what I'm not gonna pretend that Pam Bondi's not gonna come out and say something that's completely untrue and unverifiable. Like, because if that's like the comeuppance that you're looking for, like, let's prove it all. That like the DOJ, this DOJ has the ballots. They're gonna come out and say something. They're gonna say like, we've got it, folks. Just like the Epstein files are on my desk. Like Pam Bondi's gonna come out and say like the voter fraud is on my desk.
Mm-hmm.
We've proved it, and like. And nothing ever is going to come from it, but like Grid, Gibbs, the like ilk are going to come out and say, "There you go, Trump was right all along."
Well, but they don't even need that. He just needs like a tweet from like someone vaguely in power, and he'll be like,
Benny Johnson.
I told you guys.
Benny Johnson usually works.
Yeah.
I
told you guys. I'm always vindicated. Sometimes it takes 6 years for someone to say that I'm not crazy. But
so Grid, if this comes out true, right? Like basically we live in a world where let's just say Trump isn't implicated in the Epstein files, right? His name was just there because they were associates and he never really did anything. And then also there is this like voter fraud, right? Like realistically, what do you think happens or what do you want to happen?
Well, I have no
idea. And then I'm like, yeah. Well, no, but like, yeah. Well, I guess maybe Lacto can answer that. Like, what happens in the world after that? But then also on the inverse, like, what happens like when it isn't true and he's on the Epstein like files in some like meaningful way, right? Like both worlds are like these are the only two worlds we can live in, right? Unless there's a weird world where like there isn't voter fraud, but he also wasn't on the list. Like we can do it, but like this right now, the worlds that we're living in are he's either not on the list. And this is all kind of justified, and he had voter fraud happening to him, or he was on the list. He never had voter fraud, and this is all just like,
You're asking me like, what would I think about the various combinations? Is that the question?
No, I'm saying like, what's the outcome, right? Because Grid was like, well, does he get his third term, right? What does happen?
Tongue in cheek.
Yeah, there's a picture of him on the like. There's like a bad picture of him. They've been releasing a lot of shit recently on the Epstein shit. It's pretty crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Bill Gates, holy shit. But if they are like shit. I know.
Interesting. If there's a focus on right now.
Yeah. If there's a video or like a picture of Trump doing something like really bad, I mean, he's not winning anything ever again. He's just done. So
I'm asking about like my honest opinion is that he's done after this
of course.
Anyway. Like he's done.
Yeah,
like it'll be
there'll be Vance
some shit. Right. Only Vance? Maybe.
No. He's not going to run for a third term. He's going to be supporting Vance. That's what's going to happen.
Yeah, that's true.
I think we should give Debbie
I guess so. I guess Ollie. So I was a little tongue in cheek with that because what happens? What would you guys expect to happen if it turns out that there was legitimate election-changing voter fraud in Georgia? What does that mean for Trump? I mean, he can't obviously serve us. He got cheated out of a term. Right?
I honest to God believe that like the MAGA diehards will want Trump to be president until he dies.
Well, I'm sure.
Realistically, they will want to follow through on that. They will.
There's not enough of them to win.
They will like say that they will say that 2020 was a coup, right? That like democracy isn't real, right? You can't even vote for anything. I truly believe that they will want. Yeah, I mean, there's people who say that right now. So, like, yeah, if it's proven to be true, yeah, I think we see a civil war and like.
I'm pretty sure. Wait a minute, Georgia alone. Even if it's true, Georgia alone isn't enough for Trump to win the election.
Sure, but
that state was close, but not in the electoral.
But I was told it wouldn't happen at all. It never happened.
That's the unfair part of like us honestly engaging with your conversation.
Okay, good. I want to finish with Ollie here. Ollie, look, so I don't know, man. Like, ultimately, if Trump is in the Epstein files, I mean, that's horrible, man. Like who wants that? Who wants that?
Well, I'm just saying it can't be that you're just eating shit, right? It has to be that like you have to recognize like what you supported, what like people what you fought against kind of frivolently, right? And then you have to contend with the fact that the Dems and the left were right.
Right. So, but it's the same thing as if I backed Bill Gates when he was pushing the jab and wanting all of you guys to just go along with it. And he was doing like, if I was on Bill Gates's side then, and it comes out that Bill Gates is literally giving his wife antibiotics without her knowledge. Yeah. That's insane. Like how
I'm unvaxxed, by the way, just so we're clear.
Yeah, no, that's good. It's good. I got you.
Bad decision, Ollie.
Nah, love you.
If it is the case, like I would just as quickly. I mean, look, I have no problem condemning Trump on a lot of different things. He is a complete fucking degenerate, right? Like, I say the same thing about other presidents. I literally just said I'm never surprised. I'm actually surprised that people care so much about the sex lives of presidents because they're powerful men who attract women who they then fuck. And there's nothing we can do about it. I would love it to be the opposite.
That feels weird coming from the conservatives, man. It just feels weird coming from that statement. I hear it to be true. Like to an extent, I kind of think it's true. It's like, what do you expect of these guys? It just kind of sounds weird coming out of the conservative side.
Right. Well,
that's really all it is.
Condemn degeneracy, but I have to acknowledge that it exists.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right. Like I can't put my head in a fucking pillow and go, no, it doesn't exist. No, I can't fucking do that. So do I want them to be better? Do I want them to be humans? Do I want them to act like the statesmen that they ought be? Well, maybe, but throughout our entire history, I don't care which leader you pick, they probably fucked a bunch of women.
There's more to decorum than like what he did when he was 20 years old. That's not what we're talking about. Trump is different.
No, I'm talking about leaders. Yeah,
like, Genghis Khan.
Genghis Khan fucked a bunch of damn women.
Alexander the Great probably fucked a bunch of men too.
What a crazy place to start,
right?
Is Genghis Khan.
I mean, tell me.
I want to refocus on the actual topic. So like my problem here, and maybe I'm misunderstanding what you guys are saying, and if so, then help me out here, right? Because maybe I'm missing something. Okay, all right. So after the election, right, 62 lawsuits were filed by Donald Trump and his cronies, right? Over the election process, right? Over that, they lost all of them. 30 of them were dismissed, like for having a lack of evidence or a lack of standing, and they were dismissed by Trump appointees. Well, many of them were dismissed by judges appointed by Trump because there was just no evidence there. Like, okay, where's your evidence? And there was just none. So, like, it's like I keep getting told that this hasn't been adjudicated yet, right? But it seemes like it got a lot of adjudication. Now, maybe I'm missing something. Again, I'm not.
Brock agrees with you.
I can tell you. What point does it not be transparency anymore? Like if it's 2040 and we're talking about 2020, it's like, well, we just want to be sure. Like you got
once the fraud is found, then it will have been transparent.
No. But yeah, in seriousness, like you have to.
Actually, gives away the honest game. Like that is pretty much the pathway.
You have to acknowledge the point where you decide that, like, oh, okay, this isn't good.
No, okay. This is the problem having this. All right, you know what? I'm gonna just call space spade. Trump's probably just as corrupt as the Dems, and the old neocons are probably just as corrupt as fucking them. They're all corrupt motherfuckers. Hold on, let me just. They're all corrupt. They're all bad guys. They're all bad guys. There's no good guys. Maybe I'm the bearer of bad news. They're all pieces of shit. Okay. All right. Cool. Now I guess we can all agree on that. It's one thing we all. Well, here's what's happened.
I mean, Genocide Biden is a bad guy.
What's happened?
So yeah.
Sure. What's happened? And a lot of Republicans.
That's pretty cool.
Actually. And they mean some things other than what I mean. But a lot of Republicans have referred to the Dems and the Republicans that have been in office for a while as the uniparty, right? Because it's the neocons, the neo-libs, they're working together in cahoots, and they've got the systems established. And like, I'm sitting here going, I want to see how deep this rot goes.
It's called
Trump,
the Zionists.
Hold on, Trump. Maybe it is the Zionists. I don't know. Maybe it's the Saudis. Who knows? It could be all of them fuckers in cahoots. It could be the Illuminati. I don't know. I got questions, right? And so when y'all go, oh, it's been investigated 6 times, I don't trust those fucking investigations. They seem sus. There's a magic number. I don't know what it is. Or there's maybe a quality of it. Maybe it is they find fraud. Maybe they never find fraud. But there's something that has not been done in my mind that is convincing yet, right? And I keep seeing new things that keep coming out that are like, I was told for years, one thing, like Medicaid for illegals. It's told that. Now, listen, Prime is honest. He's not a liar. He at least says, I openly want Medicaid for illegals. That's how they should do it, and we should be able to talk about it. Instead, what they fucking do is they subvert the American voters, and they make these illegal systems where they give them the fucking Medicaid, or they give them this other bullshit. And then they have this other shit where they legalize and bring it in. I was told none of this was happening. Turns out all of it was happening, right? And now I'm going, oh, let's go talk about voter prison. Yeah, hey, told that didn't happen. And we all laughed at it on a panel together. Guess what? That happened. It was a thing. Kamala advocated for it. What was it? The ACLU in 2019? That was what it was. Yeah. And she advocated for it. And so I'm sitting here going, okay, I keep getting told this shit's not happening, and it's blatantly true. And so now I think they're going in there, and we have some people that are a third group. It's these new populists, and they have a very big incentive to go and find real evidence. But if they don't find anything, they don't have the power to maintain this, gotcha, we're going to bamboozle them with some fake shit. They don't have that entrenchment like the Dems and the old neocons together did. I just don't see that. So I think it's kind of a thing where, yeah, I think we need some more investigations. I'm not satisfied with what's been done. But I think there is a time where I go, okay, that's enough. And, and we're not there yet.
I don't, but that's, I guess that's my problem, is that I don't understand. And maybe I'm misunderstanding something. And I'm not trying to straw man you. I'm not trying to do some of a gotcha, right? Yeah. Like, I don't understand why that time isn't now. That we've had not just these lawsuits, right? We've had this has been adjudicated so many times, within the media, reporters have gone.
I'll build a bridge with you.
Go ahead, sure.
I was ready to say, you know what? I'm done hearing about it, Trump. I was done. I was ready. I think 4 years, that's enough time. You had some people power, that's fine. But then all of a fucking sudden, all this fraud shit's come out. All this shit's Doge, and this other fraud stuff's come up. And it's just like, now I'm going, oh, maybe even Walls in on it. This is the vice president candidate of the United States for the Democratic Party. That's a high-level Dem. If Walls is in on this, or as tangibly knows, how deep does the rot go? Were they, over here putting this election thing go? I got questions, and that's just not been answered. And I think now
be indicted on this.
How did Walls get on this? Sorry. Walls.
Hey, there was a YouTuber who said that there was one Somali, so
Walls. I don't get how
justified. Walls
is made it known by whistleblowers that they were
Walls is actually Somalian
crimes, right? And that they chose not to act against it, for their.
Well, so the steel man here is the reason why Tim Walz is stepping down is because the agency that he oversaw, the Minnesota Department of Education, was found by the state auditor's office to be negligent when overseeing grant funding to various different organizations.
And we're just now finding this out.
Which were able to take advantage of that in order to scam the American taxpayer. And that is directly responsible for Tim Walz stepping down from office, because it actually is a scandal when the state auditor's office,
and so
nonpartisan auditor's office, is saying that you're...
exactly. All right.
So what Gibbs is saying is, okay, so we have evidence here of, Gibbs, I think, makes a stronger claim that there's some kind of willful participation. I think at the very least you have negligence. You have negligence by Walz, which is again why he's stepping down. Could there not be something similar where the leaders who are responsible for overseeing this were negligent and allowed the fraud to happen?
Okay,
I think that's the point.
But that's a move. I'm just address. I'm not going to put this on you, Gibbs, because you didn't come out your mouth, right? But it seems like Lactra, they'll be moving the goalposts. That's okay. At first, Democrats stole the election. Now it's Democrats.
But I'm not saying
the election.
I'm not saying
again. I'm not putting this on you, Gibbs, right? It didn't steal the election. Instead, right, there was some sort of level of fraud that happened underneath that they were negligent about, and then that's what like cause the election to like.
Well,
it
no.
seems like-
So no, it's not necessarily incompatible. So when the claim is the Democrats stole the election, there's like two possible ways you can interpret this. It's like the higher level organization was planned this out and was responsible for it, or there is the other possibility, which is that the higher level organization
or significant factions within the thing.
Sure, or the higher level organization or these leaders of significant factions were either negligent, cast a blind eye, didn't do proper enough vetting, blah blah blah, and there are maybe more radical agents that were able to get away with fraud in a way that the Democrats essentially maybe not effectuated but facilitated.
With zero evidence for this. We just believe it.
No evidence.
Just because it's relevant. Did you guys see that Nick Shirley
evidence is not
slandered me?
evidence, the absence.
Nick Shirley's talking about you.
Yeah, he said I didn't condemn Charlie Kirk. Me and Andrew.
Oh yeah, well,
and then he's like, I didn't see the video.
He's also delusional.
I
He's
don't
just not a very
believe-
bright person. Like,
No,
you're doing good
call
then.
me biased, but I don't believe that fucker.
I mean, he said that you didn't condemn the shooting.
Correct. Yeah.
Hey, I'd be happy if I was you. That's free publicity.
And then Andrew was like, "Wait, you didn't? Did you see that video? Because he for sure did, and I did too." And then he's like, "I didn't watch it. I didn't want to."
People were arrested for welfare
kinda Chad,
fraud
right?
in Minnesota.
It's
but
kind of
those
not.
people-
You should get like a
those
one-on-one
people
with him. I think that'd be
weren't
good.
I think you might have a different opinion if it was about you particularly.
No, I'm saying that facetiously. Yeah.
No, I know,
Yeah,
for sure.
Go ahead.
Anyway, I'm just saying I don't fucking trust that little worm a little bit.
Does Andrew
Yeah,
not
yeah.
like you?
I was just pointing out, like, when we talk about, like, wow, all this crazy fraud stuff coming out, like, the reality is there was an investigation and people were arrested for fraud in Minnesota, but it happened under the Biden administration. Trump hasn't made any arrests because they haven't been.
They
able to
just
find
started.
and it hasn't. And almost none of it's related to Somalians. I think there may have been like two.
Oh no, that's not true. That's not true.
Bruh, come on.
No, I'm pretty sure of the actual arrests that have happened.
Have you been drinking the Flint water?
No.
or what's going
Hold on. I
The
actually know this.
largest-
Of the actual arrests, it's like over for like feeding our future. That's like over like 100 something, and like 90% of it's Somalian. 100. Yeah.
Now we know.
Okay.
No, but you
Wait,
see how
yeah.
we can deal with details and specifics.
But it
now?
wasn't.
Yeah,
Like,
if you go into
when it
the
comes to
details,
election-
this is like if you go into the details, this is like
Wait,
primarily.
why didn't you say anything that Gibbs said wasn't true? Why is now where we have this energy now?
Okay.
I want you to keep-
Bro, hold on.
Let me post. Let me make
You're a lab-
Stop. I call the belief delusional. Are you willing to say that this belief that it's not mostly Somalians is delusional too?
No, I don't think this is the case.
I will remove all my hold on. I will remove all my emotion about this if you just say that you're being
hype me?
delusional right now.
I don't think I'm being delusional at all.
Okay, well then now there's a conflict.
I think it's a little.
I want to say the person the person arrested for the largest amount of fraud.
I'm de-aggroed now.
I'm not even doing the race thing, but like if you talk about, I think it was a white woman over it was like
With feeding our future, yes, she was involved in it. Yeah.
Yeah, I was about to say so. Yeah. I just think it was some weird stuff.
And her
going
business
on.
partner was a member of the Somali community, and most of the
I
people
think there was
arrested were
some
members
weird
of the
stuff
Somali
going
community.
on, and the Biden administration figured it out.
I do think that per capita.
Hold on. Let me just
hold on. Let's talk about the percentages.
I'm gonna give so you're right on a per capita basis it was disproportionately Somalian. I will give you credit on one thing you're saying, because one thing you're saying is true, that it was the Biden's DOJ that handled a lot of the prosecutions. So that's true.
Yeah, because of the ones that have already happened. There's new shit going down. Like, yo, act like there's nothing happening.
Where are the arrests?
Where are the arrests, bro? The investigations are just starting. This is like 3 weeks old.
It doesn't take that long to make an arrest dropping it. Like if you have like if this dramatic.
Why are we hearing about it?
Trump
If
said
there's
there
no
was
fucking
$100
arrests?
Some of
billion
these
in
cases
fraud
take years
in
to build,
Minnesota.
bro.
The state budget of Minnesota is like
It's gonna be
things are like-
vindicated then, guys. You
Hold
just
on,
have to
some of
wait
these are
years.
widely complicated. Like, sometimes it's years. Like you go all the way down, and you just find one layer, and there's a second layer, and it's financial crime. Sometimes it takes a while to figure this shit out.
It is like an onion. You're right, Gibbs.
I know. Real smelly nasty one. It is very many layers. Shrek taught us that.
Wait a minute.
And the thing is, when Trump's going to go out of office, no one's going to be arrested, and then they're say like, "Oh, well, it's because Trump didn't have enough time to figure it out." Like the cult just keeps moving.
Well, that's why he has to be president until he dies. He needs time to solve all
He probably
this
doesn't
shit,
have much longer,
man.
anyways.
It's totally possible, by the way, that like this shit does not get wrapped up
he's
at
like
the time that
87.
he
Of
leaves
course he's
office.
never
That doesn't
solved
mean
it.
anything.
But then like there's nothing though. He has
No, hold on. We already know. So I've actually read the auditors' reports, and like very consistently, and also the investigators with the Department of Education. And it's not just like this specific instance, like I'll bring it up for you. There's literally like a letter from like the chief investigator saying this is a major, like these scam daycares are such a big problem. They're opening faster than we can close them down. This is a consistent problem where we're hiring people to go like find that shit and close it down, and they're just like they keep popping up over and over again. This is widespread. It's a consistent problem. It happens at very high rates in Minnesota. These are nonpartisan reports.
Wait, hold on. Yeah, I don't know why we can't agree. Wait, hold on. I don't know why we can't agree that disproportionately, it seems like that Somalians do seem to be running some sort of scam in Minnesota. However, hold on.
Impressively running.
Hold on.
Gotta give the butt.
Hold on.
Impressively running scams.
One, that doesn't speak to all Somalians. We don't have to be racist about it. And two, it seems like this was largely taken care of on a federal level before fucking Nick Shirley got involved. Or not on a federal level.
We don't get to have that conversation whenever we're saying that the election's stolen, and we don't have to be specific about it.
Sure,
we don't get to talk about the knee specifics. Nope.
So
I'm not having that conversation. I'm not being fair.
All right.
We'd be getting into specifics this whole time about the election.
That's my opinion.
Don't worry. I'm going to.
He's like unusually long fingers.
I'm going to collaborate.
It's just the way your camera makes your hands look.
They look normal.
No, he's got big Chad hands. That's what that.
That's what it
like.
is.
Yeah. Yeah. But anyway, so I'm going to collaborate with a collaborator here. All right.
Yes.
That makes you a fascist crime. Now I get to use
You're a hand washer of fascism.
Speaking of hands,
how pathetic you got to be to wash the hands of the hand washer? Oh,
there we go. Yeah.
The bottom of the totem pole.
It's like a bunch of like a dirty dishwater, right? Like it just comes down.
That's who you are.
Ball wash.
But or ball wash, which even worse. Thank you. But no, to our friend Nick. No, I agree with you here, right? And again,
did you call me Nick?
Sorry, did I say Nick?
All white people look
I
the
do
same.
apologize.
All
white people do look like Nick.
That's fair.
I apologize.
Me and Nick are both Mormons. So
he meant Mr. Shirley. Go ahead.
He grew up in like the same area.
Are you Mormon and Jewish?
Yeah, I was. Well, my dad's Jewish. My mom's Mormon. So
Wait,
how the fuck did that happen?
That's crazy, man.
Yeah,
that's interesting.
I got both sides.
Good story.
I feel like some rules are being
half of it makes it to heaven based off South Park.
Exactly.
Also, a shout out to my friend Gibbs. Okay, right? Yes, it can be the case that like an ethnic group gravitates to one particular type of scam, right? Like the criminals within that ethnic group, right? Like I love my Italians, but I think we know, right? There are certain things that certain members of the Italian community, not them all, right?
That's racist.
Were attracted to. I'm trying to be
There's literally no difference between every Italian
this entire
and every Swede.
Lactoid stands against racism.
Stand against racism.
Listen, La Costa Nostra bad.
But actually, but we see these patterns, right? Not just in illegitimate businesses, but we see them in legitimate businesses, right? We
Speaking
see
of
like
Jews.
Koreans come in, right, and do like the nail salon thing, right? Like, that's the thing that happens, right? Like people form networks, and then when their people come over, right?
Meetings with home health care facilities.
Bring them into the networks. Yeah. I'm gonna keep that out. I'll keep out of that, right? But like they bring people into their network. That's just how that works, right?
Yeah.
And so I can make other larger statements, but now I'm getting in real big trouble. I'm not gonna say it. But I agree with you. Basically, that's what he's trying to say is that like there are networks, right? And in the Somali community, it seems like from these investigations that within their networks, for those who wish to be part of a illegal activity, or those who just had no clue what was happening, right? They were a part of a child care scam.
Yeah.
Simple.
It looks like there's 98 defendants, 85 of whom are Somali descent. 64 defendants have been convicted, none of which have been under the Trump administration.
Which is exactly what I said. Mostly Somalian and under the Biden administration.
But you see how I dealt with the specifics of it, and then we've done it just feels gross after this.
You just got to believe me, and then you'll be good.
But hold on, are you saying hold on? The argument was there's no new cases opening, which we know is not true.
It doesn't seem there doesn't seem to be any.
Bro, it has been. Bro, how long has the Shirley video been out?
I know investigations have been
No, the
happening. I don't
fucking
know if
Shirley
any
video
official...
didn't go anywhere.
Bro, what I'm saying is, it was kind of the catalyst. I'm not saying he was.
No, wait, hold on. No, this is gonna piss me
finding all
off.
sorts of stuff.
This is gonna piss me off. There are, as he said, like 100 cases of investigating these daycare frauds because it's a real issue that like sometimes they get subsidized by the state and then they don't have the kids and there's fraud going on and it's a way to extort fraud or to extort funds. And yeah, we know about this and it's been part of these investigations for years.
Well, hold on. You want a new case?
Nick Shirley didn't do shit.
Oh, I'll give you a brand new. I'll give you a brand new case that I think is directly tied, based off chain events to this. Are you ready for it? Ilya Omar is being investigated. And that's a new case, and it's directly tied to the Shirley video.
Wait, you're right.
And now we have the financial stuff. Yeah.
Hold on.
That's no investigation under Trump now.
What? Yeah. So hold on. Like, what's the financial stuff you're talking about?
Done and done. Shirley made one video about Minnesota.
Her husband had like something like a 1,200% like return investment rate against the market, and then some of these places like her wine company don't even exist. Like, so there's all sorts of stuff like coming out.
This is not true.
This is a new investigation.
This is not true.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, because we've already one.
We're not going to focus on the fact that the Muslim owns a wine company.
To be fair to Prime, I think that it's fair to just assume that everything Gibbs says is a lie.
You don't taste it. You never like taste your product. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So it's not true. What happened was, right? For those who are unfamiliar with government documents, right? Like this is an error of this is a misunderstanding, misattribution of like these government documents. So like Ilhan Omar, as a representative, has to declare her holdings, right? Right. So she has to do that on a form. On this form, it not only is her holdings declared, but it's her husband's, right? Right. And on that form, right, it talks about like what their investments are. So he puts in he did invest into these two different companies. Like one was for like 2.5 million, another one was for like 1.5 million, something along those lines, right? But like the size of the company, but like on the form there's a range, right? So like it says how sorry, excuse me, the results that we're given, there's a range, right? So like how much these investments are worth, right? It's like between 500,000 and like 1.5 million, and then then 1 million, and then like from there it's 1 million to like 2.5 million. So what happened was there's these two investments that fall in these two different categories. What Republicans did is that they added those two categories together, and then they added up to the maximum. So now, now they've just gotten $3.5 million. Where did that $3.5 million come from, right? That's not what happened. Literally, what her husband did was simply invest in these two companies. He does not own the two companies, right? And then the Republicans are falsely claiming that now, like, Ilhan Omar is a millionaire because she has those investments, and that means she owns the company and she has that equity stake. She does not have that. That's a lie. That is not true. Ilhan Omar still can't. She can't pay back her. She still, at least hasn't paid back her student loans of like $60,000. She is not a millionaire. These were just equity stock investments and like true ventures. That's all that was. That's what that was.
I want to say he is a stakeholder in the venture capital. But I say he doesn't own the entire company, but I don't think it's just like a. I don't think it's just like a. Like he owns a couple stocks. Like I think he is like a partial owner.
Yeah,
he's an investor. He's an investor. He's an investor.
He's an investor, but he still owns a percentage, not like. You know,
he doesn't own the company.
Yeah, they're basing it off of the entire venture capital firm is worth like $20 million. So they're like accrediting all $20 million to him,
which
even though he owns like a percentage.
Yeah,
he's a partner.
What percentage? Oh, a partner, like a major percentage, then, right?
No, I don't think he's a major percentage at all. Actually,
well, that's how usually a partnership works. Is you have to hold a significant percentage of the ownership. You know, if you're in that kind of thing. You know what I'm saying? Like there's a standard. What? You don't think that's true at all?
Well,
in a venture, in a capital firm, or like a law firm.
Depends on how you define major. No, like what do you consider major?
Like I don't know, a significant portion, more than 2%, probably. I would say, yeah, especially when it's a new firm like that. I mean, I guess the real issue is, it seems sus, and I'm going to tell you why. I don't buy it. I don't buy it. It's not just two companies. There's questions about the wine company. That doesn't even exist, apparently. And also, I think Ollie actually hit the nail on the head earlier. And I think I can't say it better than what's his name. Corruption is only bad when it doesn't include me, right? Whatever info she's got, this insider trading shit. Her husband, he did an outstanding job. I'm mad that we don't have this info. And guess what? We need to go and investigate this bullshit so that everybody get this info. So, it's a problem. And I want to see how deep the rot goes. Y'all are telling me it's not a problem. Sorry, not buying.
$1 billion this year.
Yeah, but hold on. Here's the
never
thing.
made that much money in the
I openly said earlier that they're pieces of shit. Hold on. I openly said they're evil pieces of shit. But they're a new group that's come in and taken over at least enough power with the Republican Party, and they're upsetting the system. They're shaking the table. I think it's good to shake the table sometimes.
Bro,
and let's see the rot thing.
Donald Trump has made more money last year than every politician in history combined.
Gibbs, I got a real question for you.
1 year.
Are you not tired? Like, do you not get tired every day? Because these
I'm
goalposts are heavy.
exhausted of my money being fucking spent on bullshit. That's what I'm exhausted by.
I'm pretty sure there are substances maintaining Gibbs' energy levels.
Yeah, it's
didn't it just come out? He's like a $500 million investment from Saudi Arabia. No, maybe it wasn't Saudi. It was.
I'm gonna look up schizophrenic medication. That's the thing he's on.
Yeah,
I didn't say
it was
that.
a country we did a favorable deal with, and we figured out that he had invested $500 million into Trump's company.
What are you on? Risperidone, right, guys?
I think that's a sedative, if I remember.
This is great conflict of interest. And then people say he's a businessman. Why do we get away with he's a businessman?
He literally just made $1.4 billion. According to a report, and then
wasn't that an illegitimate crypto?
And it was private.
It was legitimate crypto,
legitimate crypto that the president pushed out.
It's so
it was pretty obvious that was something to invest in, right? Or get out quick, right?
There was a quid pro quo episode. I think what our friend Bam is talking, maybe he's talking about something different, and if so, I apologize. But I think you're talking about the latest report now, where there was just a $500 million dollar investment into Trump's crypto. And then Abu Dhabi was then allowed to use AI chips they had been previously banned from because of their ties to China.
Yeah,
he also pardoned CZ. He had a number of
listen.
He put all of the top 100 donors, and he attended an event. He said anyone while he was president, or maybe the RNC nominee.
Yeah, but Prime, you just brought up Abu Dhabi being tied to China. This is incentive to get them away, just like with BRICS earlier. I brought this up at the very beginning of the show today. I was like, oh, he got this deal with India to stop buying Russian oil. They're a key member of BRICS. It's in the fucking name, right? They're pulling away from Russia's influence, and they got a new trading deal with us with zero tariffs. This is kind of this whole thing. It's okay, I'm going to do the crypto. We're going to push into crypto. Oh, this company's going to get involved. This country's going to get involved. Hey, okay, maybe you come with us instead of China. It's all selling. I just don't why is that bad? Especially when it's mainly on the private market after they're legitimized. I just as opposed to we got insider scoops that nobody gets, and we're gonna make.
Why is it bad that the president is pushing a meme coin that Americans are investing into, and then they could also buy access to the president through means of X amount of donation gets you a dinner or gets you a conversation or gets you a the guy is running a Memex.
No,
presidents don't have Memex.
So presidents shouldn't be able to have
direct access. They don't have screens
no, they shouldn't. That's actually the thing. Presidents aren't supposed to have.
Sorry to do this thing, but fucking Jimmy Carter sold his fucking peanut farm.
The fucking beer, Billy Beer.
That's his brother.
He sold his brother's beer.
And are you going to bring out the myth that he sold beer on the White House lawn?
I don't think he sold it on the White House lawn.
Okay.
Yeah, the fact.
I wish he honestly. I wish he would have. I wish he would. That would have been based.
I just want a very important clarification.
The fact that Trump had Elon working within the government, but also was pushing his Teslas and advertising for Tesla like crazy. This isn't. These aren't good things that the president are doing. If we just want to do good or bad, these are bad. These are bad actions.
And then he was caught on camera with a Saudi member of royalty saying that oh, hey, we should have a meeting with Eric to establish the business. It's a little fucked.
Bro, I know you're not saying this with a straight face after all the Biden shit with Ukraine.
See, that's why me and Prime come at this with a fuck Biden perspective too, because I hate this whole.
Oh my god! What the fuck did Hunter Biden do?
What aboutism?
The president of the United States or the vice president of the United States son is going to have you're going to want to. They're going to get offered to be on.
Jesus Christ!
If you're the son of the vice president of the United States, you absolutely are going to get invited to. That's actually a legitimate thing. You're like, oh, you have connections to the United States government.
There were multiple reports that every time Hunter Biden was asked to get Joe on the phone, like he was like, I don't want to talk business. I just want to see how you're doing. He wasn't able to get access. There was no access given.
Did you know that senators' kids get into colleges preferentially? Yes, those things happen.
There's benefits to being a senator.
Lactoid, I sent you an article on the thing I was referring to.
No, with the Abu Dhabi thing. Yeah, I looked into that as well. Just to be clear, it's not. It's World Liberty Financial, which is run by Trump family members, but not Donald Trump himself.
It honestly pisses me off.
So if you guys don't have a problem with Billy Beer, then I don't see a problem with this.
Or Omar's husband making all the money, but not Omar.
Oh yeah. Now the problem is him making money at all. Okay, yeah, great. But anyway, when we're talking about corruption, that's the play, right? That's always the play. Hey, you want to do a business deal? I'll consider it, right? Separately, right? And completely don't consider this connected. My son here, he needs a job, right?
Yeah.
If my son, what'd you say?
He's talking about Hunter Biden.
For the big
guy. Hunter Biden's more corrupt than $3 billion.
Yeah, exactly.
But he did this outside the government.
Would that be an example of the Hunter Biden situation? Would that be the example of corruption that Biden took part in? Because that's what Republicans were saying previously, right? Biden took part in the corruption. He was part of the scheme.
Yeah, and it's convenient that we're over there now, which would be, Lactoid's point kind of thing, I'm sure.
I don't know what you mean. Oh, you mean for over in Ukraine?
In Ukraine, yeah.
Oh, I don't know. Maybe it's a possibility. Whatever. I couldn't put it past them.
We could buy 20 Greenlands.
So 100% possibly, right? But anyway,
we could buy more than 20 Greenlands with what we give to Ukraine.
But Lactoid, you agree, right? That's how graft usually works, especially in some bumfuck
look, I'll say this. I'll say this. I agree. It's suspicious to the same extent that I'm okay with people looking into it, just like I'm okay with people looking into anything, right? I think that's good.
Okay.
I'm just saying that it's fair enough to bring up the point. It's not proven though that Trump masterminded some kind of quid pro quo. You give me this much money and I'll, do XYZ for your country. At least not him personally. Surely I'm for sure he does that kind of negotiation when it comes to tariffs.
Couldn't have done that, right? His family, it would require Trump to take the action, right? The money would come in through his to his family members, right? I think it was in the article, it's $137 million flowed to the Trump family.
They bought a stake. Abu Dhabi bought a stake in the company.
Yeah,
could be absolutely a financially from the investor perspective, okay, Trump just won. This company's going to get really valuable. I want to buy a big piece of it. I mean, there's.
Was it the company named, and was it all above board, or was it behind? Was it through? Shadow?
I put the article in the chat, so you can take a look at yourself. So it's right there. It says, according to the journal, Wall Street Journal, the agreement saw roughly 187 million flow to Trump family entities and 31 million to the Witkoff family entities, because they're also deeply involved in this as well. Steve Witkoff. So he bought a $500 million stake within World Liberty Financial. Yes. And I'm guessing it was to buy the actual stable coin there. That makes him, I believe, 49%. Yeah, 49. He has now a 49% stake in World Liberty Financial. So he has the second biggest investor there. So yeah, man, that's a lot of money that just flowed in. And then coincidentally, those extremely valuable AI chips that you couldn't get your hands on before, because supposedly national security, I think the whole excuse is bullshit any which way, right? I think they probably should have had access to those chips, right? But still, all of a sudden now we don't care about that. Those chips are now in the hands of of people who are close to China. Apparently, we don't care about that anymore.
Trump has even confirmed, like Trump's like has came out and done policy based around if you give me enough money, you can have whatever you want. Like he has the gold card, like for citizenship.
Mm-hmm.
He like
that's not again. That's not for him.
Where does that
personally,
money
though.
go to?
No,
Yeah,
but
that's that.
But I'm just saying that this is the way. This is like we're not making a stretch to say that this is Trump's personality.
Wait, what's wrong with that?
There's a
No,
price.
that's
for
hold on. No. I am fine with the idea of like let's try to like enrich the country. That's literally his job. I think it's fine. I think it's also fine.
By buying citizenship?
But the kind of you can't do that. No, stop. You can't do it where like, oh look, he's got the personality to try to enrich the country. Therefore, doesn't he also have the personality to try to enrich himself?
It's not about enriching himself. That's I'm not talking about the enrichment.
Well, that's the accusation.
That's the accusation I'm making is like you're saying that like we have no reason to believe that Trump connects access to money, like the amount of money you give him to the amount of access he's willing to give you. And I'm like, no, we do have a track record that shows that Trump believes that there's an amount of money that grants you access to things.
I want to point out how based the
H-1B visas. He's like, there's you buy $1 million one.
Hold on. So like, there's some things that H-1B uses that there's debates about. But I want to talk about the gold card for a second. This is so based. I always look at things like at a perspective like, okay, what would the other side do? What's the worst that happen? I'm actually okay with the Trump admin coming in and saying, okay, we're going to choose who, and if they have the $5 million, who gets to come in and be a citizen right off the jump. I'm okay with that. I'm also okay if the Dems come next and they do the same standard. We get to choose who we like that comes in and they pay the $5 million, they get it. Because, God damn it, $5 million a pop. That's a pretty good hit. Like, right each time, that pays for a lot of shit. Like, and if we have people immigrate, they're going to get citizenship. That means they probably have a vested interest in spending that money here. I mean, I think that's pretty based, even if it's like not people that I support politically. I think that's an all around pretty good thing. Like, why would y'all not like that?
I'm pretty sure if you can prove $1 million in investment in like businesses, useful business to the United States, you already can apply for citizenship.
Yeah, but it's like instant.
Gold card just has his name on it.
Well, then you don't have to worry about this SPA loan shit, right? Now you're a vested citizen, right? Boom. Now you're like that's another advantage. Like,
I thought the big issue is that it's just not reasonable for anyone to want to spend $1 million to be an American citizen when you can largely do that. You could like pay a lawyer to do it relatively quickly, much faster.
Okay, so you have the
much cheaper.
Is it much faster?
Money's
cheaper.
Paid
for.
I don't know if it's.
My understanding is it's expedited. That's my understanding.
Yeah, it's like
it's going to be way more expensive, but it is expedited.
I'm fine with the policy. I just don't think it will make any money.
Yeah, it's not making too much money. I don't think
that's my opinion.
Got one.
Well,
I mean, I don't think it has to make too much money. I think I'm fine with the policy. I don't.
I'm fine with it too.
Do you? I'm about to say you have. I think you would still have to pass every other part of the process. You wouldn't want like.
Yeah, you do.
You wouldn't. I'm about to say you wouldn't.
I would be okay with removing. I would be okay with removing all the requirements.
Murderer. They're like, I have a
just having like a Saudi fucking official just go. I want American citizenship.
No, we got to have some other requirements.
Why not? Russian oligarch.
If they can all get together and for every citizen pay $5 million, I mean, at that point they deserve us.
No, it would just be like key people. Like
you would grant Putin American citizenship even if he never used it? Just like I have access.
Of course. Hold on.
You're salivating a little too much.
Wait. What records is Putin going to get if he buys American citizenship?
I mean, whatever he wants. He's an American citizen.
No, I can't. As an American citizen, I can't just like go to some government agency like I demand your documents. I can't do that.
Do you think Zelensky's done that? He owns a house in Florida.
It wouldn't surprise me, but I didn't know that.
But anyway, it's not about that. It wasn't about the gold card. I was just speaking to the point of like it would be like even if you do like the Trump does business deals, his net worth has doubled in the last year. Do you think that's a coincidence, or do you think it's directly related to his presidency?
I mean, he's been pretty open about it. Like that's the difference. He's like,
that's not good. If I kill people in the open, it doesn't make it a better kill.
I'm gonna hard disagree with the liberals here. I'm sorry. I'm gonna say that fucking Bernie Sanders made millions of dollars as a senator because he released a book.
$3 billion.
Wait, hold on.
$1 billion.
Oh, $3 billion.
I don't care about.
But hold on. But here's the thing. What I'm saying is why.
Never mind.
This is why I think it's important. I think it's why it's important to talk about the open aspect, right? Is so okay. If he goes, I'm going to push crypto. And then before that bill gets passed, he buys a bunch of crypto, right? And you go, oh, okay, maybe when this bill gets passed, it's going to go up in price. And everybody knows he's doing this, and everybody's arguing about if it's a good idea or bad idea. That's a lot different than, oh, I got some insider info, and I'm using my connections here in the Uniparty to make sure that I'm enriched while the rest of the Americans are getting fucked. That's a big difference.
What the fuck do you think a rug pull is? You can buy so hard into a.
You should have just got out sooner. If you got out sooner, you wouldn't have got rug pulled.
Got it.
It's not just rug pull though.
Great financial advice.
He's done every corrupt financial.
I didn't invest in the crypto.
I don't think there's evidence that Trump actually ran a rug intentionally.
No. I'm saying what Gibbs' description there. I don't think that Trump did what Gibbs just described, but what Gibbs described is a fucking psycho.
Yeah, I disagree with rug pulls. Just to be clear, I think
I'm
rug pulls are bad.
No. I know. I'm just saying. Trump didn't do what Gibbs said, but what Gibbs said was fucking crazy, and I would say that that's a rug pull and that's psychotic.
Oh, so because his family invested in something that he was pushing policy wise, so his family shouldn't be allowed to invest in shit. If they know,
way to describe
insider.
How
hold on. If it's public information, which it was that they was pushing crypto policies, give America a new
privy to the votes.
No, but he's putting this out there publicly. This is a policy he's going to push, and he's doing it. How far down is
privy to the way that it's
cousin
voting.
Bob that's never met him? That's five people removed.
No.
Trump. Should he not be able to say?
Family
he knows if it's getting passed or not.
Oh, so why?
Yeah. Actually, that's how we would do it.
We all know if it's getting passed or not. It's public info.
No, you don't, hon. What if
you know that you know at the same time that Donald Trump?
He's not the one directly investing. It's his family.
Yeah, who he talks to all the time, which would be the problem.
not just who he talks to. I'm about to say the Trump
doesn't talk to his family all the time.
I mean, okay, let's just say that's true. Let's just say that's true. Let's just say you'll have 100% fact that's true. Let's just say that's true. All right. Let's just say use my logic real quick because it's so simple anybody can.
All right, hold on. Everyone imagine they're a raging lunatic.
No, just it's easy. But no, it's more simple than that. It's more simple.
Okay, go ahead.
Give me too much credit, right? Listen, if Trump goes, I like crypto. We do crypto. Okay. And then that's the policy push. And it's got to go through Congress. This is the thing he gets elected. And he says after he gets elected, I like crypto. We do crypto. All right. It goes to make sense that, hey, maybe when they announce Trump coin, it might be good to get in this early.
Can you it's going up and imagine?
Could you imagine? Would that make sense to people?
The president of the United States. What is our standard?
Wait, hold on. Why didn't he put Trump coin in the strategic crypto reserve if he was corrupt? Can you answer that?
What a weird. Wait, hold on. There are ways that he's not corrupt and ways that he is corrupt.
Statistic crypto reserve.
I'm just saying.
I promise.
Fair retort.
Wait, hold on. Why did Donald Trump?
Trump doesn't know what crypto is.
Why did Donald Trump just murder his Joe Biden if he's such a fascist?
Well, according to BAM, apparently he was trying. He was trying earlier.
Oh my gosh! Hold on. I already argued this.
I know. Hold on. Let me elaborate a little more. So I know it was a little bit tongue in cheek, but. Yeah, the Trump coin, I think I've already said before, I have a problem with it. But it's not like bold-faced corruption in the extent that Trump coin is being utilized or implemented in government programs.
I agree.
But insider trading.
Hold on. I do think it's
corruption.
I'm pretty terrified by the way that he pardoned CZ. That he pardoned a number of key crypto factors.
Quid pro quo.
Okay, let me present something to you.
Right.
I agree. It's not clear cut, but it is worrisome.
No.
Sure.
They literally invest. CZ and then the rest of them literally invest in the Trump coin or some other way of getting Trump money, right? Or they give it to his lawyers. That's another way of doing this, right? They give it to people within his circle, and then all of a sudden they got a pardon. Interesting. Millions of dollars flows into the Trump circle, and then pardons magically appear. But Lactoid, it looks funny, but I can't be sure. I don't know.
Can't do it, man.
Hold on. Let's just say. Let me just build a bridge with you because I tried doing this earlier.
$10 billion, and he says he decides his own settlement.
So we all know the famous quote by Jefferson, right? About the tree of liberty need to be watered with the blood of whatever patriots. All right, I'm going to propose a real dark, pessimistic version of this, right? And it's that sometimes we're gonna have to have a little nurdles ride. We're gonna have to have new corruption to give rebirth to the country, right? And I think right now, let's just say Donald Trump is all these terrible things you'll say he is. He's corrupt and stuff. But here's the thing.
Good.
I just heard on the panel earlier today, before this panel, they told me, they go, hey, he's coming in, he's a populist. They took over the Republican Party. This is a new group. It's not the same Republic. I think to some extent that's true. This is a new group of corrupt sons of bitches. They're at least open with this shit. And I think sometimes it's good to have the new corruption come in here, like the flies eating the rot. And they go and see all this old rot set up by this system that's been here for 100 years. And it's time to shake the fucking tree and burn it down. Just like in California, fires, but like when they're normal and natural and not exacerbated by human development, it spreads the forest. It burns, spreads the seeds. This is a fire.
This is the issue.
Burning out the rot.
This is the issue.
The new America rise, and I think it's a good thing.
This is the issue with extrapolating key corruption in government to essentially all government, because when that occurs, a certain disaffected minority sees one person being corrupt openly and goes, "Well, see, that's the change we need." It's psychotic. I don't even know what to do with it. No, there are people in government who aren't corrupt. There are people who are actually trying to get shit done, who are actually care about their population. I know that's a hard take. That's a hot take in America specifically right now. But I don't know. I don't think that the change we need is an open corrupt person. Maybe just not corrupt people. And I think that there's a good enough. There's a sizable proportion of Congress right now who isn't corrupt, who genuinely cares.
But yeah,
I know.
I'll believe it there. But Gibbs, I'll try to.
I don't know if anyone agrees, but all right.
Still, man, your
I agree to a certain extent.
It's like it's a new faction. They're going to set fire to the old.
I think they're all taking.
So Gibbs, you want Trump to be in the Epstein files. You want more and more. Like the more that Trump is in the Epstein files, the better.
I don't give a shit if he's in the Epstein files, because if he is, throw him in the wood chipper. I like his policies. I like that it's a new populist.
You don't care about that.
I like, but because I care more about the policy changes, right? Yeah, I care about the movement overall. I like a lot of what's happening.
I want ICE murder.
Everyone, let's not forget what Gibbs said a few weeks ago, right? He said if there was a pedophile, he was like, if he suspected someone was a pedophile,
true, he's a pedo protector. He was doing
business with, right? That he would not report him to the
get stitches, right? He would not report. He would protect his friend.
If he thought that a person was abusing a child,
well, do snitches get stitches? Is that true or not? Okay, so you would not snitch on your friend who's a pedophile, right?
Listen, I'm not answering.
Gibbs, if you were a pedophile, I would snitch on you.
You don't bite bullets.
I do bite bullets.
So do snitches get stitches or not? You love so do snitches?
If I had undisputable evidence that this guy was a pedophile, indisputable, undisputed, whatever. You know what I'm trying to say. I would maybe let the
maybe
know.
Flip a coin.
Maybe.
Maybe. Exactly. He might be a pedo protector.
Just might be. Yeah.
Let's say my best friend.
I'll tell you what I would do. I would cut them all out of my life completely.
Here's just a hypothetical I'm throwing out there. What if my best friend of 15 years? He's a businessman in New York. He's a financier.
And he's a billionaire.
He's one of my best friends.
He happens to have an island.
Right. Yeah. And I fly on his plane sometimes. And sometimes I see little girls and I go, oh, my best friend is really into these little girls.
But snitches get stitches, so better
get stitches, yeah.
No, you're putting this job on me. Why is it my job to go do the police's job?
Are you for real? Why is it your job to tell the police, hey, I think a crime has been occurred?
My duty is to be my own. I would definitely tell all my friends.
Why was it? Why would you tell
so you would snitch?
No, I would just be like, we don't associate with this person. We don't talk.
Yeah,
if you see someone murdering someone in front of you, you wouldn't tell the police.
I'm not trying to get shot.
You think he wants to get stitches?
Can I just say, I'm so glad that society, just my neighborhood, is not filled with Gibbs.
Your neighborhood is definitely filled with Gibbs. You think that all these people, but most people are not going to call the cops if they see him.
No, I disagree. Do you want Gibbs as a neighbor? You would be okay.
You know what? This is when they talk about white privilege. This is the white privilege. This is that it is right here.
So you advocate his position, right? As in,
no,
also not. Oh,
no. I just you asked me a very specific question. Would I be okay with having Gibbs as my neighbor? The answer to that question is yes. I am not co-signing all of Gibbs's beliefs on this.
You want more people with Gibbs's worldview around, right? As in snitches get stitches, and let's protect the pedos, right?
That particular worldview, not particularly.
I said the pedos are with you.
Can you just say fucking no?
He said turn a blind eye. He didn't say protect. He said turn a blind eye. Okay, those are two different things. All right, guys, you need to be
true. There would be actions that I would take that would not be snitching.
Stop fighting straw men. Stop fighting straw men.
All of a sudden, Gibbs is Catholic, right? And he
the Spanish.
Look, I'll say this. I'll say this. I generally subscribe to like don't be a snitch or whatever. What? There are limits.
The lawyer subscribes to don't be a snitch.
One of those is like
I hope it's like stealing a chocolate cookie. Like I don't know if anyone cares about that, but I think
no, I'm definitely reporting that.
No.
Okay, hell yeah.
You don't think he's
welcome to the fucking?
I'm talking about crimes. I'm talking about like in all seriousness.
Crimes that don't really matter.
There are plenty of crimes that I don't think should be crimes that I am not going to report unless I have some kind of obligation to. So if I see a drug deal happening, I'm not calling the police on that. If I see a prostitution thing happening, I'm not calling the police on that. If I see somebody speeding 10 miles an hour over, I don't give a fuck.
Okay,
right?
I agree with. I agree.
Yeah.
Okay,
stealing a cookie,
and I agree.
Stealing a cookie, yeah, absolutely. Fuck.
And I agree with you. Like to it. I agree with you. However, right? Well, we're
the child. Yeah, that's a bit too far. Yeah.
A bit too far.
If it's just abuse, if it's not rape.
If you really care,
go to the wheel chipper.
No.
Okay, great.
Hold on, but if you live in Texas, you don't have to snitch. You just take care of it yourself. If you see them and you have the physical,
what's wrong with vigilantes?
I'm gonna call police.
If you suspect that there's
a
pedophile,
if you have, say I walk in and you're like, oh, he's diddling Bobby.
If Benny Johnson made a tweet,
bang, like we're not.
If Benny Johnson tweeted that this guy's a pedophile, you can go in with your.
Gibbs lives in Gotham. I don't think he lives in Texas.
We've seen what your burden of proof is, bro. We know how much it is to
convince
convince you.
In Texas.
What's the Texas superhero?
In Texas, literally in Texas, a guy was running out of the place and somebody shot him like 6 times back. The guy got off because they said, "Hey, good for him." If I walk in and I see somebody diddling little nephew Bobby, he's getting shot. We're not calling the cops.
Bobby. I agree with that. No, I agree with that part. That's like defense of a.
Don't agree with that part.
No, that's the defense of a victim. No, actually, I do agree with
that
part. No,
why would you let that keep happening?
I mean, you could.
No one's letting it happen.
That's an option. That's an option.
No. I actually Gibbs is like I actually agree with like part of what Gibbs is saying. If I walk in on a crime currently happening and I'm armed, I am absolutely drawing like on against child. Absolutely,
you're shooting the cookie stealer, right, Locktoy? That's what you're saying. You're shooting the cookie stealer.
If there's a chance they get away.
Like, I mean, y'all trying to pin this on like snitching.
If they surrender, then they're not going to get.
Y'all are just afraid to take action.
Maybe.
You want Bobby to get more molested. That's what you're saying.
There was. Okay,
you caught me.
I'm saving Bobby.
But like there was a case where my understanding of this case is that there was an individual, an older man, right? Like, well, he was like in his 20s or something, and he was having relations with this with a young boy, right? The young boy's father came home. The young boy's father beat the man within an inch of his life, right? Yeah, that seemed justified. And that's perfectly okay. If I was on a jury, if he got unfortunately taken to court, absolutely. I would say you're not guilty because he was defending his son from a diddler.
I'm worried about evidence quite a bit, but I will say, if you've got
the whole premise is I have indisputable evidence. That's what y'all tried to get me with.
Yeah, if you see it, then it's like, all right.
Yeah, so why do you want to wait that long?
I'm not gonna. That's not gonna be where I hang my hat.
Well, so but Gibbs, here, let's change it a little bit. Let's say that you come to believe that your neighbor is diddling kids. You don't have like definitive proof, but you have enough where you're like,
I would not be snitching. I would be fucking telling people don't interact with him if you trust my judgment.
Crazy.
But wouldn't you want the police to go like investigate to see? Because that would be my thing. Because I don't have the. Hold on.
I don't have no actual evidence.
No. I'm saying that you have enough evidence to like have a reasonable belief. You just don't have enough evidence to know for sure.
Wait. No. Wait. Hold on.
He's always a youth pastor at the church.
Hold on. Everyone stop. Gibbs, you see in 2020, November of 2020, you see someone filling out a ballot with the wrong person's name.
No,
they submitted it to the mail. Are you calling the cops? Should we investigate that?
We can come back to that in a second, but I want to dive down this one real quick because this happens all the time, and I'm critical of churches.
Let's voter fraud.
But
That's
hold on,
serious.
we have youth ministers who marry people the minute they hit 18. That's fucking suspicious, right? I hear that from the lefties all the time. Oh, this youth pastor. Oh, maybe he got them to marry at 17. That's even more suspicious. All right, cool. Let's investigate that. That would be something y'all can investigate. That's a legal document. Oh, it happened the day after they became 18.
I don't want to know. I don't want to go off that. I don't want to go off that hypothetical.
Okay, so that's
the hypothetical I was thinking of.
What you're saying to me?
No. The specific hypothetical that I want to go down is, let's say you're the neighbor's kid, tells you something that makes you suspicious that abuse is happening.
Yeah, but kids say weird shit all the time.
I understand. I understand.
Kids do say the darndest things.
This is literally my point. No, this is my point. That kids do say darndest things. But you're right. Sometimes kids lie. But sometimes kids are telling the truth, right?
But they also sometimes say things weirdly, like, "Oh, I slept over at."
Sure,
that's
what the investigation's for.
Hold on. If some kid comes up to you, I don't know how many like people in your family have like nieces, nephews, or
I have
my age.
Nephews.
They're all about we're all the same age. All these people are having little kids. Kids will come and say weird stuff. I'll give you an example. We're sitting here one time,
and if my niece, I would report right
and
away.
Says something about "Oh, Johnny touched me," or "Oh God, that's bad," right? And then
I'm not talking about that. No, I'm not saying.
And he's like, "Oh, tag."
Can't deal with nuance.
Stop. I'm not saying no. I'm not saying that.
But when it's oh, they're playing tag.
No, you're right. That specific scenario.
And you're talking about my neighbors.
Gibbs.
I'm not trying to talk to my neighbors.
He doesn't want to bite the bullet.
Gibbs.
This is real suspicious.
He doesn't have any backbone.
Let me finish. My neighborhood has lots of kids run outside. People sit outside. Everybody sits in the front porch.
Lawyer.
They go around. I wave. I say hi, neighbor. Hi, whatever. Oh, nice bike, whatever. And then I drive off. I see an interaction I want with any of my neighbor's kids. Right? Because guess what? I'm not a pedo.
Stop.
Now, if the fucking kids start coming up to me and talking to me about
he doesn't want to bite the bullet.
He's going to go on talk to mom and daddy about that shit. I'm going to leave.
Gibbs. Hold on. I get it.
Why do you want to talk to your neighbor's kids?
I'm not talking about any of those scenarios.
Why are you talking to your neighbor's kids, bro?
I'm talking about a different scenario. Let's say you're outside enjoying a cool drink on a hot day. Because it's
talk to your mom.
Hold on. Okay, you're going to say, okay, well, let me explain the scenario, and then we'll see if you'll actually still say that. The kid walks up to you with a visible black eye, particularly bad, and then you say oh, how'd that happen? And he says, Daddy got mad. And then you say, what do you mean?
I'd say,
okay.
Say that again.
Don't make him mad again, and maybe offer him a beer.
You're psychotic. You're fucking crazy.
You think Gibbs is going to be a fun neighbor? You want more?
He will still be a fun neighbor, but I don't agree with this.
You're like, Daddy gave it to me, and then you find out, they were playing. They were on bicycles, and Daddy let him ride a bike, and he fucking ate shit.
Isn't that awesome? That in his hypothetical, he's always right. It's always fine. The kid's always chill.
My point is you're offering up the worst case, and the best case can be equally true. You got a black guy.
Saying that
it is worst case. It's not my business. Even if it is the worst case, it's not my fucking business.
We can change it.
Maybe he's a demon kid.
We can change it. We can change it.
Wait, hold on. The worst scenario is that he's a demon kid and the parent is beating him.
It's not my business, and it's not.
There's no cases in which the kid doesn't deserve it.
What if the kid walked in and was beating his fucking little sister to death and beating boom? You don't know. You don't know.
Okay,
this is what Trump supporters are like, by the way.
Let's make it clear.
Just to be clear to everyone.
Just ask me to assume Daddy was just like, I was drinking and I beat him within a pole.
Let's make it clear cut.
You asked me to assume one crazy thing.
Let's make it clear cut. Let's make it more clear cut. You're in assuming one of your many friends' apartments. You come across literal CSAM. You're not going to report that anymore.
No, he'll beat the shit out of that, but he'll kill him.
No.
Yeah, we'll just
they're,
be
they're,
like,
they're left alone, as in you just happen to be whatever you're house sitting. Let's say, for example,
I'm not gonna house sit.
Buying some DVDs.
That's a lot of responsibility.
Do you understand?
Can you just engage with the hypothetical?
he can't because he knows he doesn't want to.
Wait, hold on. I don't know any children.
Okay, so you're house
how did
sitting.
you just happen upon
That's not my nephew's day.
This guy just, are you saying I just walk in his house?
My nephew's
and he
day.
get like a statue of
That's hypothetical. That's
Did I eat breakfast? I didn't eat breakfast this morning.
He's literally too afraid. Yes. Okay, Gibbs, do you recognize that in reality there are people that exist that house sit?
We could just burn his house down.
Do you
like, oh, I don't want to get there yet.
So bite that bullet. As in, if you're house sitting for a friend, you come across literal CSAM, you're just going to burn the house down, right?
Hold on. I'm not saying that if anybody asks. First of all, I'm just saying don't have me house sit if you have CSAM over because that's
not hypothetical.
Hey, to the audience who's committing CSAM, all right?
Don't have me at your house.
Don't invite Gibbs. Yeah.
Don't have me at your house.
Gibbs over.
Bad things will happen to your house.
Yes.
Probably.
So you would agree in the hypothetical.
That's not going to be my message. Is stop committing that shit.
God will smite you. He might have a lightning strike.
You would not
worry about the
babysitters. Just say it, Gibbs. You would not report CSAM.
There would be consequences for said person.
Oh my God! Fucking Batman over here.
I'm not Batman. I'm just saying, don't invite me over to CSAM. Listen, why do y'all want the government always involved?
He's worried about himself. He's like, what if I have to see that shit?
I don't want to see that nasty shit. Like, yeah, fuck that. That's gross.
Right, not the kid who's being like, God damn.
But hold on, you driving me crazy.
I need to differentiate myself from Gibbs for a second. The police would get a tip if the black eye kid came over.
Black eye kid, bro. But this is the thing: is y'all are saying immediately, oh, the kid comes over, daddy gave me a black eye. And while I'm outside,
I didn't say that. I said literal
just chilling outside.
You would not report it.
We'll get to you in a second.
Snitches get stitches.
We'll get to you in a second. That was the scenario I was given. Child walks up to me, my neighbor's kid, who I don't fucking try to interact with at all. Right, I'm sitting here outside my front yard, and he just comes up to me and says, "Daddy gave me a black eye." No other context, and you're asking me to just assume, "Oh, Daddy's an ass beater." Like that's
not what I'm at.
Hold on. Not only that, you're asking me to call. Hold on. Now you're asking me to call Child Protective Services to possibly go ruin this person's life or like cost them
to investigate.
Hold on.
I've contacted CPS.
Hold on. Cost hundreds and hundreds of dollars. And if there's no record and this thing happening, guess what do you think's gonna happen to that kid after that? Oh, well, they're definitely gonna get their ass beat now. Like, so you're just causing more ass beatings. Like, it's just like, why do you want this for this kid?
Well, if the dad wasn't abusive before, he's for sure abusive.
Right.
Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm wrong.
Dude, the way that you live
in
is
Texas, so his nearest neighbor is probably a mile and a half
bro,
away.
I'm telling you, I see this at Walmart. You don't need to tell me.
No longer engage in.
You see it at Walmart?
Bro, people get their ass beat at Walmart all the time. Or you fucking don't see that at Walmart? Then you did not living that close to the border.
You're not.
We're not talking like a spanking. We're talking about like a giant welt on their fucking head. Like a serious injury.
Yeah, maybe he fucking fell because Daddy was.
Maybe he did.
Or maybe
he was hit in the head by a fucking pipe.
Oh my God! Let's walk this through. Let's walk this through just real quick. They've never had a Child Protective Services visit ever before. They've never had any history of this. Okay,
they're gonna have one
now. So let's just say this daddy is the biggest.
Say that about every abusive kid in
they
never
ass
had
beater ever.
Visits.
He's taking his kid out back, breaking paddles over his ass, right? Beating him to death all the time. But there's no evidence before, and they've been smart. Oh, except this one time, little Bobby escaped, right? And he came over and told Papa Gibbs. And now I call. What do you think? What do you think's gonna happen? When they go in there and this is the only investigation, they don't find any other evidence.
You know, can I just say
this kid's gonna get beat to death? And then they're gonna be like, oh, he fell.
Can I just say that I've got kids? All right, I've got kids, and if I send my kid over to kindergarten, okay, and he's got a welt on his head, and I know it's because he fell and he on the stairs.
That's not my job.
He's an idiot, right? And the teacher genuinely calls CPS because the kid gave a weird answer. I would go, thank God that teacher's checking in on my kid.
Good, that's the teacher.
Genuinely. I would think that. I would think, thank God, even though I'm in trouble, right? The CPS is calling on, I have to justify what's going on. I'd go, I'm so grateful that people are looking in on my kid. I wouldn't, in fact, beat my kid's ass.
Hold on. Just
That's
to point
not
something. Just
my
hold
next
on.
reaction.
Just to point something out. Hold on. Just to point something out. This is important
because
hold on.
he doesn't trust the kids.
But I will say that my kid is not in kindergarten, so it's a hard hypothetical to grasp. Okay, he's actually in daycare right now.
No, but hold on. This is the difference, though. This is the difference. No. This is the difference.
Wait, which daycare?
Is hold on. Hold on. This is partially the teacher's job, though. Is they are the custodian of your child for those many hours of the day that they have them, right? That's what their job is. It's not me. Well, it's not my fault.
What the fuck do you think a babysitter is?
Hold on. I'm not a babysitter. If I'm outside grilling
barbecue, your house sitter?
And drinking beer, and this guy comes, hold on.
What do you think being a member of a community is?
Hold on, the hypothetical.
Let's hear it, Gibbs. So you're saying what about teachers? Go ahead.
I'm just saying teachers are custodians for the hours that they have the kids there, right?
Okay.
They're watching the kids. Outside drinking a beer, fucking cooking some barbecue, or just shooting hoops or doing whatever the fuck I want to do in my fucking front yard.
Okay, then swap it for a neighbor.
Doesn't make me a custodian.
Nobody's saying you are a custodian. But let me ask you this: what if the teacher, who's the custodian of the kids, when the teacher reports the abuse or the injury, that just leads the kid to get beat up more?
Well, that's tough tits.
Yeah, I guess teachers also should not report that.
That's exactly right.
Hold on. The teacher's a custodian. This is their job. If that happens,
no, but wait, hold on.
We should take that out of their job description to save children's lives.
Lactoid, you know what? This is the same argument that
What about all the ass beatings that come from false
This is lefty lactoid coming out. Socialist.
This is lefty lactoid. Call the police when you see a child with an injury. Lefty lactoid.
Hold on. This is the same argument.
Call the police when the children are injured.
I want driver's licenses all over again.
It's the same argument when
It's
they were
booed
like,
from the libertarian
hold on.
crowd.
They were saying this is the
Fuck
same
this
thing
guy.
that the lefties were
He
using.
wants driver's licenses.
It's child abuse. It's child abuse to not give in and cut their balls off. This is what some of the lefties were saying.
No, all you gotta do is disable the Zoom. All you have to do is disable the Zoom.
Him out for 2 minutes, and he just starts screaming that leftists want to chop off their balls. What the hell are you talking about?
Gibbs would actually do me. A woman would approach him, right? With a married woman would approach him, right, with a black eye, and she said, "Yeah, I ran to a door." And he'd be like, "Yep, that sounds about right."
That sounds like a woman. Hey, listen, ask no questions, hear no lies, bro. Why is it any of my business? It's not my business.
Okay, all right.
I'm sorry, we live in a fucking community. We live in a
we live in a society.
We live in a society.
I mean, you do.
There's that liberalism coming out. There's that fucking high
but hold on. This is y'all's argument. Y'all are asking me to
love
do
my
something.
neighbors and I love
You're
them,
asking
and they
me to
love me
do
back.
something that could ruin like a family's life based off a suspicion that's not
Just ruin a child's life.
Hold on, but earlier
we're asking teachers to do that every day.
Hold on, but earlier y'all were okay with letting the kid keep getting diddled instead of handling yourself. So
Hunter,
it's just crazy.
We said we were going to call the cops on them.
Yeah, and so what happens while you're calling the cops? If you walk in and see
what happens while
you're
you're
going to leave
calling
the cops?
In between the time, you could have just shot the guy.
You could have killed him. Save this kid from trauma.
You would have prevented some
Oh
diddling.
my god!
Right, but because you want to call the cops,
It leads to debt, less diddling. I get the logic of it. Yeah.
What if the guy gets off because chain of evidence, some other bullshit?
True. Yeah.
If I just shot him, nothing that we don't worry about.
What if they're found not guilty? We can't risk that.
What if he gets out and diddles again?
Wait,
Why can't
you do both?
What about them?
There's no downsides to your hypotheticals. If we just go murder,
Gibbs, can't you just shoot him afterwards?
Why would I wait?
We rate out to either attractive white women or cool black guys, one or the other.
Vigilanteism in the chat. Vigilanteism in the chat.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. So we're going to send them off. But insane. Oh my god.
See ya.
Peace.
No, you won't be good. You won't be good. You've established this.
I will be peach.
Gibbs, I'm frightened for you.
I'm frightened for any children.
No,
around.
for real.
I am a saint. Listen.
Lactoid's still streaming. Okay, there we go. He left. I was gonna say.
Oh my god.
And then it was me.
All right, peace out, boys. Much love.
Peace out, boys.
Bye.
See ya, Hunter. And it's just me. And I'm out as soon as I do. Fuck me. That was. Why do I do this to myself? Damn, that was gay. That was just nuts, guys. That was literally just insane. I mean, it was crazy. I don't even know, bro. Don't even know. Well, glad that's over. It's such a nonsense topic, like obviously everybody want more and more transparency. Everybody want to I mean, it literally like everybody ought to not want to have to worry about this nonsense. So the prompt was just, if we ought to be if we ought be concerned or whatever with the sorry guys, I got to get this shit down. There we go. Basically it was if we ought allow this recount of the votes, the vote verification of the 350,000 votes or however many there are now that are unverified in Georgia, although it's been repeatedly claimed that they are in fact valid, that they've been counted multiple times by multiple agencies, by multiple people, and yet nobody knows what's going on. Nobody, it's like, the state refused to let federal officers, officials, whatever, handle the ballots or look at them back during the election. I think that Hunter's observation that, they now have the original ballots and not copies. So they could alter them, but I don't know that they would. That would really risk the creating even more dissension because there are copies of those ballots. There are multiple copies of them. And so if they have a ballot that doesn't match the copies, then that's going to be a problem for everybody. So I think this is, guys, this was just a big old sack of stinky ass bullshit. What it was. It's all there was to it. I was kind of throwing some grenades there to start with, but it just devolved into this nonsense, and then towards the end, it just kept getting worse and worse. Crazy, it's just nuts. I think I'm going to go to bed early tonight. I mean, not early, but earlier than I normally do. Guys, remember tomorrow, Keita Bus, however you say your name, will be on Gun Prattle, 2 p.m. Central Standard Time. It's already on the schedule. It's already in the, you can actually find it if you go look for it. And yeah, I agree with you, Smoking Spaceman. There has to be serious penalties for doing wrong to the people of the country, for deceiving, for stealing an election. And there needs to be penalties for that. I agree with you. And that was one of the things that I tried to address is, what would the results be? Would they vote to put Trump in office again since he missed his term? What would be the fair outcome if it turns out that Georgia was in fact stolen? And then they said, well, that wouldn't overturn the whole election. I'm like, well, but if Georgia turns out to have, all of these regularities and all of that nonsense, and if Georgia is the tip of the iceberg, then what happens if they start digging deeper? If they go to to Arizona and New Mexico, which were both in contention, right? What if they go to Virginia, which was in contention, and some of these other states? So you missed most of the day shift today. I was listening to Dusty Marte debate. That was crap. That was a crap debate. I feel bad for you listening to that. It was really bad. Yeah, I'm actually just going to quickly raid. Let me see if I can. I'm going to raid everybody over to Jake. And I'll go over there and hang out for a few minutes. And, so that'll be cool. I probably ought to raid to Mart. Let me see if I can find Marte's stream link, and which I do not. And so I'm going to raid you over to Jake, and I'm going to end this stream, guys. You guys have a great rest of your night. We'll talk more tomorrow. Tomorrow will be a gun prattle. Be looking for it. I am going to set up on Kick and YouTube so that if we may be able to handle firearms and stuff. I'm going to bring some props and stuff. As always, guys, be cool. Wear the glasses if you need them, and go stand on Jake Barr's lawn.